Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes so sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives in New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Mishegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes are sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning, my friends. Thanks so much for coming to hang out with me today. It is Monday. Happy Monday. Monday, December 9th. 9th? I think it's Monday, December 9th. How's everybody doing today? Hold on. Let me just double check because now I think it's the 8th. It's Monday, December 8th. It's Monday, December 8th. And we are going back to Dedham today for day 6 of the Brian Walshe trial. How's everyone? Did everyone have a good weekend? It's a good weekend. It's nice weather, did some Christmas decorating, watched some college football. It was a lot of fun. I don't know what's going on with Corti. I'm already having StreamYard issues today, so if I disappear, as usual, I will always be right back. I just need to refresh my browser because it's a thing. How's everybody doing? Thank you, Danielle, for your Venmo. This is Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you too, Danielle. Our friend Yellow is going to be in the courtroom today at some point. She doesn't, not right away in the morning, but she will be there, I think, at some point in the morning. She did send me a couple emails, end of day, on Friday that I wanted to read to you because she gave us some juror reactions to the tools. And so let me just find those for you. Let's see. She said, remember we left off with the medical examiner on the stand on Friday. And they showed the pictures of the tools that were found in the trash. I think I have the tools here for you to look at. I have a picture for you. Hold on. If anybody's watching Law and Crime on another device, they had the camera up and then they took the camera down, but they have their logo up. So I'm hoping they're going to go live in a minute or two. Because this judge is always on time, unlike so many of the other judges that we have watched, including Judge Cannoni, who never seemed to be on time. Here's the tools. Here's the tools that the jury was shown. These were found inside the one of the garbage bags from the dumpster in Swampscott at his mother's, Brian Walsh's mother's apartment building. I learned a lot more about Brian Walshe earlier this morning, and I'm going to play some of that piece for you at lunchtime. But Brian Walshe grew up a very wealthy lad. Very wealthy lad. He grew up in a $6 million brownstone on Beacon Street. And he went to Carnegie Mellon. And his friends would drop him off and pick him up there. And he apparently, everyone thought it was his house, but it was his parents' house. His father was a prominent neurosurgeon who came out and left his family in the 80s. His mother and father and moved in with his partner. His mother and father never got divorced. They were separated. His mother is a very wealthy woman. She is Persian. And I learned that her parents owned some sort of maybe a carpet company, a Persian rug or carpet company. And that's where she got her money from. And here's the tools that we saw and that the jury saw on Friday. There's also a measuring cup in there. So I'm a little bit confused about the measuring cup. Right. Was he measuring a chemical concentration? Because remember, he looked up like, what is hydrogen peroxide used for? What is the best thing to not dispose of human remains, but the best thing to disintegrate human remains? Maybe there was some sort of search about that. He bought a lot of baking soda, like a bunch of different kinds of peroxide. We're going to find out because we haven't yet seen the video, the surveillance video from inside the stores. Yeah, measuring the baking soda and the peroxide together. I don't know. Wonder if they did any forensic testing on the inside of that measuring cup so that they could see what was inside the measuring cup. And so I think Brian's mom kind of supported him throughout his whole life. I think he really never had a job. That was the impression that I got. I don't think anybody can point to any job that he ever had. I mean, and the fact that his mother was still paying their rent and he's a grown man in his 40s with a wife and kids and his mom is paying the rent. I don't know. Yeah, he was not wealthy. I said he grew up wealthy, but his mother continued to support him. I don't think he ever had a job. And I think, Kristen, that's why he turned to, cons. And then there was a bit of testimony about him buying a whole bunch of sports memorabilia, I think, on his wife's credit card. And it was sort of like maybe he was looking for his next con. I don't know. Well, Maeve says they aren't denying he dismembered her. Well, they're not admitting that he dismembered her. He pled guilty to disposing of or conveying away of human remains or a human body. So I don't know that he's going to admit to the actual taking apart. You know what I'm saying? Premeditation doesn't necessarily have to mean that he planned weeks in advance. Could be, I'm not sure exactly what Massachusetts law is, but it could be, in the moments leading up to that he decided that he wanted to kill her. In Harry Turk's case, they decided, the jury decided that he didn't intend to kill her, that he just snapped and grabbed her because she threw a glass at him or something, remember? Self-defense type thing. I think we're going to find out from the, 1 second before, I think we're going to find out from the medical examiner whether or not there's any human tissue on any of these tools, which is really what I want to know. Because obviously if there's human tissue found on the hacksaw, then I think it can be inferred from there that he actually did take apart her body, which is just horrific, absolutely horrific. Our friend Yellow, her name is Kim. I'm just going to call her Kim. Kim was in the courtroom on Friday, and she's been buddying up with Matt Johnson, which I love. And she said, I feel as though the women are more affected than the men with the tools. One juror at one point covered her mouth, not sure if it was a yawn or shock. And then she went on to say having a medical examiner there without a body was interesting, and the jurors were all a little head tiltish when he stated there is no body in the case. When court ended, before he was asked, was there tissue on the tools? She says, I wanted to cry. The jurors, I feel, are going to stress all weekend about that. And they took notes during his testimony. So that is our interesting boots on the ground in the courtroom reflections from Yellow Ledbettero, who's also known as Kim. She says also, the one thing I love so much about the judge, she's talking about Judge Diane Frenier, is that all of the sidebars that you guys don't get to see, it's super lighthearted. She's very engaging with both sides and everyone is super respectful. The jurors definitely like her. I think a few of the females on the jury look at her as a super boss babe, which is awesome. And so there's that. She'll be there at some point today. If you have any questions for her, let me know. So this is just one of the photos of evidence that we saw on Friday. And they found the evidence markers apparently for this case. So there's packing tape. Let's see if I can make this a little bit bigger. See this packing tape right here? Packing tape, measuring cup, pretty large hammer, a hatchet, but not a very large hatchet when you compare it to the size of the packing tape and the measuring cup. These are the, I guess, the snips. Snips, they call them. The hacksaw and the shears. All the tools look very clean. But also, didn't he also Google how to clean tools? Right, right, Heidi says. I still say the tools are in pristine condition. Nothing bent or worn looking. Where are the extra blades he would have needed for the hacksaw? Yeah, understanding that dismembering takes a lot of work. Right? I mean, think about it. For someone who's inexperienced, I mean, it's not like he's Rex Heuermann or anything. Yeah, it is startling. Let me show you some other pictures of the evidence. This is evidence marker number 4. It's hard to see what, here's the slippers, which the ones that look like lady slippers. I don't know if this is gauze. I think they said this was gauze, right? That looks like gauze. Then we have some tissues with some blood on them. Pair of socks. I'm not sure what this jar is. It looks like mustard, or I have no idea. I have no idea what's on that jar. This looks like it's the Hermes watch. I don't remember whatever else they said was in this photograph. It's hard to see what these things are. Rags, maybe? Somnus Vivarum says they are in pristine condition, and that's one of those things that you can use to prove your character and who's Lila innocent, which is baffling since he's a 17-year-old. I don't know I don't know whose Lila is, but I don't know. Oh, I started watching Pluribus. Did anybody start watching Pluribus? It's really good, really good. I think I'm on episode 3, so no spoilers if you're ahead of me. And here, some other items that were in the bag. Evidence marker number 2. Towel with some blood on it. I'm not sure what this is. Anybody remember what that was with evidence marker number 2? And it looks like this may be the trash bag. Just feel like there would be a lot more blood. But again, remember the rug was cut up. And then I'm thinking, why did he cut up the rug? There were some stains on the rug that looked like it could be blood. I don't know. I'm waiting to see if we can hear about any tissue. Tell me what you're waiting for. All right, the fan's back. We're back with the fan. Yellow's in court. And she actually is in court now. She says there's a bunch of kids here today, students, I assume. Imagine one of your teachers taking you into the Brian Walshe trial. What a great learning experience that would be. Well, the fan stopped, but the Chiron is still moving, so that's odd. Okay. Hopefully the pool camera will get it together. Hold on. I'm going to ask her to tell the pool cameraman or woman to get lapel mics. I mean, wouldn't that really step up the game a bit? That would be key. Kathy says blood can seep under the handles no matter what you try to clean the tools with. Yeah. Well done, Snark Tank. Joni says, imagine what that permission slip looked like. Yes, hello, mom, dad, can you sign here? We're going to take your kids to see the murder trial of a guy who may or may not have, murdered and hacked up his wife and disposed of her in garbage bags all over town. Rest in peace. Anna Walsh, rest in peace. And my heart breaks for the children, so I don't mean to make light of it, but sometimes we need to at least try and laugh a bit. Otherwise, we're going to cry every single day because the stuff that we cover is so heavy. Well, here's the thing. Kathy says, I'm surprised they didn't make him disclose where her body was as a condition of accepting his plea deal. There was no deal. There was no deal. He just pled guilty. There was no deal. So you can't put conditions on a guilty plea, right? If he was offered a lesser sentence than the potential 10 years that he could get for the one charge of lying to the police, I think that the improper disposal of a corpse is a 5-year or a 3-year. We looked it up. So he was not offered a deal. He just agreed to plead guilty. All right, here we go. Thank you, Skybell, for being here for a year. She said for a year of joys, tears, joy, tears, angers, surprises. Thanks, Melanie, for your work. Oh, thank you for being here. Ellen, thanks for your 10. Says I woke up Saturday and Sunday mornings humming my theme song. Good morning. Good morning, Ellen. Thank you for your 10. Mimito Ella says TV. Thank you very much for your deuce. I know. Also, if the camera person could kindly show the exhibits today to us, because they were referring to all of these text messages that were up on the screen that we didn't get to see. And it's much more helpful when we can actually see the exhibits that the jury sees. Here comes Brian Walsh being led in by a couple of handsome court officers with his red bracelets on. He hasn't had his rosary beads, I don't think, since day one. Have you seen? Anybody noticed his rosary beads since day one? Somebody said to me that the red handcuffs indicate that he's a more dangerous criminal. I don't know if that's really true. But I was also watching that interview that I told you about earlier that I'm going to play for you at lunch. And the reporter said that he spoke to a lot of Brian's friends from growing up and that knew him through college and everything. And everyone described him as not a violent guy. Like they said that they didn't think there was any way that he could have actually done this because he was a con man and a liar, but never showed any signs of violence, which is interesting. But he was very, very showy with the money that he apparently didn't have. He was very into the food scene in Boston, the food and wine scene. And so he would go out for these like $10,000 dinners. And then sometimes his credit card wouldn't go through, but he always wound up settling up his bill. So very into the appearances of things, let's say. Thank you on top of your early morning stickers. Early morning sticker. Somebody said, Joni said, yeah, but neither did Lori Daybell. But Lori Daybell didn't do any of the killing herself, right? Didn't Lori Daybell have other people do it for her? Was Lori Daybell the actual murderer?
You are unmuted.
Be seated.
The mastermind, right? They're saying that Brian Walsh actually did the murder, killed the mother of his 3 children.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
All rise. Jurors entering.
She didn't ask the attorneys if they had anything to talk about before the jury came in. Thank you. Shoe Kindness says, yeah, the red is for high risk or violent inmates.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have anything to do for the Honorable Justice Diane Today. Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. Unto the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this honorable court. Please be seated. Please turn on your cell phones.
Morning, jurors. Hope you had a nice weekend, everyone. Jurors, we'll start today with the 4 questions. Were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Yes. Be able to comply with my order that you not do any research about the case? Yes. Were you able to comply with my order that you not go on any social media and or access any news media? Yes. And you all still have open minds? Yes. Thank you, jurors. With that, we're ready to begin our today's work. All of the jurors have responded in the affirmative yes to each of the questions. We'll have the witness back on the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anybody comes into chat and they're
Dr.
confused,
Atkinson, you understand you're still under oath.
Yes.
tell them to refer to the
Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
scroll along the bottom of the screen that I always have who the witness is so that they will know. Thanks.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Doctor, you recognize this image?
Yes.
Is that an image of the bag of rugs that you had the opportunity to examine at OCME?
Yes, it is.
The Commonwealth would seek to mark this as the next exhibit, Your Honor, which is file number P10900001. No objection.
The next image, P109000, is that what you said?
0001.
0001 is now in evidence as exhibit 181. Thank you. And jurors, we had a change in staff over the weekend and for the rest of the trial. Ms. Blankenship is going to be the court reporter. I know you only see the back of the person, but welcome.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish.
Pardon me?
May the Commonwealth publish the exhibit.
You sure can.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we have file number P10900001? So, Doctor, directing your attention to the image on the screen, what is the significance of the 230493 at the bottom?
That is the OCME case number. So 23 was the year 2023. And then that was the number of cases we'd had up to that point.
And so, Doctor, your numbers, are they the same as the crime lab numbers?
No.
Okay. And if we could take that down, thank you. And if we have what was marked as exhibit 180 from a Friday. And for the record, this is file number PC110198. Doctor, directing your attention to the screen for exhibit 180, what were the observations you were able to make of this piece of carpet?
This piece of carpet has a large area of red-brown stain on it. And in the middle of this stain was an approximately 1/4 inch long, what looked to be a blood clot.
Could you take that down, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. So, Doctor, what is a blood clot?
A blood clot is just blood that has solidified or clotted.
And how were you able to make the determination it looked like a blood clot? What was it that about it that gave you that indication?
It's the correct color, shape, consistency of a blood clot. I've seen thousands of them.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you. Doctor, do you recognize this image?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of a close-up of the blood clot from that section of carpet?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor, which is PC 110197.
No objection.
Photo PC 110197 is now in evidence as Exhibit 182. Thank you.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish 182?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, could we have PC 110197? So, doctor, that's the close-up of the blood clot that you identified?
Yes.
What did you do with that blood clot?
I saved that blood clot in a jar for possible future DNA analysis.
Okay, wait a second. Is that this little tiny? Hold on. I'm going to move the captions. Is he talking about this right here in the center of my screen where my cursor is? Because there looks like some red brown staining down here, but I don't know. Is he pointing at it with a pointer? Okay, I don't want to be too graphic or anything or say anything unpopular, but wasn't she doing yoga on that rug? What if she had her period? I'm just saying.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. How do you save it in a jar, sir?
You place it into a plastic jar and then we, I believe, freeze that jar afterward.
Now, next two. Your Honor, if I may approach?
You may.
Thank you. Doctor, I'm showing you two images at this point in time. Are those fair and accurate depictions of the next section of carpet you had the opportunity to analyze or look at that day at OCME?
Yes, this was the largest piece.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to enter the next two photographs as exhibits.
What are the,
File numbers?
yes?
The first would be PC 110204, and the second would be PC 110217.
No objection.
Those two photos now identified by the Commonwealth by their P number are in evidence as 184 and 185.
That's what I have.
Thank you for the correction, 183 and 184.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth may publish these next two exhibits.
You may.
Ms. Gilman, can we have what's now been marked as Exhibit 183, which is PC 110204? Doctor, directing your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit 183. What observations did you make of this carpet while it was being unrolled?
I observed the same types of red-brown stains on the carpet. There were also more areas of clotted blood, and there were also areas with white, clumpy, powdery tissue, not tissue, sorry, substance. Some of it was discolored from the fluid that was on it.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 184, which is PC 110217? So close. And doctor, is this the same section of carpet?
Yes.
And now, doctor, on this section, were you still able to observe the red-brown staining and the white substance?
Yes.
In addition to making these observations of the white substance, did you identify anything as far as potential hairs.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. Your Honor, can I go?
Yes.
Doctor, you recognize this image?
Yes,
Is that a collection of hairs that you saw on that section of carpet?
it is.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to enter PC 110243 as the next exhibit. No objection.
It's in evidence now as 185, 110243.
Your Honor, the Court of Commission may Commonwealth publishes Exhibit 185.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, could we have PC 110243? Doctor, directing your attention to Exhibit 185, what did you do with this collection of hairs?
I collected all the hairs that I could find on the piece of carpet, and including this clump, and I put them in an envelope, an evidence envelope, and sealed it and signed it.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. Now, Doctor, besides making observations of the section of carpet as far as what you saw on it, did you have the opportunity to go through that material and find any objects in it?
Yes.
Yes.
Doctor, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
Is that a close-up of the section of carpet with a hand holding a ruler that you had the opportunity to examine OCME?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to mark this as the next exhibit, Your Honor, which is PC 110208. No objection.
Photo with that ID is now in evidence as 186.
Your Honor, with the Court's permission, the Commonwealth publish exhibit 186.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, could we have PC 110208? So, Doctor, directing your attention to this image, whose hand is that?
That is my hand with a glove.
And what is the ruler next to?
Just above the ruler, you can see a metal item that has a loop on one side. It appeared to me to be some sort of jewelry charm without a chain attached.
And Doctor, around that area, is that white substance, is that what you were talking about as the white powdery substance? And I don't want to misstate you if it's not powdery, but what is that? Was that what you saw that day?
Yes, almost all of these clumps are that same powdery, clumpy substance. Some of them look red and brown and tan, probably because of the liquid that made them clump.
Almost like he was trying to clean the carpet with baking soda, maybe trying to get the blood stains out. I don't know. Did he Google how to clean up blood stains? He did, how to get blood out of wood, but I don't know if he Googled how to get blood out of carpet.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down, thank you. Doctor, what did you do with that piece of metal that you found?
I photographed it, and I also placed it into an envelope and saved it for evidence.
May I approach you?
You may.
Doctor, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
Is that a picture of the piece of metal that you photographed by an envelope?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have image file number PC 110245 as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
110245, that image is in evidence as 187.
With the Court's permission, Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish 187.
You may.
Ms. Gilman, can we have PC 110245? Thank you. So, Doctor, is this the photographing of the piece of metal that you spoke of?
Yes.
And that envelope, is that the envelope you put it into that's in the photograph?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes?
Doctor, there's gloves beneath you. You can put those on.
The ME is doing this because they wanted to test whether there was any human tissue on any of these items that they recovered. Typically, an ME, you're right, would not be testing for blood and DNA, but they specifically wanted this ME to test to see if there was any human tissue. Kim says that Mrs. Walsh is in the courtroom today, Diana Walsh, and that she is not looking at the screens as the exhibits go up. She is turning her entire body away.
Doctor, I'm handing you a glassine envelope. I'm going to ask, do you recognize the envelope that's inside the glassine envelope?
Yes.
And did you have the opportunity to look inside that paper envelope this morning?
Yes, I did.
Is that the same paper envelope that you put the piece of metal in at the OCME?
Yes.
And the yellow sticker on the exterior of the envelope, what is that number on it?
That's the same OCME number. That was the number of this case.
And on the front of it, do you recognize the writing on the front?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that?
That is my handwriting describing what this was.
And can you look inside the envelope and then ask to recognize the object? Do you recognize the object, sir?
Yes, I do.
Is that the piece of metal that you found in the rug while you were doing your examination at OCME?
Yes.
If you could hold on to it for one moment.
Sure.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have the glassine envelope that has the paper envelope and the piece of metal inside the paper envelope as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's now in evidence as 188.
Thank you, Doctor. You can put it back inside. Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome.
Doctor, did you recognize any writing on Exhibit 188, the piece of metal? Anything that was pressed into it?
Yes, there was an engraving of Gucci on one side.
Your Honor, approach.
Yes?
All right, he did Google about baking soda, how to cover up smells.
Doctor, do you recognize that image?
Yes, I do.
What is that an image of?
This is the plastic container that I saved a large amount of this clumped substance and also all of the blood clots that I found.
Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, which is file number PC 110222.
Any objection?
No objection.
PC 110222 is now in evidence as Exhibit 189.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish Exhibit 189?
Yes?
Ms. Gilman, could we have PC 110222? So, Doctor, this container, what did you do with this container?
Okay, I'm going to clarify this one more time. Brian Walsh has not pled to dismembering Anna's body. What he pled to was improper disposal of a corpse and or human remains. He has never, dismemberment of her body was not part of the guilty plea. So can we please, please, please just be careful what you write in the chat. If it's your opinion, make sure you say it's your opinion. This is a fact-based channel. And so I'm an attorney. I like to base it on facts. The statute says improper disposal of human remains or a human corpse. It does not necessarily mean that he dismembered her. We haven't seen proof of that yet. We need to see proof of that before we can get there. For me. Thanks.
I put a lid on this container and then we put it in a freezer.
And why do you put it in a freezer?
For DNA analysis, that's the preferred method of preserving the tissue.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could close out of that. Doctor, did you take any other samples that day while you were making your examination of the rugs?
Yes, I did.
What did you take for samples?
I saw in I painstakingly mushed through a lot of this crumbly substance. And there was one area near one of the blood clots that appeared to have some specks of something that could possibly be tissue. The clumped areas appeared to be tissue at first, or possibly tissue, but upon further inspection, it was obvious that none of this clumped powdery material was actually any kind of tissue. But
There you go. None of that clump stuff was tissue. Okay. But
this one area had very small specks of something that I thought might not be the same type of powder. So I put this area, I saved that for looking at under the microscope.
And how do you do that, sir?
How do you save it? Or
Yes, please.
you put it into a cassette.
And do you have to add anything to the substance to put it in the cassette?
No, but you put the cassettes into
not.
formalin.
he did
It's
not
like
say he
formaldehyde
could.
that preserves the tissue.
What happens, and now, you did that with the tiny specks. Did you do that with any other items that day? Make formalin, put things into formalin?
No, I saved the blood clots mainly for DNA testing.
And if I may have a moment, Your Honor?
Huh? You may.
All of this stuff was found in the garbage bag in the dumpster outside his mother's
Nothing further.
Swampscott apartment. Okay, now we get to cross.
Exam.
So there's no tissue. He never said there was any tissue. Did anybody hear him say tissue? He said he thought it was tissue, but it was not. Brian Walsh never admitted to dismembering the body. I don't know where you guys are getting this from. I don't know if you were here the day that he pled guilty, but we read the statute. Let's see what Larry Tipton can do with this.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
You used the word a moment ago on direct examination. You painstakingly went through some of the material that you found on the rug.
Yes.
And you did that very carefully.
Yes.
You were paying close attention because that's how you're trained and that's what you do.
Correct.
I want to just talk to you, the beginning here, about your position. You are a deputy chief of the medical examiner, correct?
I am no longer the deputy chief medical examiner.
Okay, I'm looking at your CV and I'm wondering if it's just an older one.
It must be an older one, yes.
Okay, can you tell us, sir, what you are now? What's your title?
I am a medical examiner
Okay.
now.
When did you stop being
Oops, that's like Shannon Burgess level, wrong resume information.
deputy chief?
I served as deputy chief from 2018 until 2022.
So when you were the deputy chief and now when you're, I want to say simply a medical examiner, you're still doing very important work. Were you doing this type of work that you're doing as a medical examiner in your role as a deputy chief medical examiner?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And there's a lot of responsibility attached to being a deputy chief medical examiner as well as just a medical examiner.
Sure.
And once again, my use of just a doesn't imply anything. I hope you know that. Can I ask you something then? Knowing now that this might be an older CV, are you now, or were you once, a member of the Massachusetts Commission on Medical Legal Investigation?
Yes, I was.
But you're no longer.
Correct.
And when I say no longer, that position is basically time controlled by the statute that created that commission. Is that fair to say?
I have no idea.
Okay. How long were you on the commission?
I think it was approximately the same, maybe a year in either direction of when I was deputy.
And that commission was created by statute to promote the use and skills of the medical legal investigation of deaths, correct?
Yes.
And you and other people assigned to that commission did the important work of trying to ensure that medical legal investigations are thorough and exacting and reliable.
Correct.
And on that commission, there are police officers, law enforcement, district attorneys, medical examiners like yourself, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what that phrase means, medical legal investigation?
Sure. It refers to any type of medical investigation that has the potential to also involve the legal system.
Okay. And that's what medical examiners do. They get involved in the legal system because they're trying to determine cause and manner of death, correct?
Correct.
Now, I look at your CV, and I see that you have published in the area, certain medical-related areas, correct?
Yes.
And the journals that you published in are well-respected and peer-reviewed. I mean, they're important journals.
Sure.
And I see that on your CV, you also list, on this CV, under the abstract title, two presentations that I think are characterized as posters, correct?
Yes.
And when we say posters, we're literally talking about physical posters, correct?
Yes.
And the information on posters, it's equally important. It helps educate people. You're providing very valuable information to people, regardless of the form that it takes, correct?
Correct.
And either while you were a deputy chief medical examiner or in your capacity now as a medical examiner, do you participate in lectures, or sometimes they're called rounds, with your colleagues and discuss aspects that pertain to your work?
Yes.
And people present during those lectures on particular areas of either evolving forensic pathology or just what you're experiencing within the office itself, correct? Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
And I think you testified on Friday that you have completed 1,000 or more autopsies. Did I hear that right?
Yes, I said 1,500, more than 1,500.
Oh, I shortchanged you. I apologize. That's a lot of autopsies, isn't it?
Sure.
And he told us on Friday that it can be a relatively short period of time, or an autopsy can take as long as a day or more.
Correct.
And when you're doing an autopsy, you told us on Friday that you're trying to determine, the manner of death. That's one of the goals of your examination during an autopsy, correct?
Yes.
Now, one of the things that the Office of Chief Medical Examiner here in Massachusetts does is it's responsible by law to investigate various forms of death, correct?
Correct.
And that includes death by accident or unintentional injury, suicide, correct?
Sure.
And it includes death that is under suspicious or unusual circumstances, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, it includes death that may occur if somebody's in jail custody or something like that, correct?
Correct.
It also specifically includes a requirement that you investigate sudden death, correct?
Correct.
And it requires that you investigate sudden death when the decedent was in apparent good health, correct?
Correct.
And that phrase that I just used, sudden death of the decedent who was in apparent good health, that is contained in the statute that applies to the Office of Chief Medical Examiner, isn't it?
I believe so, yes.
And so
He's going to get him to flip. He's going to get the state's witness to admit that people die of sudden unexplained death. Brilliant. I thought he was getting uncomfortable because there may be something in his background, like the reason that he was demoted from deputy chief to just a regular medical examiner, and that could be coming too, but here you go.
The statute and what you do as a medical examiner, you have to investigate where there is a suspicion or information that suggests that someone suddenly died, correct?
Correct.
And specifically where somebody suddenly died that otherwise looked like they were in good health, correct?
Correct.
And that statute requires that certain people, like police officers, physicians, hospital administrators, licensed nurses, DCF social workers, funeral directors, they are required by that statute to report that information to the Office of Chief Medical Examiner, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Or they could be fined under the statute, right?
I don't know that for sure, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay, thank you. So now turning to just manner of death. Manner of death can be, and please correct me if I'm wrong, a manner of death can be classified as accident, correct?
Correct.
Suicide,
Yes.
homicide,
Yes.
and then there's a category of undetermined or could not be determined, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that a determination, or I'm sorry, a manner of death that results in a classification of undetermined is a classification when the information pointing to one manner of death is no more compelling than one or more competing manners of death after considering all the information you have?
That is correct.
So you are familiar, aren't you, Dr. Atkinson, with the National Association of Medical Examiners?
Yes.
Sometimes it goes by the acronym of NAME, M-A-M-E.
Correct.
You're also familiar with their 2002 publication, A Guide for the Manner of Death Classification, correct?
Yes.
And it's that particular document is kept at the Office of Chief Medical Examiner, isn't it? Like it is in many offices, correct?
It's on the internet. That's where I usually look at it.
So it's available to look at for medical examiners when they're just reviewing some of the material that's in that 2002 publication.
Yes.
It also lists specifically those four manner of deaths that we just talked about.
Yes. And others.
I'm sorry, I had to cut you off.
And others too.
And others. And then that guide goes through anecdotal, or, it's my word, not yours, but it goes through examples of what types of causes of death may result in certain manners, correct?
Correct.
And a cause of death is different than a manner, isn't it?
Yes.
And so as your role of medical examiner, you will not only determine the manner of death, but you also will attempt to determine the cause of death.
Right.
And some of that information finds its way specifically in, for instance, a death certificate applicable to some individual, correct?
Yes.
It's very important to evaluate all the information you have before reaching a conclusion as to manner of death and causation, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say, doctor, that without a physical body, the Office of Chief Medical Examiner cannot make a finding of either manner of death or cause of death?
Without what? Sorry.
With a body, with a physical body.
Generally, we don't do that. No.
Okay. Now, that 2002 guidelines, and it's current. In other words, there hasn't been a new issue. It's still current and it's published in 2002, correct?
Correct.
It does include, like you said, examples of causes of death, and then tries to tell the reader, this is an example of a cause of death that could be considered a certain manner of death, correct?
Yes.
And I think it goes through, if you recall, multiple paragraphs, up to like 44, 46 different paragraphs of examples, correct?
Correct.
And it actually includes things like characterized as cathecoronary, upper airway food obstruction, correct?
Correct.
It goes through, it gives an example of death by fear or fright, right?
Correct.
It includes an explanation of death resulting from autoerotica behavior or consensual atypical sexual behavior, correct?
Correct.
And it goes on to say, just as an example, specific to that cause of death, autoerotic behavior, it talks about that causation as being, in large part, considered accidental death.
Specifically autoerotic asphyxia. Yes.
Okay, autoerotic asphyxia. Can you tell the jurors what asphyxia is?
Asphyxia is anytime oxygen is deprived from parts of the body. In the case of autoerotic asphyxia, it's due to a ligature compressing the neck vasculature or the blood vessels in the neck.
Now, I just want to talk to you for just a little bit about some of the causes that are considered to be causes of sudden unexpected death. We can agree, can't we, that sudden unexpected death is a rare occurrence?
Sure.
Well, is it rare, or does it happen more often than
Any
rare?
possible cause? It's pretty rare, I would say. Sure.
Okay, and there's any number of causes of sudden unexpected death, isn't there?
Very many, yes.
Okay. And those causes for sudden unexpected death, they are known within the forensic pathology world, aren't they?
Yes.
And are they known to a lesser extent in the non-forensical medical arena?
Sure.
And it's fair to say that based on your experience and training and knowledge of sudden unexpected death, you wouldn't expect that just a layperson would really understand sudden unexpected death. That is the parlance of educated people like yourself.
Overruled. He can answer if he can.
I'm not totally sure what you mean. People understand certain causes of death.
Okay. What about in the specific area of sudden unexpected death?
Depends on the cause of death. I think most people understand what injuries are. Most people understand what a heart attack is.
Okay. You would agree that sudden unexpected death can occur then as a result of cardiac causes,
Yes.
of pulmonary causes,
Yes.
of vascular causes,
Yes.
reflexive causes,
Yes.
of asphyxial causes,
Correct.
and even toxicology causes.
Yes.
And sudden unexpected death has been observed to occur both in young people and old people,
Sure.
and middle-aged people.
All types of.
It occurs male and female.
Yes.
And there's
The sure is not working well for him, because when he said sudden unexpected death is relatively rare, isn't it? And he goes, sure. I felt like he didn't mean to say, sure, it's rare. It's more common than rare. I thought he should have dug into that a little bit more. But sure to me is a snarky answer that seems very reticent. I don't know.
some causes associated with sudden unexpected death that may be seen in experience that they occur more in the male population than the female population.
Yes.
One of those sudden unexpected death causations is the Bldg syndrome, correct?
Correct.
And without going into any great detail, the Bldg system is simply where somebody reportedly, and correct me if I'm wrong, basically lies in bed and dies and then utters something.
I don't think that's necessary. It's a channelopathy. That's a usually genetic mutation, or a mutation that you get from your parents that affects the ion channels in the heart, and it predisposes someone to a sudden arrhythmia. An arrhythmia is just an electrical disturbance of the heart.
All right. And
Doesn't have to happen at night, and I don't know about the utterance part.
okay, I apologize. In any event, sudden unexpected death can occur in individuals that otherwise appear to be healthy before the sudden death.
Yes.
And in fact, that's one of the references we've already talked about within the statute that we just talked about a minute ago. That sudden death occurring in someone that otherwise didn't have any manifestation of a physical illness or problem.
Correct.
And it's fair to say that based on your knowledge of sudden unexpected death, that it also occurs, sometimes the sudden death itself can be the first manifestation that somebody had a problem.
Correct.
And there are certain triggers associated with sudden unexpected death, and those triggers can include exertion, physical exertion.
I'm confused. Are you talking about any kind of sudden unexpected death, including
I'm talking about it
injuries? You can die unexpectedly and suddenly from almost any type of cause of death.
Okay. When I'm asking you these questions, and if I'm not doing a good job, you correct me, but I'm talking about, for instance, sudden unexpected death where there is really no prior manifestation of a physical problem before someone experiences sudden unexpected death.
Are you talking about a natural cause of death?
A natural, yes, not a death resulting from anything other than something natural and internal. Yes.
Okay. And what was the question again? Sorry.
So a sudden unexpected death, given that characterization, the trigger for such a sudden unexpected death can include physical exertion, correct?
Yes.
But it also can occur without any particular physical exertion, correct?
Correct.
And it can include, for instance, in trained athletes who have been trained to do sports. It happens there too, correct?
Yes.
And it happens, it can happen as a result of sexual activity, for instance.
Correct.
And it can happen as a result of illness or stress, correct?
Correct.
And I mean, it can happen, if you know, sir, it can happen as a result of travel or extended travel or things like that in a person.
Sure.
Now,
He's getting the state's witness to say everything he needs.
it's true, isn't it, doctor, that when
For
we
reasonable
use the
doubt.
phrase sudden unexpected death, the death that we're talking about, and once again, and I'm glad you corrected me, that we're talking about just natural death, natural causes, that a sudden unexpected death can happen suddenly, but not necessarily instantaneously, correct?
Depending on which type of disease would cause it. Yes.
So, for instance, that example you just, you talked about, if someone develops, in a natural way, a lethal arrhythmia, an example of a ventricular fibrillation, it could result in death, correct?
Yes.
And that mechanism, I'm going to call it a mechanism, but you tell me if it's different, that the heart chambers quiver and they fluctuate, and that's what causes the fibrillation, right?
Yes, it's an electrical disturbance that makes it so that the heart stops pumping.
And at times when you examine someone who has experienced this on an autopsy, you actually don't see, and I'm not talking about you personally, but I'm talking about medical examiners related to this, you don't see any structural defect in the heart.
Of people who have died from natural causes?
Yes, yes,
From a cardiac dysrhythmia?
yes.
You can't diagnose a cardiac dysrhythmia unless the person died while attached to a cardiac monitor that can see the actual dysrhythmia happening. In fact, most cardiac dysrhythmias, you do see something structural in the heart. The one you were talking about before, Brugada syndrome, several others like long QT syndrome, will not have visible, even under the microscope, signs.
You just used the phrase long QT. Could you just define that for the jury?
That's another channelopathy that affects the ion channels in the cell membranes of the cardiac cells.
And let's just stick to the case of a ventricular fibrillation and someone who suddenly dies as a result. it's fair to say that during that process that they can continue to look and appear as if they're making movements, that they might be conscious, but in fact, their body is dying and they then experience sudden death.
Usually if you're having a cardiac dysrhythmia, you can have movements, seizure-like activity, but usually you're not looking like a normal person would.
Okay.
And it's very quick.
And sometimes in your experience as a medical examiner, you've had reports where people talk about the minutes before or the short time period before someone experienced sudden death, and they talk about the way they were moving or they were even walking, but they might have been mumbling, and then they die. And they describe those behaviors to you, don't they?
Occasionally we'll get something like that reported to us.
Okay. And you listen to that information, and being the trained medical examiner you are, then you consider that information in the context of the sudden unexpected death. You just include the information because you are interested in getting all the information you can.
Correct.
And once again, sudden unexpected death can result from vascular catastrophes. That's my word.
Sure.
And those catastrophes can be aorta dissection, aorta rupture, or an aneurysm, correct?
Among many others, yes.
And this sudden unexpected death in this area can be the result of acute squeezing of a particular body part.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
In medical terms, tamponade?
A cardiac tamponade?
Yes.
Cardiac tamponade happens when there's bleeding
Okay.
into the pericardium. That's the sac, a membranous sac that surrounds the heart. And when enough blood gets into that sac, it displaces the heart and doesn't allow the heart to open up. It basically stops the ability of the heart to pump.
Now, I just want to move on to another simple cause. Are you familiar with the phrase, I'm sure you are, sudden arrhythmic death syndrome?
Yes.
And it's accurate to say that sudden unexpected death with a normal heart at autopsy accounts for 5 to 10% of young adult sudden deaths.
Of natural deaths?
Of natural deaths, yes, sir.
Yes.
And now I'm not going to get this one right, but are you familiar with the acronym of CPVT?
No.
Catecholaminergic tachycardia. I probably butchered that up. Does that ring a bell?
Catecholaminergic?
Thank you. Yes.
I still don't know what the other two letters stand for.
Okay. Polymorphic ventricular tachycardia. I said it wrong again, but
That's probably another dysrhythmia.
okay.
Or tachycardia is a fast heartbeat.
Now, once again, in these types of causes of sudden unexpected death, in each one that we just briefly described, in each one of the cases, the person who then experiences sudden death can be viewed in the moments, whether it be minutes or a few minutes or seconds. They can be viewed by someone observing them as still moving or at times even talking until death results, correct?
Correct.
Then there are neurological causes for sudden unexpected death, correct?
Sure.
And they are arrhythmia linked. Am I right in saying that? They're linked to arrhythmias.
They can be.
And they're linked to hemorrhaging and stroke and things like that.
Sure.
And people can experience sudden unexpected death as a result of a neurological cause where they have up to that point not manifested any physical manifestation of illness, correct?
Correct.
Once again, moving on, there's pulmonary causes of sudden unexpected death, aren't there?
Yes.
And For instance, massive pulmonary embolism is the leading cause of sudden unexpected death in young adults, isn't it?
It's one of them, yes.
And this is one of those causes of death that can result from one of the triggers, including recent travel, right?
That's one of them, yes.
Hormonal therapy.
Yes.
Was she doing hormonal therapy?
And just moving on to two more examples, and we talked about it. There are also asphyxio causes of sudden and unexpected death, correct?
Correct.
Those asphyxio causes of sudden unexpected death, sometimes they're characterized as, they happen when someone is hanging or experiencing strangulation. Is that fair to say?
That is one cause of asphyxia, yes.
But asphyxia can be caused by a positional obstruction, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what a positional obstruction is in this context?
That would be something that either blocks your face so you can't breathe, or something that sometimes a car in a car accident will, or a better example, anything that if you have a heavy weight on your torso, sometimes that keeps you from being able to expand your lungs. This kind of death is called positional asphyxia.
I see. And is it the result of, as part of the mechanism for this is hypoxia results?
That's what happens, yes.
And the hypoxia, could you tell the jury what hypoxia is?
Hypoxia is just lack of oxygen.
And I'm not going to say it right, but I'll try. Vagal reflex pathway, a cause for sudden unexpected death?
Sure.
And that's also related to a form of asphyxia or compression stress?
It can be.
It can be. And can you just tell the jury briefly what the mechanism for that is?
A vagal, that usually causes a cardiac dysrhythmia as well.
Okay, and can that occur when there is some pressure on the vagal nerve?
Yes.
And where is the vagal nerve?
The vagus nerve is in the neck and upper portion of the chest.
So if something is putting pressure on the neck of an individual, that could result in this vagal reflex pathway or vaginal reflex issue that could result in sudden unexpected death.
Sure.
And that sudden unexpected death in that situation can occur, once again, in someone that simply has not manifested any physical problems to the observer.
Right, until the pressure is put on their neck.
Okay.
Sure.
And Dr. Atkinson, you know Dr. Mindy Hull, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And she is presently the Chief Medical Examiner of the Office of Chief Medical Examiner?
Correct.
I didn't say that right, but, and you're familiar with the fact that she has in fact presented to your colleagues at the Office of Chief Medical Examiner on causations involving and resulting in sudden unexpected death, aren't you?
Yes.
And so this topic of sudden unexpected death, you can find it in the research and you can find it in the experience of trained and professional medical examiners like yourself.
Of course.
So just to conclude, we can all agree, isn't it, that sudden unexpected death is rare, correct? Maybe I'm overstating that. I'm sorry.
People die suddenly quite often. but
All the time. He almost said all the
depending on
time.
what parameters you're talking about.
He almost said people die suddenly all the time. You see that? Larry Tipton just got him to admit that Mindy Hull, who is the head medical examiner in charge at his office, lectures on sudden unexpected death. Maybe that's where he got it from. He almost said people die suddenly all the time. Listen.
Sudden unexpected death is rare. Conclude. we can all agree, isn't it, that sudden unexpected death is rare, correct? Maybe I'm overstating that. I'm sorry.
People die suddenly quite often, but depending on what parameters you're talking about, in a young person that has no medical history, yes, it's rare.
Okay. It's rare for someone without medical history. You see it more often in the forensic setting than, say, someone sees it in just a non-forensic setting. Is that fair to say? Because that's part of your job.
Yes.
And it occurs in individuals who otherwise have never manifested any medical problem.
It can.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you very much.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
It can. Before
Right ahead.
redirect, let's just thank, let's thank Iceman for gifting 5 memberships, 10 new members here today. Thank you, Iceman Cometh, for gifting 5, and Susan CR also gifted 5 earlier. Thanks a lot. You guys are awesome. Oops. This is redirect.
Doctor, regarding the vagal reflex pathway and sudden unexpected deaths that result in that, how common is that in a healthy adult female with no medical history?
It depends on, definitely not common at all, but
In this case that you were working on, what evidence did you see of someone suffering from an injury to the vagal reflex pathway?
there was no evidence at all in this case
And
of any type of death,
okay,
or at least there was no body to autopsy.
so that's kind of a follow-up question to that. There's no body to autopsy. What would you have looked at in the body if you were looking for, say, an issue with the vagal reflex?
Well, something like a cardiac channelopathy can't be diagnosed at autopsy, but it's a diagnosis of exclusion that we only ever would put on a death certificate because it's so rare. If we did a full autopsy that excluded injuries, that excluded toxicology as a possible cause of death, that excluded all the far more likely causes of natural death, like pulmonary embolism or heart disease. So without doing an autopsy to exclude all those things, a sudden arrhythmia disorder is at the very bottom of the list of possibilities.
What would you have looked at
He's not helping himself, Greg Connor. Thanks, Bethany.
in a case to determine if someone died of hypoxia? In an autopsy, what would you have looked at?
That totally depends on what's causing the hypoxia. If it's a hanging or a strangulation, you would look for injuries of the neck, a ligature furrow on the neck. Other types of hypoxia would have other types of findings.
What would you look at during an autopsy to diagnose a pulmonary embolism?
You can actually see the pulmonary embolism. It's a clot that usually comes from the leg veins and goes into the pulmonary arteries. And you can see that inside of the pulmonary arteries.
What would you look at during an autopsy to diagnose some neurological cause of death?
Other than sometimes seizures that have no findings at autopsy, you could see bleeding is a subarachnoid hemorrhage from a burst aneurysm, for example.
And when you do an autopsy, how do you see the bleeding around the brainstem?
You can just see it with your eyes and take photographs of it.
You earlier described cardiac tamponade. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, that was bleeding into the pericardial sac.
Yes.
Would that be painful?
It can be painful.
Can it be painless? He's not helping
Now-
himself here. He should have not had any questions. He should have just,
With this matter,
sometimes you need to know when to stop as an attorney. You don't need to always hear the sound of your own voice. You can just let it go, because now he's creating more reasonable doubt, in my opinion, on redirect. Could be painful, maybe it's not. He's asking him about all of these things that could cause death, but there's no body and there's no tissue. There was no human tissue found on any of the rug, on any of the other items that he tested. And so he can't testify about DNA, and we don't know whose DNA it was, or if it was even blood. So I think, tell me if you think I'm wrong. There's a lot of differing opinions in the chat today, which is good. Because all it takes is one juror to hang a jury. Remember that. Here we go. Sometimes less is more.
what access did you have to determine a manner of death regarding this case, which was 23, forgive me. I want to make sure I get your number right.
I'm being disingenuous. Why? Because I don't see any evidence of murder. Retut says, in your attempt to be fair, you're being disingenuous. The Commonwealth needs to prove its case, and they need to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. And then that is a constitutional right that is afforded to each and every criminal defendant in Massachusetts and otherwise. I have not seen any proof of murder yet. So I apologize if you think I don't apologize if you think I'm being disingenuous. Every criminal defendant is innocent until proven guilty. So I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, he probably did it, so he must be guilty. I haven't seen it yet, and with moral certainty in Massachusetts. Sorry, not sorry. The guy was a con man. He's an admitted con man. He's pled guilty to charges involving fraud. Doesn't necessarily make him a murderer. And people are saying, well, why would he dispose of the body if he didn't kill her? He's going to get on the stand and explain that. And if he's a really, really good con man, maybe one juror is going to believe him. That's certainly going to be an interesting day. But if you listen to the opening statements, Larry Tipton gave an excuse of why he felt that he had to dispose of her body. And if he can convince the jury of that, Brian Walshe can, then we'll see. But right now, don't be mad at Melanie because the Constitution doesn't work the way you want it to. I know, listen, and if people are on a jury like, oh, well, he's sitting there. He's sitting there. He's sitting in the defendant's chair, so he must be guilty. I mean, look, that rug has blood all over it, so he must be guilty. I don't know. I haven't seen any direct evidence yet. If anybody can prove it to me, if you've seen direct evidence of murder, let me know. I haven't seen it yet. And Proctor will destroy the Commonwealth's case. That is a certainty upside down. So let's just see.
230493. What did the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner have access to determine a cause of death?
We did not determine a cause or manner of death
And why didn't you determine a
Here's your
cause or
answer.
manner of death?
because we had no body to autopsy.
With these sudden unexpected deaths that were reviewed with you, does someone have to have a physical injury in order for these to come on?
No.
So these can occur without a physical injury.
Yes.
And when you've had access to autopsies to make these findings, have you ever seen a sudden unexpected death where there were no injuries?
Yes.
Moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, you reviewed in when you have access to a body for an autopsy, what do you get access to as far as medical records?
We investigate where the person might have ever gone for medical care, sometimes from family members that will tell us, and we request records from all of those places. If we don't know that information, we sometimes send out a blind request to a lot of hospitals in the area.
And with some of these sudden unexpected deaths, do you also get access to statements of people who see the decedent right before they die?
Yes.
And so does that help you with a diagnosis?
Yes, it does.
And did you have any access to any statements regarding Miss Walsh before she died?
No.
With these sudden unexpected deaths that were reviewed through you, pulmonary, neurological, and the rest, how common are they with a healthy adult female?
How old is this?
39 years old?
They're very uncommon.
And on the effect of travel, there was some discussion of the effect of travel. And how would travel affect someone as far as a sudden unexpected death?
Generally, that refers to travel being a risk factor for pulmonary emboli or deep venous thrombosis, DVTs of the leg. And it usually occurs in very long flights where the person doesn't get up and move their legs.
And what do DVTs cause? Blood clots? Thank you. No further questions. What was also happening around this time? The panty. And I saw somebody telling this person to shut up, but I don't care because I highlighted the question anyway. Frankly, my dear said the jab also caused odd blood clots, more like protein clots that cause sudden death, all from the jab. A lot of people don't believe that. A lot of people do believe that. Remember what was also found in the dumpster was her Vax card. All it takes is one jury. All it takes is one juror to think that. That's all it takes. That's all I'm saying. Whether you believe it or not. It takes one juror. And there's 16 people sitting there from all walks of life and all ages and all races. Because we know the makeup of the jury.
How common is it in a flight, say that's 90 minutes?
Less common than a longer flight.
Nothing further on.
But
Any
it could still
recross?
happen. She had just been to Serbia. She'd been to Dublin.
Sometimes sudden unexpected death that you looked at, there's no injury at all.
Correct.
Thank you, Doctor.
Sometimes there's no
Doctor,
injury
you
at
may
all.
step down.
I mean, I don't know. I think that witness created a lot of reasonable doubt. There was no human tissue on that rug. I thought that's what he was there for, and he didn't say anything. He did not help the Commonwealth. Why did they call him? Just because they wanted to show those pictures of the rug?
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Call THERESA Marchese.
THERESA Marchese. I'm not I'm not sure who that is. I'm waiting for Yuri Buchanan.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you will give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Wait,
I'm going to ask if you can pull the microphone closer to you because it will help keep your voice nice and loud. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
THERESA Marchese, Marchese.
Where do you work, ma'am?
Washington, D.C.,
For what company?
Tishman Speyer.
And what is your role at Tishman Speyer?
I'm a managing director in the Human Capital Management Group.
How long have you been with Tishman Speyer?
Over 20 years.
And what are your responsibilities as the director of the Human Capital Management Group?
A variety of areas. We focus on hiring, recruitment, benefits, employee relations, essentially the life cycle of your employment within the company.
And would this touch upon human resources?
Yes,
Now, what is Tishman Speyer's business?
primarily real estate.
I'd like to ask you some questions about Anna Walsh. Are you familiar with Anna Walsh?
Yes,
When did you first meet Anna Walsh?
when I interviewed her in November of 2021.
And what position were you interviewing her for?
She had applied for a role in Boston, regional general manager role there.
And was Ms. Walsh subsequently hired?
Yes,
For what role?
I hired her for a role in Washington, D.C.
And why'd you hire her for a role in Washington, D.C.?
We had a role open for quite some time that we were looking for was someone who had a hospitality background, which Anna had, and I thought she would be better suited.
And when was she offered the job in Washington?
She started with us in February 2022 in Boston.
In Boston?
Yeah.
How long was she in Boston for before she transferred to Washington, D.C.?
I believe a month-ish.
Now, in your office space in Washington, and we'll try and let that pass. What's going on? In that office space in Washington, where was Ms. Walsh's desk in relation to yours?
We are in an open floor plan, and so there are 4 seats per quad, I guess. She was about 2 in front of me, I guess.
Now, when she moved to the D.C. area, did you learn where she moved to?
I did.
Where did she move to roughly?
Friendship Heights.
And what was her compensation when she joined Tishman Speyer?
$220,000 base.
And on top of the base, was there potential for a bonus?
Yes.
Now, did she receive any benefits as a result of becoming a member of Tishman Speyer?
Yes.
What did she receive as far as life insurance?
2 times her annual salary.
And what company provided that policy?
We did. MetLife.
MetLife, thank you.
Yeah.
Your Honor, at this point in time, the Commonwealth would enter into the policy, the MetLife life insurance policy for Anna Walsh as a stipulated to.
All right, we're marking it as 190, the MetLife policy for Anna Walsh.
Thanks, Gigi, for gifting 5 memberships and also for your
No
cash
worries.
app. Love you. She says, I'm the bestest. Thank you. Somebody else said that Brian Walsh has conned me. He certainly hasn't conned me because he hasn't said anything yet, and I haven't never spoken to him.
How much was the life insurance policy for?
2 times her annual base salary.
And are you familiar with who the beneficiaries were of the policy?
Yes.
Who are the beneficiaries?
Her husband and her 3 children.
Now, what were her responsibilities in working at the Washington, D.C. office for Tishman Speyer?
She was hired as a co-head of the property management group.
Okay. And so did she have specific properties she had to manage in D.C.?
She spent most of her time with us at the crossing, but her job was not just that building.
Okay. What other buildings did she have to manage?
Essentially, she had oversight to an extent. She shared it with her counterpart for all of our assets. So there were, honestly, I can't remember at the time how many we have. We're probably 5, 6 now.
Okay. Was there a building called the Mazza Gallery or Galleria?
So Mazza was a development site
Yes.
that we had. It was formerly a mall. Tishman Speyer purchased it under the grounds that we would redevelop, turn it into apartments and some retail.
And did she have any interplay? Did she have any responsibilities over that project?
Yes.
And you had earlier stated the crossing as well?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
What type of building was the crossing?
The crossing was a residential apartment building.
Now, in 2022,
Do you remember he was Googling Mazza Apartments, M-A-Z-Z-A? He was Googling that once or twice. I think it was more than once, like around Christmas time, I think.
did the Tishman Speyer offices in DC close for the New Year's holiday?
Yes. So New Year's, our holiday schedule rotates,
Okay.
but I believe New Year's Eve that year we were closed, or it was a floating holiday,
Okay.
and then New Year's Day we're closed.
Okay. And now, when was it the first day that people returned back to the Washington, D.C. offices, if you know?
January 3rd.
January 3rd.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, while you worked with Ms. Walsh, was there any problems with her as far as her employment?
No.
Were there any safety concerns for her as far as her employment?
No,
Did she require any physical accommodations while she was employed with you?
no.
When was the last time you saw Anna Walshe?
It was December. It was the 15th, perhaps. We had a women's event in the office.
And at this event in December, I take it was 2022.
Correct.
Okay. And what was her demeanor like at this event?
Normal, happy, social.
And did you see any injuries on Ms. Walshe when you were with her that night or that day at the women's event?
No.
Now, when did you first learn that Anna Walshe was missing?
January 4th.
And how were you alerted that Ms. Walshe was missing?
A coworker came over to let me know that her husband had called the crossing team looking for her.
So with this information, what did you do to try and with this information, what did you decide to do?
I said, you know, I'll reach out to him. Do you have a phone number?
Okay. And what was the name of the person you tried to reach out to?
Brian Walshe.
Now, where did you go to try and reach out to him? Did you call him from your office?
I called him from my cell phone.
Okay. Did anyone did you have anyone with you when you called him?
Yes.
Who was with you when you called him?
The first time I called, Jeff Chod was with me.
Who is Jeff Chod?
At the time, he was the head of our Washington, D.C. office.
That's another name that he Googled a couple of times, right? Jeff Chod. I don't know how they're spelling it, but he did Google him. He did Google him a couple of times, right?
And you said you called from your cell phone. About what time did you call Mr. Walshe that morning, January 4th?
Between 10 and 11.
Okay. And did you connect with him?
Yes.
All right. Now I want to ask you about that conversation. What did he tell you in that conversation about Anna Walshe being missing?
So I called, I introduced myself, I let him know who I was. And I just said how, you know, I understand you're looking for Anna, like how can we help?
Okay. And what did he tell you?
He said, so I talked to him multiple times that day.
Certainly.
So I believe in our first conversation, he stated he hasn't seen Anna since the 1st for New Year's Day. And he was looking for her and wanted to see if any of us had heard from her. And he specifically said, we have only gone 24 hours or more without seeing each other once. And the last time she was, I'm paraphrasing, but annoyed with me for, you know, looking for her too soon.
Okay.
Essentially.
Now, he said he was looking for it. Did he say why he was looking for her in Washington?
All right, hold on. He was annoyed at her?
He was looking for her, seen Anna since, and he stated he hasn't seen Anna since the 1st for New Year's Day. And he was looking for her and wanted to see if any of us had heard from her. And he specifically said, we have only gone 24 hours or more without seeing each other once. And the last time she was, I'm paraphrasing, but annoyed with me for, you know, looking for her too soon.
Okay.
She was away for work for weeks at a time. She only came back to Cohasset like every other weekend or something. So that's not accurate. Maybe she meant to say they only went without speaking to each other or hearing from each other 24 hours at the most, but they definitely saw each other. She was away a lot, is what I'm trying to say.
Essentially.
Now, he said he was looking for it. Did he say why he was looking for her in Washington?
Yes. he had said that there was a building emergency that she was called back for.
Were there any building emergencies in Washington, D.C. for the properties that Anna was managing at this point in time in January of 2023?
January of 2020, that date?
Well, between January 1st and January 4th of 2023.
I can confirm on January 1st, there was not.
Okay.
I'm not sure about
All right.
second, third, fourth.
So, but there was nothing, there were no emergencies on January 1st.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you're having this conversation with him. Do you offer to do anything during this conversation to help?
Yes.
What did you offer?
I had stated, Anna had shared with me where she lives, and it's not too far from my home. I'm happy to go by and just check to make sure she hasn't fallen.
Now, what was his demeanor like during this first conversation?
He was polite and calm and nice.
Okay, that's odd.
And how
I could go and make sure she hasn't fallen. Would that be the first thing you would think of in a healthy 39-year-old woman, is that she might have fallen and she can't get up? I've fallen and I can't get up. Remember that panic button they used to try and sell? It's just kind of odd. Had she fallen before?
how long was the conversation?
A few minutes.
And after the conversation was over and you had made this offer, what did you do?
A coworker, the one who originally told me about the phone call from the crossing team, offered to drive up with me to the house. And so we did that.
During the conversation with Mr. Walsh, this first one, did you ask him anything about Anna's mental health?
I did.
And what did you ask?
I asked if she had any mental health issues.
And what did he say?
He said, no, we just had a lovely holiday, New Year's with friends.
So I take it at this point,
Why would she ask if he had any mental health issues? Did she think that she had mental health issues? Did she think that maybe she had taken her own life? I have so many questions about this woman. She seems very angry to be there. And somebody said she also gave Brian a nasty look. It's hard to tell where she's looking because we don't have a wide shot of the courtroom, but
in time, you and the coworker went to Anna's home.
Correct.
And about what time do you think you got to Anna's home?
Between 10:30 and 11:30?
Okay. And again, it's your memory
Yeah.
that's controlling. So now, when you got to Ms. Walsh's home, what did it look like from the outside? What observations did you make?
Sure. It's a townhome.
Yes.
And so there were steps up to the front entrance. And so if you walk up the steps and you look on the left-hand side, there was an espresso box that was out and it was wet.
Okay. So there was a wet Nespresso box, and had it rained recently? Or what's this?
Yeah,
What would have affected? What was the issue of the wet Nespresso box?
On Monday and Tuesday it had rained, but on Wednesday it had not. So that led me to believe Anna had not been out of her home.
Okay. So,
day or before.
And I'm sorry, I interrupted you. So you see this. Do you have any further conversations with Mr. Walsh at this point in time?
Yes. So I notified him about the box. I saw a Google camera, like a doorbell camera or just a camera. And I asked him if he had access to it to check the records.
Did he have any access to it?
He said Anna is the tech one in the family. He does not handle that stuff.
And did you ask him about how to try and get inside the house?
So I remember I believe I turned the doorknob and I told him it was locked. And I looked in the window because there's a glass panel.
Yes.
And just to see if it looked like anything was broken into, and it didn't. The house was pretty immaculate.
Okay.
And so I walked down the steps and there was a garage there, and he said I have the garage code if you'd like to, if you can check.
So were you able to get into the garage with the code?
Yes.
What did the garage look like?
The garage was pretty clean as well. There were a few boxes and a painting.
And was there a car in there at this point?
A painting?
No.
A painting? Was it a fake Andy Warhol asking for a friend? And if Brian Walsh was having an affair with William Fastow, she definitely would not let Brian have access to the Ring camera footage of that apartment. I'm just saying.
Besides the boxes, did you see anything as far as seats or anything like that?
Yeah, so I saw either a car seat or a stroller. I don't remember right now.
And now, inside the garage, besides these objects, did you see anything out of order, anything broken or anything like that?
No.
And was there anybody in the garage when you got there?
Was there anyone in the garage?
Yeah, is there any
No.
person in the garage?
No.
And now we're going to compete with the heat. So I'm going to ask you can keep your voice up. All right.
Yeah.
So were you
Yes, Kim says that the radiator is really loud in the courtroom, really loud.
able to get inside the house?
No.
Okay. Why couldn't you get inside the house from the garage?
I just turned the doorknob to see if that was unlocked, and it was in fact locked.
So now you can't get inside the house. Do you have any further conversations with Mr. Walsh?
Yes.
Okay. And by the way, how are you calling him?
My cell phone.
Okay. And so now I want to ask you about the third conversation.
Okay.
When did this occur?
Either at my home, I believe was the third conversation.
Okay. And so what happened at this? So what happened between not getting into the house to the third conversation?
So on my way up to the house, I had spoken with our global head of security,
Yes. Who's that?
HUGH DUNLEAVY.
Okay.
He,
I'm going
Bring-
to ask you not to tell us what you and Mr. Dunleavy talked about,
Okay.
but that you had a conversation with Mr. Dunleavy.
correct.
Okay. After the conversation,
Okay, that's hearsay. She can't talk about her conversations with HUGH DUNLEAVY, but she can talk about her statements with Brian Walsh because Brian Walsh is a party. Brian Walsh is the defendant. So that's okay because he has the right to testify to say that she's lying, but she can't testify about her conversations with HUGH DUNLEAVY. And this is how normal people behave. They don't keep timelines, so she might not remember everything about what happened that day. It was almost 3 years ago. She had 3 conversations with him. Normal people don't keep timelines and notes of their conversations. And so her memory is not unusual for a witness for something that happened almost 3 years ago. She may have given a statement to the police at some time and they've got her statement and maybe she reviewed her statement, but she may not remember exactly what was said. That's why eyewitness testimony is some of the most least reliable testimony in a trial.
with Mr. Dunleavy, what did you do?
I conferenced him into our call with Brian.
Okay. So now I want to ask you about that call. So did you conferenced Mr. Dunleavy into a call with Brian?
Correct.
So you'd already called Brian before getting Mr. Dunleavy on the call?
Yeah, I believe that was the second call though.
Okay, the second call. So let me ask you about that second call, because I might have jumped ahead. With this conversation with Mr. Walsh, what was his demeanor like in the second conversation
So when HUGH joined,
prior to Mr. Dunleavy joining?
he was polite and calm and nice.
And what did you tell Mr. Walsh about bringing Mr. Dunleavy into this conversation?
I had said, HUGH is ex-Secret Service and you'll be in great hands.
And what was his demeanor like at that point in time in the conversation?
He sounded like he was crying and said he needed a minute and, very abruptly returned and said, okay.
And so at this point, after that moment, What did you do as far as trying to conference in Mr. Dunleavy?
He was on the phone.
Okay. And so when Mr. Walsh was upset, was Mr. Dunleavy already on the call, or was it before he was on the call?
It was when he was on the call.
Okay. So that's when Mr. Walsh became upset, just so I have the timeline right?
Correct.
Okay. And what happened after Mr. Walsh composed himself in the conversation?
I believe Hugh and I started to ask him a series of questions.
Okay. Did you ask him anything about on his car?
Yes.
What did he tell you about on his car?
We asked the make and the model and the color. He told us it was a gray Volkswagen Taos. We asked about the license plate. He did not know the license plate number. We asked if she had an easy pass. I don't recall
Okay.
what he said.
Did you ask him anything about the house itself?
I did. We asked him if he was on the deed or the mortgage, and if we call the police, if he would be able to grant permission to let someone in. And I believe he said he didn't know if he was on.
You didn't know? How do you not know?
He did not know if he was on the deed, but believed Anna was on the mortgage, I think.
Okay. And so did you ask him anything about how Anna traveled to DC?
I did.
What did he say?
So I had asked him myself without Hugh on our first conversation.
Yes.
When he told me that she had to leave for an emergency, and he told me she told him she was flying to DC, and I had said on American, and he said American or JetBlue. I'm not sure which one.
During this conversation with you, Mr. Dunleavy and Mr. Walsh, what did you ask him about calling hospitals?
So back to the second conversation, Hugh and I again asked him how Anna typically came to DC.
Yes.
And at that point, he said he didn't know if she drove, train, car, flew. And I believe he said he thought she flew. Then, proceeding to ask questions, we asked if he has called any hospitals. And I let him know that I had asked someone in our DC office to call the local hospitals in DC. And she had called Sibley, Suburban, and GW, George Washington. And Anna was not there, and recommended he do the same in Boston.
And what did Mr. Dunleavy say to him? What was the conversation of calling the police?
Towards the end of the conversation, when we were going through what friends he may have reached out to, suggesting to call hospitals, Hugh had stated to hang up and call the police immediately.
And now, when was the next conversation with Mr. Walsh? Was this at your home?
Correct.
Okay. So this conversation with Mr. Dunleavy, this is part of conversation 2.
Correct.
Okay. So where did conversation 3 take place for you?
My dining room table.
Why did you go to your dining room table from the Walsh residence?
Sure. So after we hung up, I actually went to Starbucks first and called Hugh to say,
I'm not going to ask you what you said with Mr. Dunleavy. I apologize.
Right.
But what I want to ask is more or less like your movements and where you went. So you went to Starbucks and you had a conversation with Mr. Dunleavy.
Correct.
Okay. Now, after having your conversation with Mr. Dunleavy, where did you go next?
My home.
Okay. Did anyone go with you to your home?
My coworker that drove me.
Okay. So then you're at your home. When is it, how long are you at home before you have your third conversation with Mr. Walsh?
So it was close to 1 p.m.
Okay. And what was the subject of this conversation? Can you tell us about it?
Yes. I can't recall. I know I spoke 4 times to him. I can't recall 3 or 4 if I called him or he called me, or if Hugh had asked me to call him.
Did he mention anything about filing a police report?
Yes.
What did he say?
So Brian called me to let me know that he had just hung up with the police and they were filing a police report.
And did he say anything about calling Anna's friends or acquaintances?
Yes.
What did he say?
He mentioned he called someone named Alyssa and someone named Amdullah or Abdullah.
Okay. What was his demeanor like in this phone call?
Polite, calm, the same.
The same.
Mhm.
What did he mention about private investigators?
At the end of the conversation, he had said his mother wanted to hire a private investigator.
Overruled.
Okay. And then, now, did you have
Remember,
a
this is on the
fourth
4th.
phone call with him?
This is on the 4th. And we know from all of our pretrial work that his mother hired an investigator. I don't know if it was around Christmas or right after Christmas, but it was definitely before the 4th. But he told her his mother wanted to hire a private investigator, because we had a lot of back and forth discussion about whether he knew about the private investigator or not and whether he knew about the affair. So that's interesting. Hold on.
Overruled.
Okay. And then,
To hire a private. At the end of the conversation, he had said his mother wanted to hire a private investigator.
Overruled.
okay. And then, now, did you have a fourth phone call with him?
I did.
And about what time do you think the fourth phone call was?
I don't recall.
That's okay. And do you have any memory of the fourth phone call?
Yes.
Okay. What's your memory of the fourth phone call?
Give me a second.
It's okay.
At some point, I know was to text him Hugh's phone number.
Okay.
I know we were talking about the hospitals, friends, private investigator. Yeah, to be honest, I don't know if the private investigator was on the fourth call or the third, so we might have blended. Yeah.
Understandable. It's been 3 years. Now, ma'am, in addition to having phone calls, did you have any other ways of communicating with the person you thought to be Brian Walsh that day?
There were text messages.
There were text messages. Your Honor, may I approach with Exhibit 163?
You may.
Right. If the boyfriend already went to the townhouse, why did she go there? Or why did he go there if she already went? Who
If you
went
take a look at
first?
Exhibit 163, it's 2-page. It's front and back.
Okay.
Between you and the Brian Walshes.
Yes.
If you could just say that into the microphone.
Yes.
Okay. So, when you were texting him and he was texting you, there was a reference to, in the last text, are there Tishman Speyer personnel at the Mazda building? Thanks. Did you respond to that text?
I did not.
So that was the last communication you had with Mr. Walsh.
Correct.
Now, Were there any further phone calls after that?
After the January 5th text message,
They got to tie this Mazda building information up for me soon because he searched it and that's the one text message she doesn't answer when he asks, were there any Tishman Speyer people located at the Mazda building? I have a lot of questions. We're all lost, Heather. You're not the only one.
no.
Yeah, okay, exactly. So there's no further communication with Mr. Walsh after the January 5th text message?
Correct.
Had you ever talked to Anna Walsh about having the children in DC, her children in DC?
Yes.
What did she tell you about having her children in DC?
We talked a few times about it.
Okay, this is important. So if your mind has started to wander, people are saying, why? The kids had never been to DC. Why were their bedrooms set up? Why was there a stroller or a car seat in the garage? She's allowed to talk about what Anna told her because Anna is not here to tell us what she told her. So this too, we'll see how far they get with an exception to the hearsay rule. What did Anna tell you about bringing the kids to DC?
I'd say the first time was when she was, taking the offer and moving. We
Yes.
would talk about different areas and schools. And she had said that she would probably bring them down. I think the first time was in the summer, which made sense when they get out of school.
And was there a subsequent conversation about the children coming down after the summer?
Yeah, so I believe in the summer or at an event, we had chatted and she had mentioned to me that they'd be coming down in September.
And were there any further conversations after September about the children moving down to DC?
No.
Okay. Now, after seeing Anna Walsh at the women's event for Tishman Speyer in December, have you seen Anna Walsh since?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, let's see if he can do something on cross. I was thinking that too,
Morning.
Blueberry Girl, like maybe the grandma did not want those kids moving to DC. We've seen that in other cases. Adelson and others.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but basically what you do, Tishman Speyer is in human resources.
Yes.
And what was the title that you told the jury?
Managing director.
Could I ask you to speak up?
Managing director.
Attorney Tipton, can I ask you to speak up?
Thank you, Judge.
I apologize, Judge. And as part of your role as the Managing Director of Human Resources, you are responsible for, or your office is for keeping track of sick days and things like that of your employees.
We have systems that we use to keep track of days for our employees.
And one of the items of information that you provided to investigators in this case was Anna Walsh's information regarding 6 days she had taken, correct?
A document I provided, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yes.
And that document only goes up to December 7th, doesn't it? It doesn't extend into the full month of December, does it?
I don't recall.
And do you recall that those that Anna Walsh took sick days beginning sometime in December 1st, and her reason for it was attending to her mother's surgery? Do you remember that?
I do not recall if they were sick days or vacation days.
Okay. In any event, did she ever inform you that she was going to go to Dublin?
No.
And so, as far as you know, in all the records you have regarding Anna Walsh, there's nothing to indicate that she ever went to Dublin, as
No.
far as you sit here today.
No.
Okay. And you mentioned the crossing a few times in your testimony. Can you just tell the jury once again, what is the crossing when you refer to that?
The Crossing is a residential apartment building that we own in Washington, D.C.
And how many units does it have? Approximately.
800?
Okay. And is it fair to say that the Crossing is considered to be pretty much kind of a high-end residence in the DC area?
It's your standard modern apartment building with amenities and a pool, rooftop pool. If that is high end, yes.
Okay. All right. And it's fair to say that you, if I heard you right, that were your offices at the Crossing?
No,
But you mentioned that you were at the Crossing at various times.
I did not mention that I was at the Crossing various times.
Then I misunderstood you.
I have been to the Crossing. Yes.
Okay. And as part of your role as human resource and the managing director, you would be aware of the fact that if there were in fact problems at various buildings, wouldn't you?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Are you aware, if I may?
Is this where the spy stuff is going to come in?
When it comes to human resources, is it fair to say that if there's a problem with an employee's performance, human resources would hear about it and deal with it?
Maybe Legionnaires.
And if, for instance, the tenants of a particular property that was managed by Tishman Speyer were complaining about something at the properties, and they were complaining about some of the management that was occurring at the properties, you'd hear about it, and you would be involved in trying to deal with whatever problem was being reported.
Human resources team would be involved. Me specifically, not a guarantee.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. You're aware of the fact that on or around October of 2022, there was a Legionnaire health issue that was raised by the Department of Health for the District of Columbia at the Crossing.
I had heard that there was an issue with Legionnaires.
Okay, and in fact, eventually at the Crossing, on or around October, November, and leading into December of 2022, the Department of Health of DC required that notices be placed at the Crossing informing the tenants that there had been 2 cases of Legionnaire's disease associated with the Crossing.
What's the question?
You're aware of that, aren't you?
I am not.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact that Are you aware of the fact that Anna Walshe was dealing?
Carl, you worked for Tishman. They manage that building. Wouldn't you be concerned about Legionnaires? Come on. You're HR. Wow.
What's the question?
You're aware of that, aren't you?
I am not.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact that Anna Walshe was dealing with the Department of Health of DC, dealing with this Legionnaire's issue that had been detected at the Crossing?
I am aware that as part of Anna's role, she would interact if this were an issue. I do not specifically know if she emailed, if she spoke to someone, if others were involved.
That's
Yes.
an HR nightmare, Robin says. I agree.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
That's an HR nightmare. Maybe she feels like she's not allowed to talk about
I'm just going
it.
to show you what's been marked for IDK.
Okay.
And do not read it, but I'm just asking for you to look at it and tell us if you've ever seen one.
So you don't want me to read it out loud, but I can read it to myself.
Yeah, she's
Okay.
she's laughing now. She's smiling a little bit. She's like, "Oh, here's the letter from the Department of Health or the Board of Health." Uh-oh.
Is there something you want me to look for?
I'm going to ask you if
Okay.
you've had time to review it.
I mean,
And I'm not going to ask you details. I'm just going to ask you one simple question.
sure.
Have you ever seen that letter?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. You could have, but you might not remember.
Really?
Correct. Yeah.
And then are you aware that that is posted on, yes or no, posted on the Tishman Speyer website?
No.
Are you aware of the fact, and I'm just going to approach Stranger Things. Are you aware of any tenant association meetings where they complained about the performance of Anna Walshe in conjunction with the information in that letter?
I am aware that there were tenant association meetings.
Mhm.
I am not aware that they complained specifically about Anna.
Okay. You are aware, though, if I understanding your answer, that the tenants were complaining. You're just not sure if they were complaining about Anna Walshe.
There were quite a few complaints
Okay.
from the tenants for a variety of issues.
About Anna?
Okay. Dealing with the management of the crossing location.
Various things that happened at Crossing.
And does that include, an issue that arose around the middle part of 2022, where the FBI became involved in the arrest of 2 residents
Ding, ding, ding.
living at the crossing?
What is the question?
See counsel at the side of the bench.
Yeah, this is where the whole spy thing comes in. Mid 2022 at the crossing. Those 2 guys are serving time in federal prison. We went over this pre-trial. We didn't know if it was going to come in, and I don't think the judge wants it in, but there were complaints about Anna Walshe, and so maybe she opened the door there, because remember, the tenants at the crossing were complaining that Anna Walshe was not being truthful about those 2 men who were tenants in the building and pretended to be some sort of Secret Service, FBI type, and the FBI got involved. See if it's coming in. Here we are.
So just yes or no, if you can. Are you aware of the FBI becoming involved, and without going into details about it, the FBI being involved in some arrest of 2 individuals who lived at the crossing?
Yes.
Okay. And once again, that occurred when Anna Walshe was assigned to manage the crossing.
It occurred in April.
Mhm.
I do not remember if Anna was physically there when it happened or if she came within a week or 2 of that, but she was working on that situation with us.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, there are certain benefits, employee benefits, that Tishman Speyer provides to his employees, correct?
Correct.
And we already know that you provided life insurance at 2 times their base salary, correct?
Correct.
And the beneficiary on this particular policy involved Mr. Walshe and the 3 boys, correct?
Correct.
Now, there's other benefits that accrue to the employees, like Anna Walshe, and it's health benefits, correct? Health insurance?
Correct.
And in fact, isn't it true that Tishman Speyer also offers to some of its employees a discounted rental rate at some of your properties if they choose to live there? They get a little bit of a discount.
Not 100% accurate.
Okay, tell us what, you explain it.
They're at the crossing,
Mhm.
and perhaps, actually, I don't know all of the city's rules. At the crossing, yes, there was a discount provided to 2 employees, I believe.
Okay, so a discount provided if they chose to reside at the crossing.
Correct.
Okay, and there's also, with regards to benefits, and in your capacity as the managing director of human resource, that in fact you have to kind of set forth what you want as benefits for the next year, so to speak. And that usually occurs around November of the preceding year. Is that fair to say?
Open enrollment?
Open enrollment.
Yes.
Okay. And your policies state that if there is a qualifying change in status, then some of the things like the benefits that your employees receive, like life insurance or anything, something like that, that they can then change some of their benefits. For instance, they could change their beneficiary, they could change their health insurance, who gets health insurance, correct? They can change it.
You're referring to during open enrollment?
I'm actually, yes, well, let's start with that. In open enrollment, yes, I'm asking you that.
Okay. During open enrollment, you can make changes to your medical, dental, vision plan. Life insurance and long-term disability are typically, long-term disability is a one-time deal, typically, when you are hired. There are occasions on certain years where we may work with the carriers to allow employees to have another open enrollment opportunity. I do not recall if that happened in Anna's tenure with us. Life insurance is given to everyone upon hire. There is an opportunity to purchase supplemental life insurance. That is typically upon hire. And then there are some, similarly, we may do an open enrollment for it. And depending on your election amount, it may be automatic or you may be required to do additional questionnaire. And then there are other benefits such as transit or different things along those lines as well.
Okay, now aside from open enrollment in that particular area, if someone needs to change something later on, they could only change it if there was a qualifying change in status event, correct?
Qualifying life event.
Okay, and one of those events includes divorce.
Correct.
And it's fair to say that Anna Walshe never brought up, raised, discussed with Human Resources anything about what would happen if she got a divorce or anything of the sort.
Correct.
Sustained as to form.
To the best of your knowledge, Anna Walshe never came to Human Resources and discussed anything with regards to a divorce and her benefits that she received from Speyer. Sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
Sustained.
It's fair to say that Anna Walshe worked long hours.
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
At times, we're not hourly, not everybody is hourly employees. Anna was not an hourly employee. At times, she could stay late or come early.
All right. And she would just be required to manage those properties. And sometimes she had to work long hours, I suppose, to manage those properties and deal with the problems with the properties.
She had a team on site to support. But there are occasions where I'm sure she stayed later or came early.
Was the first time you ever had a conversation that you recall with Mr. Brian Walshe, was that on January 4th?
Yes,
You had never talked to him before?
correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, Brian Walshe had never called Human Resources and asked about what benefits he had or to ask to change the benefits that Anna Walshe had, did he?
Correct.
You mentioned a name of Jeff Chod. I probably said that last name wrong.
Chad,
Okay. What is his role at Tishman Speyer?
he is no longer with the company.
What was his role in 2022?
He was the head of our Washington, D.C. region.
And did he in fact work with or supervise Anna Walshe?
Yes,
And would he be somebody that somebody might contact if they wanted to get in touch with Anna Walshe?
not necessarily.
But that would be somebody that worked with her and supervised her, correct?
Yes,
And to the best of your knowledge, do you know if Brian Walshe ever reached out and tried to contact Jeff Chod?
I do not know.
To the best of your knowledge, let me ask it a different way. Was Human Resources and your team, were they also involved in assessing some employees' performance so they would be entitled to receive a bonus based on their performance?
You're asking if the HR team determines bonuses.
Well, let's ask it that way then. You can answer that yes or no.
The
If you
HR
can.
team is part of the process.
Okay,
Yes.
that's fair. And it's a better way of putting it. So let me ask you this. So Human Resources would, it would be a process to evaluate someone's performance to make a determination of whether they got a bonus during a year.
Yes, there's a formal process.
And so complaints about poor performance would have a negative impact or a possible negative impact on someone receiving a bonus.
It could.
It could. And it depends on what the complaint was and what everybody on this team considered and discussed, correct?
Everybody on the HR team
Yes. And
considered and discussed. It's a very broad statement. So are we focused on Anna or just our company?
your company policy in general. I'm not focused on that right now.
Okay. Then what was the question again?
That there's a team put together at Tishman Speyer, and part of their role is to evaluate whether someone's performance warrants them getting a bonus in salary for a particular pay period.
There are multiple people involved. Yes.
And so they evaluate the performance.
Compensation.
Okay. And Anna Walshe, being an employee, would also have her performance evaluated to determine if she would receive a bonus.
Yes.
Can I just have a second?
Yes.
Take all the seconds.
Thank you very much.
Any redirect?
Brief, Your Honor. And the Friday after Thanksgiving, is that a holiday for Tishman Speyer?
It is a floating holiday, which means typically the corporate office is closed and those employees are not required to work. But there are people in property management and some hourly roles that may be required pending the building leases, essentially.
Could Anna observe that as a floating holiday?
Say that again?
Could Anna Walshe observe the Friday after Thanksgiving as a floating holiday?
She could, yeah.
Do you know if Anna Walshe received bonuses as a result of her compensation at Tishman Speyer?
She did.
And what type of employee was Anna Walshe?
She received, she was a good employee. She was on time or early.
Okay.
She,
And these various complaints from the crossing, did that have any impact on Anna's compensation?
from the tenants at the crossing?
Yes.
No.
What about the FBI raid that occurred within weeks of her starting? Did that have any effects on her? Or her perception as a good employee at Tishman Speyer?
Anna had nothing to do with that FBI raid.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any recross? The witness may step down. Thank you.
I mean, I feel like the door was opened a little bit more on the FBI raid situation.
On with my calls next. Oh. 103.
Time for the break.
Head out for your morning break. Be back in 20 to 30 minutes.
All right, we have time, room to move here because we are behind on the break. So let's see. Right now it is 11:16. They're coming back at 11:30. Let's check in with Kim, who's sitting in the courtroom. Yellow lead Bedero. She got some notes for us. And here's what she says. She said, my biggest takeaway from the morning so far was that the medical examiner was never asked if there was human tissue on the tools. Did the medical examiner examine the tools too? Or just the carpet? Now I don't recall, but I remember the pictures coming in through him. She says the juror that she has named juror number 3 gave a very big head nod when the medical examiner stated there was no body. And remember, these are just Kim's impressions from sitting in the courtroom and watching the jury and watching the witnesses and listening to the testimony. She said that Larry Tipton holds the jury's attention much more than Greg Connor, the prosecutor. She says that she finds Brian to be very robotic after 3 days, and she's been in the courtroom for 3 days, and he seems very robotic. Seeing his movements, his head nod to his mother is identical every single day. She said to her, the amount of reasons for sudden death, including travel, extensive workout, was kind of crazy. With so many things can cause sudden death, and the jurors were very, very interested in that, in all of the things that can cause sudden death. One of the jurors, she said, and the Tishman Speyer employee, the HR head that we just saw testify, could be sisters. And she said that to her, the HR rep seemed very likable and honest, and the jury did not like when Larry Tipton was kind of riding her a little bit. Oh, that they did like it. Wait a second. The jurors did like when Larry Tipton was kind of riding her a little bit. And they never went anywhere with the crossing and the FBI raid at the crossing building. And I think that's because the judge wasn't going to allow it in. Let's go to the chat, shall we? Pauline says, do you think Tipton knows it's on his DNA? Well, I think that Tipton knows the results of the DNA testing, but we have not heard from any DNA expert yet or any DNA criminologist from the Massachusetts State Crime Lab to come in and testify about the DNA. So I'm sure he knows the results of it, but we don't know the results of it. And we won't know until if and when they call someone to testify. Thanks, Daisy Duke, for agreeing with me. I don't know what it was about, but it was way back when. And South Boston Kev is here. And welcome if you're caught up already. Thanks for your super chat and for tuning in from across the pond. Gigi gifted 5 memberships because you know why? She's amazing. And Skybell gifted a membership. So thank you very much. Appreciate you guys so much. There's special emojis for members. Check them out. Mama Cass KT says, good morning. It's going to be a great week. There's over 8,000 people here. Go slap the like button and subscribe while you're here. It's free. Do all the things that YouTube likes. Oh, all right. Kim is correcting her. They did not like it. So the jurors did not like it when Larry Tipton was riding the HR exec. Okay. Got it. Thank you, Mama Cass, for 20. Anna says there's no way that she is sitting well with the jury. It seems like from what Kim's telling us from inside the courtroom that the jury found her likable and honest. And I just want to remind you guys in the chat, because I know you guys are classy and we try to keep it classy. Like, you don't realize how many people come back and read the chat on the replay. Witnesses will come back and read the chat on the replay. So please just be kind. If you're going to type something and hit send on something that maybe this woman would not like to read when she comes back here, let's just, think before you hit send, because the mods are on it and they'll delete it anyway. But just, I don't know. The families read stuff. Remember when we were covering Penny McGee? Her daughter was watching the trial with us every single day. No, I'm sorry. That wasn't Penny McGee. And that was not Penny McGee's daughter. It was Katie McLean's daughter when we were covering the Harry Turk trial. Carrie McLean's. Oh, thank you, Mitchell, for reminding me about the badass affirmation of the day. Katie McLean's daughter was watching with us every single day. And so, you just have to kind of be mindful because the family could be watching. Where's my deck of cards? Hang on. Usually they're right here. Might take me a minute to find them, Mitchell, but I will. Kelly says 2 people said inner garage door locked. Yeah, the garage from the inside, the door from inside the garage to the house. William Fastow said it was unlocked, so he went in. He must have unlocked it with the key and lied about it. Just an observation. Yeah, I don't know who got there first. Or did he go in first and then lock it on his way out? That's a great question. I'd have to go back and see about the timing of that. If anybody knows for sure, let me know. Hold on, Susan. I'm going to save that question for later. Ellen, thanks for your 20, says, I find it amazing the shift in witnesses when they're being crossed. People are so transparent to their bias. Right. Perhaps, or perhaps they're nervous, or perhaps she's walking a fine line because she's in HR and she doesn't want it out there that, they were dealing with a Legionnaire's outbreak and they didn't want anybody to know about it at the time. But I feel like Larry Tipton is getting it all out there. I feel like he's doing a good job poking holes. Listen, he's a public defender. He's a private attorney that also takes cases as a public defender, and he's doing this one as a public defender. And if you know anything about the strike that's going on in Massachusetts, you know how much the public defenders make. Something like, I don't know, $60 an hour, whatever it is. They're not happy. So many of them are on strike, and like hundreds of defendants recently had to have their charges dismissed without prejudice because they could not find attorneys to have them, to appoint to them. Thank you very much, Ellen, for your super chat. Yeah, I think he's doing a great job at hole poking. And just like his job is to create reasonable doubt. I just want to see. I had the Legionnaire's letter, but there seem to be a lot of you who aren't aware of what happened with the FBI raid. And I can pull that article up if you guys want to hear about that. Because we don't know. We don't know if the jury's going to get to hear any more about it. Thank you, Gigi, for your $25 cash app. She says, just because you're the best. No, Gigi, you're the best. Catherine, thank you for your Venmo. Very much. Thank you so much. And Danielle says, thank you for your Venmo. She says, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you too. You want to see the article? Okay, this is from the New York Post. And this is an article that was published January 13th, 2023. And this at the time was an exclusive. Oh, Kim says that the ME, the medical examiner, was asked on direct if he examined the tools for human tissue, but he was never asked if any was found. Maybe that's why, because none was found. I have to think that, because otherwise Greg Conner, I mean, we know Greg Conner he's the top prosecutor in the Norfolk DA's office, according to everyone who works there. So I can't imagine that he just forgot to ask. The answer must just be no, they didn't find any human tissue. So right now, I'm not so convinced of even the dismembering. And he didn't plead guilty to that. He pled guilty to disposing of her remains, not the actual dismemberment. All right, this is the exclusive. This is on January 13th of 2023. Remember, she went missing on New Year's Day, 2023. And you can find this in the New York Post. Exclusive. Residents of Anna Walshe managed DC building fear phony agents cover-up. Missing Massachusetts mom Anna Walshe managed a luxury Washington, D.C. apartment building infiltrated by phony federal agents, and residents say she was hiding information about the bizarre episode. members of the tenant association in the Crossing building, which houses journalists and government workers in the upstart Navy Yard neighborhood near the Capitol, say they fear that, I'm going to butcher this name, Aryan Taherzadeh and Hyder Ali will avoid a full public airing of their actions, and that Walsh's employer, Tishman Speyer, is withholding scandalous details from them. Walsh, 39, was described to the Post as very forceful and shady, and that's in quotes, in her handling of the aftermath of the scandal, even claiming to tenants on one occasion that she wasn't on a Walsh in an apparent effort to duck their questions following the April 6th FBI raid that busted Ali and Taherzadeh. And I've looked this up in Pacer, and these two guys are serving time right now in federal prison. Taherzadeh pled guilty in August to crimes including conspiracy, unlawful possession of a large capacity ammunition feeding device, and voyeurism. Ali pleaded guilty in October to conspiracy, bank fraud, and unlawful possession of a large capacity ammunition feeding device. He'll be sentenced February 24th. Taherzadeh does not have a sentencing date set. So remember, this was January 2023. Many questions remain unanswered about the bizarre case in which the duo stockpiled tactical gear, weapons, ammunition, and surveillance equipment while providing free rent to a Secret Service agent and lavishing gifts and flashing badges to an array of local and federal law enforcement officers while claiming to represent the non-existent U.S. Special Police. This picture of Brian and Anna in happier days. One tenant provided the Post with a photo of what one of the imposters said was a master key code, meaning they may have been able to plant cameras throughout the building, as questions remain about whether they were associated with foreign actors. I'm very concerned about the voyeurism allegations after the men pled guilty. I attempted multiple times to gain information regarding which areas and units had been impacted and if mine had been one of them, but I never received any answers. A female member of the Tenants Association Board, who asked not to be identified by name, told the Post. Quote, I believe the management team here is doing everything they can to avoid sharing any information about the situation at all, even information not covered by an investigation, which makes me believe the information they are withholding could be considerably detrimental to them. A person who lived in the complex and was close to the two men, whom building management leaned on when security issues occurred, said that, quote, I was able to witness much of the infiltration's inner workings. They were able to establish audio and video surveillance in and outside their units, as well as potentially other areas of the property. Quote, I personally viewed on Anna's phone video footage showing residents engaged in nefarious behavior from cameras in other areas of the building, which were not connected to the ones in their individual units, sources said. And this is, this photo says a resident of the apartment complex shared with the Post a photo taken of Aryan Taherzadeh's phone on May 7, 2021, purporting to show a building master code. Quotes, at times, Aryan had used cameras throughout the property to find me rather than call when he wanted to talk to me in person, which made it obvious that either he either had access to the building's common area cameras or he was able to establish his own system throughout the property. Furthermore, Aryan and Hyder had expressed that specific cameras in the building were theirs and not management's. A lot of weird stuff here, right? Walshe, a mother of three who lived in Massachusetts but traveled often to D.C., was a regional manager for Tishman Speyer. There does not currently appear to be a link between her disappearance on New Year's Day and the phony agent scandal that rocked D.C. Walsh's husband, Brian, a 46-year-old convicted con man, was arrested Sunday for allegedly lying to police. He reportedly bought $450 worth of cleaning supplies on January 2nd. And this is one of the federal defendants in that case arising out of the Crossing apartment building. Hyder Ali and his scamming partner, Aryan Taherzadeh, created a fake covert law enforcement agency. One tenant who requested anonymity to share candid recollections about Anna Walsh called her a wolf in sheep's clothing, and a very fake person who alternated between a power woman persona and a meek manner while seeking to shut down or placate inquiries about how HUGH and THERESA managed to score 5 units in the upscale building, for which they allegedly failed to pay $222,000 in rent from late 2020 through spring of 2022. Walshe, quote, lied to police and said things she wanted you to hear in the moment, end quote, one resident recalled. At the time of her disappearance, Walshe was on the receiving end of resident demands for the results of an internal security review. Walshe participated. They're back and they're going to sidebar. So I will continue reading for you while we wait on the sidebar. Walshe participated in a September 19th meeting with the Tenant Association board and wouldn't share any information about the status of the review, which the company first disclosed in a May email to residents. Representative of Tishman Speyer, which manages an array of other properties, including Manhattan's famous 30 Rock, defended the company Friday, telling the Post that after the September meeting with the tenants, no additional questions were ever submitted to building management. Well, the HR representative said she had a lot of complaints against Anna. It sounded like, right? The Tenant Association fired back, telling the Post that questions were raised before and during the meeting that were not answered, and that additional verbal follow-ups were pursued. Setting up the September meeting, an association member said, was like pulling teeth. The corporate rep also pointed the Post to a May 5th email to tenants before the voyeurism allegations emerged, attempting to reassure renters after a preliminary internal review. The communication said the company confirmed that neither of defendants' codes was used or could have been used to enter any other residents' units. Yes. Sounds like she may have been involved with some dangerous people. I don't know.
All right, to the court, please. Jurors,
That's why
that
a lot
jury.
of people thought initially that this could have been some sort of like spy thing or Gone Girl thing, but he has admitted to disposing of her remains.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
May I proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would recall Davis Gould.
They're recalling Davis Gould.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you give in the cause now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, could you state your name for the record?
My name is Davis Gould, spelled D-A-V-I-S, last name G-O-U-L-D.
And you previously testified in this matter, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
All right. First question I want to ask you, sir, is during your testimony, you stated you went to what crime lab to put the evidence into the LIMS system?
I stated I went to the Danvers State Police Crime Laboratory.
And subsequently, you had the opportunity to reflect on that. What crime lab did you go to?
The Sudbury location.
Why did you initially think you went to Danvers?
The Danvers location is closest to Peabody. That's the lab I typically respond to after I go to scenes. Sudbury houses larger evidence storage and drying cabinets. So upon reflection, I went to that location in order to submit the quantity of evidence I had for drying.
So speaking of that, I want to ask you, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm putting a piece of parchment paper on the witness bench, and I'm showing you what was marked as Exhibit 131. I'm going to ask you to put on some gloves. Sir, can you state what Exhibit 131 says on the exterior of the bag?
Yes, it says black jacket with pair of black socks and bracelet from bag number 1.
All right. Now, when you were in court the other day and testifying, you didn't pull the black jacket out upon my request. Isn't that fair to say?
That's correct.
All right. Now, That bag, can you open it up and pull out the black jacket?
Yes.
Besides the jacket, sir, which you put in the bag, is there anything else in the bag?
No.
Okay. You can put the jacket back in the bag.
Okay, why does he stand in front of him every time he shows the evidence to the jury? Because we can't see it. I want to see the jacket. Right. They put it out on, he didn't call it butcher paper. He called it something else. Remind me what he said.
Besides the jacket, sir, which you put in the bag, is there anything else in the bag?
No.
Okay. You can put the jacket back in the bag.
All right. So there, he had originally said there was also a bracelet in the bag, and now there's only a jacket in the bag. So they need to bench paper is what he said, right? Bench paper. So now he has to recall him to correct his testimony.
131 back to you. I'm going to put that over by the evidence. What was done with Exhibit 131, sir?
This item was placed into a drying cabinet in order to dry at the Sudbury Crime Laboratory.
What about the socks and the bracelet?
Those were also placed into a drying cabinet in order to dry.
What was done with the socks and the bracelet that were originally in the bag with the jacket?
After a period of a few days, in order for the items to dry, the evidence control unit repackaged those items that were now dry into their own individual brown paper bags.
All right, I'm showing you now, sir, what was marked as Exhibit 134, brown paper bag containing bracelet. Can you look inside that, sir?
Yes.
No, you said bench paper. It wasn't parchment paper, it's bench paper. Like lab bench paper.
Is there a bracelet inside that?
Yes, there is.
Now, what did you do to confirm that that was the bracelet that was from the jacket pocket of Exhibit 131?
The chain of custody in our laboratory information management system, the LIMS program, shows the history of the item going into the drying cabinet and then being taken out after drying several days later and packaged into its individual brown paper bag by the evidence control unit.
And is that a protocol of what happens to an item once it's placed in a drying cabinet?
Correct. That's standard lab policy to then separate the individual items after they're dry.
And did you do anything as far as looking at additional photographs to confirm?
I did, yes.
What did you do?
I looked at the lab photographs from the bench analysis that was done on the large bag labeled black jacket, socks, and bracelet. And the only item at the time of analysis was the black jacket inside of the bag.
And I'm handing you another brown paper bag, and I'm going to ask you to recognize the item inside.
Okay, just to settle the dispute. Today, he said parchment paper. The first time that he testified, because he's already testified, he's being recalled. The first time he testified, he said bench paper. Today, he said parchment paper. Is it the same thing? I don't know. I don't work in a lab. What he is saying now, though, is that they have a drying cabinet there, and that's where the wet clothing was placed, in a drying cabinet. They did not do that for murdered Boston police officer John O'Keefe. They didn't use a drying cabinet. What they used was they put it on, what did they call it? Butcher paper in the Norfolk DA's office break room next to the coffee machine and the microwave, says Scott McGinnis, but practically true, for days unattended. It was never went into any drying cabinet. Who knew? Who knew?
Yes, I do.
Were those the black socks found by the black jacket that were put into the initial bag you packaged at King Peabody that night?
Yes, they are.
And what were done with those socks?
Those socks were also placed into a drying cabinet, just like the other two items.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the bag with the black socks marked as the next exhibit drawing.
Any objection? Black socks are now in evidence as Exhibit 191.
What is this drying cabinet of which you speak?
Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any
No.
cross? The witness may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Please call Yuri today.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call HUGH DUNLEAVY.
Okay, we got HUGH DUNLEAVY coming in. He's from Tishman Speyer. We can scooch a little bit to real time.
Testimony will give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
So I just got fun, sir.
Yes, you can. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning, ma'am.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. Hugh, middle initial G, Dunleavy, Dunleavy.
And where were you working in January of 2023?
Tishman Speyer.
And what was your title at Tishman Speyer?
I'm the Chief Security Officer at Tishman Speyer.
And what is your current title?
Chief Security Officer.
And what are your responsibilities?
Physical security for the most part. I do a bit of executive protection, crisis management, so forth.
And what have your previous work experience been to obtain the position that you have at Tishman Speyer?
Prior to working at Tishman Speyer, I was a Secret Service agent.
Oh,
And how long were you a Secret Service agent?
From till 2014, 1993 until 2014.
And does Tishman Speyer have real estate holdings in DC? And did they in January of 2023?
It does.
And in your work for Tishman Speyer, did you know Anna Walshe?
I did.
How did you know her?
She was a coworker assigned to our DC region.
And where did you sit in relation to Anna Walshe?
It's an open workspace in our DC regional office. Our workstations were probably 10 feet apart from each other.
And what were Anna's specific work projects?
Anna was responsible for our residential properties, specifically in DC.
And were there any specific properties that she was responsible for that you were aware of?
DC Crossing was the major one. In Southeast DC was another property under construction called Mazza Galleria, again, under construction.
And in your capacity as Chief Security Officer, would you be apprised of security concerns for your buildings and employees?
I would.
And in your capacity as the Chief of Security for Tishman Speyer, are you responsible for employee safety and security?
I am.
Would you be aware of threats on employees?
I would, yes.
And were you aware of any specific threats against Anna Walshe when she worked for you?
No.
What happened when you came to work on January 4th of 2023 in regard to Anna Walshe?
Around mid-morning, late morning, started hearing rumblings of, hey, does anybody know where Anna is? We can't find Anna. Sort of looking for Anna Walshe.
And as a result of not hearing or seeing Anna Walshe, what did you do?
Sent Anna a quick health and welfare text message about 10:57 in the morning.
And how did you do that?
Just a text from my phone to hers.
And was that text received?
I couldn't tell if it was received. It normally says delivered or read. In this instance, it did not.
And as you were reaching out via text, were you aware of other people in your company doing things in relation to looking for Anna Walshe?
It was, yes.
And on that same day, at that same time, did you have an opportunity to speak with Brian Walshe?
I did.
And how did that conversation occur?
I have a coworker. Her name is Miss THERESA Marchese. She works as an executive in our Human Resources Division. Ms. Marchese had been in contact with Mr. Walshe, and she conferenced me in on a call she had with Mr. Walshe.
Do you know what time that call was?
Sometime after 10:57, after the text, late morning.
And so once you were on the phone, that conference call, What was initially said about you?
Just introductions. It was mostly Teresa introducing me to Mr. Walsh as Anna's husband, and Teresa introduced me to Mr. Walsh as the chief security officer. And I believe she said either former law enforcement or former Secret Service.
And what was Anna Walsh's husband's demeanor initially?
Initially, very cordial. Hello, how can I help you? Very calm.
And at some point, did that stay the same or change or something else?
It did. Very quickly when I started asking about Anna, his demeanor changed. He got very emotional, unintelligible, to the point where I had to ask him to calm down so I could just understand what he was saying.
And was he able to do that?
He was, yes.
And how long do you think he was unintelligible for?
It was quick, 20 to 30 seconds at most. He was quickly able to reestablish his composure and regain the conversation.
And could you please tell me what Mr. Walsh told you during that phone call? How did that phone call go?
It was, again, very cordial. His demeanor was good. He regained his composure. And when I started asking, hey, when was the last time you saw Anna? What was her location? Words to that effect.
And what did he tell you about the last time he saw Anna?
He indicated he had seen Anna sometime either late on the 31st or early on the 1st of January.
And why did he say she had left?
He indicated that there was a work emergency and that she had left the house en route back to our DC region.
And what, if anything, did he tell you about the amount of time that he had not been in contact with her?
I asked him very specifically when was the last time he spoke to his wife. He said, I noted that it was the 4th of January, and the last time he'd seen his wife was on the 1st. So it was 3 days. Is that normal? He indicated it was not atypical for them to not speak for several days, but he was now calling work to find out where she was.
And what, if anything, was discussed about the work emergency?
Again, that was coming from Mr. Walsh. He indicated it was a work emergency. He was non-specific. He didn't know the nature of it. I spoke to Mr. Walsh, said I was unaware of a work emergency that would necessitate bringing Anna back to DC. I said I would check, but I was unaware of any emergency at the residential properties in DC.
Did you check?
I did.
Did you discover a work emergency?
I did not.
What else did you discuss during the course of that conversation?
I asked him if he believed his wife was headed to DC, how she got there. Did she fly? Did she take a train? How did she get to the airport or the train station?
And what did he say?
He was unaware. He indicated he did not know.
And what else did you talk about during that conversation?
I asked if he had any mechanism, like most of us have, to find your family in the event of emergency, find my iPhone. I said, do you use that technology with your wife? He said, no, I do not.
What else did you discuss?
I discussed that it was imperative that it was, again, now the 4th. He tells me the last time he saw his wife is on the 1st. It was imperative that he reach out to local law enforcement. I asked him, had he done that? And he said, no, not yet. I told him that he must. I advised him that he should, as soon as we hang up the phone, call his local law enforcement. I asked him what department was the local department. He didn't know. I asked him where he lived. He said Cohasset. And I told him, I said, Mr. Walsh, as soon as we hang up, I'm going to call Cohasset Police Department and report your wife missing. I advise you to do the same.
And what did he say?
He said, I will.
Did you ask him what, if anything, he had done besides call work?
He indicated that he was going to call other family and friends.
Mr. Dunleavy, what name did you use when you spoke with him?
My given name, HUGH DUNLEAVY.
Do you use any nicknames currently?
Not professionally, no.
Chip, Bear.
So what else did you do in hopes
Cookie.
of finding Anna Walsh that day?
Very quickly, other than calling Cohasset Police Department, we did a health and welfare check of Anna's known DC residents. Contacted Washington, D.C.'s Metropolitan Police Department, and I asked 2 officers to meet me there.
And that was that January 4th date?
That was later in the afternoon.
Okay. And so who did you go to the DC home with?
Teresa Marchese was already en route there. I advised Teresa not to go in yet, wait for law enforcement. I also took 2 engineers with me to the residence.
And why did you need 2 engineers with you?
With the assumption we knew we didn't have a key, although Teresa indicated she did have the garage code to the townhouse. The engineers were there in the event that we needed to access the interior of the house. They could drill the locks if necessary.
And who did those engineers work for?
They worked for Tishman Speyer.
And at some point, did you again speak to Mr. Walsh?
I did.
And where was that?
Outside of Anna's DC residence.
And how did that come about?
I texted Mr. Walsh, based, I believe, on a number that I got from Teresa, to have him call me.
And how was his demeanor when you spoke?
Very calm, very cooperative.
And why did you want to speak with him?
I needed consent for the officers to go inside the residence to do that health and welfare.
And so who did Mr. Walsh speak with?
I told him that MPD police officers were with me. I handed my phone to the officers. The officers engaged Mr. Walsh directly, and I'm assuming he gave verbal consent to going in.
And when you say MPD, can you just define that?
Sure, my apologies. Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, MPD.
Thank you. And after the conversation with...
I like this witness a lot. If I was missing, I'd want him come looking for me. He was with the Secret Service for all those years. I like him. Find him very credible and caring.
Mr. Walsh, what next happened?
They gained access. So a cursory search of the outside of the townhouse indicated no forced entry. They gained access through the garage with the garage code that was provided. The interior garage door was locked.
And then what happened?
They asked the engineers to drill the lock to allow MPD into the residence.
And did that happen?
They did.
And what did the police then do?
I'm sorry, say again?
What did the police then do, sir?
They went into the residence by themselves.
Okay. And where were you?
Myself, Teresa, and the engineers remained outside the residence.
And how long were the police inside?
Not long, I would say 15 minutes approximately.
Can't you just picture it? They're
And
running
did you
around going,
watch the police?
Clear, clear, clear with their weapons. Well, maybe the engineers don't have weapons. Oh, MPD does though. Clear, clear. Like every episode of Law and Order we've ever watched.
Come outside.
I did.
And who did the police return outside with?
No one, by themselves.
Did you see Anna Walsh?
I did not.
Did anyone seek assistance that day?
No.
So after the initial text and phone conversation to get into the house, did you have any other communication with Mr. Walsh?
Later in the day, sometime around 5 p.m., he texted me asking if I had found Anna's car.
And was Anna's car at the townhouse?
It was not.
Did you begin an investigation into the location of the car?
I did.
And were you able to locate the car?
I was.
Where did you locate that car?
At DC Crossing, Southeast DC.
And how did you find the car?
We asked the property management staff there to go down to the garage. They were
Wait, why was her car at the DC Crossing building where these federal criminals who pretended to be this fake intelligence agency lived? Why was her car there? These guys had already pled guilty, I think, but one did, one didn't.
to locate Southeast DC.
And how did you find able to locate the car?
I was.
Where did you locate that car?
At DC Crossing, Southeast DC.
And how did you find the car?
We asked the property management staff there to go down to the garage. They were able to locate the vehicle in the garage. We also pulled video evidence of her entering the garage.
And in your capacity, were you
Wait, refresh my recollection. William Fastow did William Fastow live at the crossing? Because I don't remember that part. Okay. I don't know. Now I'm paying attention.
able to review that in terms of her being there on a certain date?
I was.
And what date was that?
On about the 30th of December.
Do you remember a time for that generally?
I don't know. It was dark. I don't remember the time.
Okay. In your capacity as Director of Security, are you aware of how employees of Tishman Speyer gain access to your buildings?
I am.
And how do they?
Standard access control technologies, whether that's a proximity card or an access device that's on your phone.
No, she drove home on Christmas Day. She drove home on Christmas Day, and then I think she drove back on the 26th, right? Then she flew back on either the 30th or the 31st for New Year's Eve, and then she goes missing January 1. So her car was back. She kept a car in DC. Okay, so we're all clear, because I'm getting confused too. But I don't remember William Fastow living, because it would make sense if she slept over his house, right? On the 29th into the 30th, because wasn't he going skiing or something with his kids to Idaho? And then she flew back to Boston on the 30th. Yep. Because remember, she went to the nail salon, all that stuff. The bar method class. I wish they were doing this chronologically, because we're all confused. And my notes are like chicken scratch at this point. Okay, moving on.
Control technologies.
Buildings? Are you aware of how employees of Tishman Speyer gain access to your buildings?
I am.
And how do they?
Standard access control technologies, whether that's a proximity card or an access device that's on your phone. Those access records are date stamped, date stamped.
And how is that data maintained?
Electronically.
And when is that maintained?
Usually locally on a server at whatever property that these access control records are maintained.
And is that maintained in real time?
It is.
And when was the last time that Anna used her access to a Tishman Speyer building?
On or about the 30th of December.
And in your capacity as Director of Security, are you aware of emails, phones, and corporate credit cards issued to employees of Tishman Speyer?
I am.
And are Tishman Speyer employees routinely issued email accounts?
They are.
And what email does your company use?
The domain name is @tishmanspeyer.com.
And was Anna provided an email?
She was.
And how is that data maintained?
Electronically.
And did you determine the last time that she used her work email?
I did.
And when was that? For a non-recurring account, for a non-recurring email?
On or about, again, the 30th of December.
Okay. And was Anna issued a work laptop for Tishman Speyer?
She was, yes.
And what type of work laptop generally was she issued?
We are generally issued a Microsoft type laptop, not a personal, not a tower, but a laptop.
A laptop. And you said Microsoft, meaning not an Apple product?
No, generally not Apple products or issues.
Okay. And did Anna have a corporate phone?
She did.
Are certain Tishman Speyer employees provided corporate credit cards?
They are.
And was Anna Walshe provided a corporate credit card?
She was actually provided 2.
Through what?
Through American Express.
And did you determine the last time that she used her corporate credit card for a non-recurring charge?
Non-recurring is again on or about the 30th of December.
Of 2022?
That's correct.
And would you know or be notified if Anna used email or her American Express corporate card?
As part of that investigation, I contacted our IT staff and asked them to notify me in the event that she logged in, used the credit card, tried to communicate it all on our work networks.
And did you keep her car in the DC Crossing building for some time?
Her car was maintained there for some time, yes.
Okay. And what was done with her license plate?
Ultimately, when the car was recovered, we recovered everything, the entire contents of the vehicle, to include the license plates. They were maintained, stored in boxes in our offices until they were released to law enforcement.
Mr. Dunleavy, have you seen Anna Walsh since you began looking for her on January 4th of 2023?
I have not.
I might have one moment, Your Honor.
Nay.
That redhead, thanks for your 5, says there's reasonable doubt and there's a moral certainty. I'm not there yet. Thanks for your 5, girl.
Thank you.
Cross. No question. You may step down, sir.
No cross. Laura Riker, thanks for your 10, says, can you imagine if Marcy hadn't blown the budget on a Karen Reed, Duckgate, Aiden, and protecting the McCabe's and Alberts? A special prosecutor like Hank Brennan would have
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
done
Thank
something.
you. The Commonwealth would call Patricia Patterson.
A special prosecutor like Hank Brennan would have spun something more convincing on Walsh. Yeah, but they don't need a special prosecutor for this one, right? I mean, if you're looking at this from the outside, it should be a slam dunk. But as we're finding out,
Given the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and
maybe
nothing
it's
but the
not.
truth, so help
Some
you
people
God.
think it is.
Thank you. You can be seated.
Okay.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you just please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. Patricia Patterson, Patterson.
And where are you employed, ma'am?
Walgreens,
And which store is that?
the one in Cohasset,
And where is that located?
Cohasset, Massachusetts.
What's the address?
Oh, 767 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
Thank you. And how long have you worked there?
24 years.
And what is your role at the Walgreens in Cohasset?
I'm a shift lead.
And what was your role in January of 2023?
Shift lead.
And what are your responsibilities as the shift lead?
Run the store, open, close.
And do you have responsibilities in terms of surveillance systems?
Yes.
Thank you. Maybe if you could just push the microphone a little bit closer. Thank you
Yes.
so much. Thank you. So does Walgreens have a surveillance?
If you're able to, you might want to come to your screen because they may have video of him. So if you can, safely come to your screen. Just be on alert. They may show surveillance video of Brian Walsh at the Walgreens in Cohasset. We'll see.
System at store 118 in Cohasset?
Yes.
And did they in January of 2023?
Yes.
And does Walgreens maintain its surveillance video in good faith?
Yes.
And does it do so in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of the cameras at your store?
They're for surveillance, to watch people come in and out and make sure nobody steals. And
why do you have the eye drops?
And do the
locked up?
cameras at your store record in real time?
yes.
And where were the cameras in your store located?
There's one at the front door. There's one facing the front registers. And there's one down near the pharmacy.
And where is the footage stored?
Through a locked door in a locked cabinet.
And who has the code and the keys for all of that?
My boss.
And does the shift lead also have access to that area?
Yes.
And did you allow law enforcement access to your surveillance system on January 7th of 2023?
Yes.
And have you reviewed the footage that you allowed law enforcement to access?
Yes.
And did you recognize that footage?
Yes.
And did you also recognize the sales associate in the footage as well?
Yes.
Why are the Sunbum products locked up, please? Sunbum. They're not expensive.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Popular? They do. Sunbum is locked up. The shampoo. How do I know?
I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you recognize that thumb drive?
Yes.
And I'd ask that you to look at it.
Yep.
I'm going to turn it around.
Yep.
Okay.
That's my thumb drive.
Yeah.
And what do you recognize on this, ma'am?
That I signed it.
And do you recognize this to be your signature of the thumb drive that you viewed?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
That's how it's supposed to be.
No objection.
Supposed to
It's
sign
marked
it.
and admitted into evidence.
She's
as
a
Exhibit
Walgreens
192.
lifer. That's loyalty for you. 24 years. The Walgreens in Cohasset. If you live there, you might recognize this lovely woman, Patricia Patterson. Come to your screen now for the video. Maybe. I don't know. Are you going
Your
to play
Honor,
it?
I'd ask that we now play this for the jury.
Excellent. Thank you.
192 can be published.
Well, there's Brian Walsh walking into Walgreens. I'm going to give you guys a second to come back to your computer, and then I'm going to enlarge this as much as best I can for you. We're going to start it from the top. It's the front entrance. It's what looks like Brian Walsh not wearing a mask, walking through the front automatic doors of this Walgreens. It looks like he's walking to the counter. No mask. Talking to a woman. Does not look like this witness. Checking out, buying some things. She's scanning the items. I'm not seeing a time and date stamp on this video. Anyone? Some witty banter. It's hard to tell what he's buying. But it looks like he's touching the keypad, so he's either putting in his phone number or his credit card. Pro tip, if you're going to buy evidence to cover up a crime, maybe don't put your phone number in the keypad to get the points or whatever. I don't know. And now he's walking. He's leaving the store.
Ms. Gilman, I ask you just to stop right there. And Ms. Patterson, I ask if you could just tell me the date and the time on the top.
Oh,
It
okay.
is January 1st, 2023 at 15:40.12.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
But is that
Ms.
accurate?
Patterson, does Walgreens also have receipts?
Yes.
Are receipts provided for customers and also maintained in the normal course of business?
Yes.
Does Walgreens provide receipts and keep them in good faith, not altering them?
Yes.
And when is a receipt created?
Once you make the payment, the receipt comes out.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Are the receipts 3 miles long like CVS, or do you do better with saving paper? Is your timestamp accurate? Let's ask that question because time drifts. What does the receipt say the time is? 3:40
Yes, I
p.m. on
do.
New Year's Day.
And what is this?
This is the receipt from the day that Mr. Walsh came into the store.
Your Honor, I ask that this be the next exhibit.
No objection. The receipt from 1/1/23 is in evidence from Walgreens as 193.
What did he buy? Don't leave us hanging. Did he get any extra bucks? Oh, sorry. Wrong door. That's CVS. What did he buy? Pro tip, if you get extra bucks at CVS, spend them right away because you'll forget about them in your car and they will expire before you get to spend them. Just go back and buy something. Buy gum, buy whatever.
You may.
Ms. Patterson, what is this receipt for?
It is for anti-itch Band-Aids and Walgreens Max triple antibiotic cream.
And what is the date of the receipt?
1/1/2023 at 3:39 p.m.
And how much is the transaction for?
2102.
And how were the items paid for?
A Visa.
Thank you.
He's the dumbest
And,
criminal on the planet. But remember,
who was-
remember he had a cut on his finger when they took pictures of him? He had a cut on his finger, right? His thumb. Was it his thumb? It was one of his fingers. And I don't even remember what hand it was on. But at the time that they took photos of him, whenever the police were talking to him or at his booking, he had a cut. He bought a Band-Aid and he bought what kind of like, I guess it's Neosporin, but maybe it was the generic brand. And I mean, that alone, the Band-Aids were $15. Anti-itch Band-Aids, $15 for Band-Aids and $4.79 for the antibiotic ointment. Okay, definitely guilty. I'll just point out that if you have 3 little kids, you got to buy Band-Aids constantly. Constantly. We have a drawer of Band-Aids. I have 5 kids.
Was the cashier?
Donna.
And was that the woman who was in the video?
Yes.
And who is the operator?
Me, Patty.
And what does that mean?
It means that I printed the receipt.
Thank you very much.
I've
Any
never heard of
cross?
anti-itch Band-Aids either.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
No cross. She does sound like Jessica Hyde. You're right.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth would call Joseph Caesars.
A little room to move. Joseph Caesars, it sounds like.
You solemnly swear or affirm. Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
Love Band-Aids and some Neosporin type stuff.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Joseph Caesars, Cesarz.
And where do you work, sir?
I work at Vinnin Liquors in Swampscott, Massachusetts.
How long have you worked at Vinnin Liquors?
About 20 years.
And what do you do at Vinnin Liquors?
I'm store manager.
And where is Vinnin Liquors located in Swampscott, Mass?
It's on Paradise Road or Route 1A, right next to Whole Foods.
And you say right next to Whole Foods. What does it have as far as a parking lot connecting?
Uh-oh.
What just happened?
Everybody up?
Why did he say, uh-oh?
Just looking at the technology portion.
Hold on one second.
I guess they had a power surge or something because I was like, uh-oh, too. There was a, technology problems.
I suppose that's what happens when you're in a building that is this age. We need to be a little bit more sympathetic to her age. So we're not back up on the ability to show exhibits. Is that the only thing that's impacted? FTR is running. Sure.
She's like, I don't want to take a break. We just took a
You
break.
can get up and move about if you wish.
Yeah, everybody do a little 7th inning stretch. Sally O'Malley. Stretch, kick, and jump. Boston 25 reporting a power outage. This courthouse is well over 100 years old. Sacco and Vanzetti were tried, convicted, and lynched after their conviction in this courthouse. They weren't lynched in the courthouse, but weren't they lynched? Their trial was in 1920. Emily C says, I'm down the street and the power surge just happened here too. I know, it looks like the lights have dimmed. I don't know, are the gods trying to tell us something? This is crazy. Somebody playing with a Ouija board in the basement. What is going on there? Spooky. We hear you, Anna. I don't know if they have a generator. It's a great question. Vinnin Liquors is Vinnin. Okay, I'll change it. Thank you. He didn't spell that part. But apparently there's a liquor store right around the corner from his mom's house. Now remember, you remember how they got all this location data? They got all this location data because he voluntarily gave them his phone. He voluntarily gave them his phone under a consent agreement between his attorney and the ADA Lynn Beland that said they
All
could.
the necessary essentials are going. That is, FDR is going, our computers are going. What's not going is the screens. So I prefer to just keep on keeping on. And that means that if we have to hand pass, earlier I mentioned to you, or I suggested to one of the lawyers, I don't recall who, that we could do it the old-fashioned way. The old-fashioned way means you pass it. 3 o'clock, so that's what we'll do. To the extent that it's video, and we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
She's going to keep on keeping on. She's,
Go
I
right
love
ahead.
her.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, sir, I think I was about to ask you, as far as the parking lot for Vinnin Liquors, what access does it have to Whole Foods?
It shares the entrance and exit.
Now, are you familiar with Brian Walshe?
Yes, he was a fairly regular customer of ours.
Do you see him here today?
I do, yep.
Could you identify him for the court, identifying a piece of art by an article of clothing he might be wearing?
He's wearing a blue suit.
And could you just point to him, sir?
It's right there.
He did
Your
not
Honor,
have
if the record
alcohol
may reflect the
monitoring.
witness has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
He didn't have alcohol monitoring for his house arrest like Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Interesting.
How many times have you met Mr. Walshe?
Dozens. He's would come to the store fairly frequently on the weekends.
And when he would come in, would you have any conversations with him?
Yeah, he would kind of hang out and kind of talk with the different managers, and we would all kind of know him. He would spend a little bit more time than a regular customer. He would just kind of hang out. Like
Okay.
he didn't really have anything else to do.
Now, I think we're about to cross the bridge, but I'm going to start trying. Sir, what does your store have as far as surveillance videos for the exterior of it?
We have extensive surveillance cameras on all corners. We have cameras on the loading dock, dumpsters, entrance, and then inside. We have about 40 cameras total.
Now, sir, these cameras, what are they? Are they film or electric, or are they like digital? Are they downloading anything? Where does
Digital. They're downloaded to a server.
Okay, and who has access to the server?
Just myself and the owner.
And I take it that it's downloading to the server immediately as soon as it's recording?
Correct.
And, sir, these videos.
I have to correct something I said because I think I was confusing Sacco and Vanzetti with the Salem witch trials, which is quite possible because, you know, Massachusetts, Sacco and Vanzetti were actually executed in the electric chair in 1927 for the 1920 robbery that they were convicted of. So I needed to correct the record. Thank you.
Are they maintained in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And are they maintained in good faith?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to produce videos to law enforcement in this matter?
I did.
And have you reviewed them before coming in here today?
Yes.
Have they been altered in any way?
No.
But we want to see the video. Can it work?
Your Honor, I apologize. Can I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
I think Brendan would be up there with his hand on his shoulder.
Yes,
Without asking.
Is that a drive that you reviewed with videos from Vinnin Liquors?
it is.
And looking at the backside of the tag, are those your initials on it?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the drive with the videos marked as the next exhibit from Vinnin Liquors.
Any objection? It's a thumb drive, yes?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Drive from Vinin's Liquors footage is now in evidence as 194.
Yeah, did they say what date this was? Is this also January 1?
Your Honor, with the court's permission and with hopefully a working television, could we publish these videos?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure.
So, Ms. Gilman, I'm asking you to publish
what's labeled as video channel 52. Pause, if I may, Ms. Gilman. Sir, where is this in relation to your store?
This is the front of the store, the parking lot.
Okay.
So, yeah, right in the front of the store.
Ms. Gilman, if you could continue to play.
Looks like a Volvo. Is it inverted? I can't tell. I don't think so. Well, he's backing into a parking spot. Kind of. Well, he just, I don't know what the hell he's doing. He just did like a circle. What the hell was that? What kind of maneuver was that? I don't see a date and timestamp on this video. Somebody says not the worst driver I've seen today. And he's still, I mean, he's kind of inside the lines. I don't know. Was he hammered? I don't know. That was not a 3-point turn. It was like a 12-point. I mean, should we watch it again? It's the most entertainment we've had all day. Yeah, Bri is lucky that that parking lot is empty. All right, it looks like it could be a Volvo. Is he going to get out? I guess he went into the liquor store because the liquor store manager seems to know him. He's a frequent customer. He's a frequent flyer. Eddie Haskell says some people can only turn left. All right. Someone is getting out of the Volvo. I mean, it looks like a woman to me from here. And do I have to zoom in? I guess I do. Now this person is looking in the trunk. I'm sorry, I just got to take it back a second because, I mean, does he have a man bun? Because this person looks like they have a ponytail. Or bun. Is it me? Now this person is going to the trunk, opening the hatchback. It is a black and white video. The roads look wet to me, at least the parking lot. Somebody says he's too thin to be Brian Walsh. Well, remember, he looked a bit different when he was first arrested between then and now. Carbs and all in prison. And he's wearing whoever this is wearing a mask and took a hefty bag out of the trunk. Hold on. It doesn't look very heavy. Hold on. Let me zoom in on this as much as I can. He's got some kind of bag in his hand. Well, it looks like it could be a black trash bag. He's got a black mask on. He walks like a duck. Hey, you know what they say, Tracy? If he walks like a duck, it talks like a duck, it's a duck. I mean, now he's coming back. Whoever this is coming back into frame and walking towards the car. Looks like, I don't know, it's hard to tell. It's a black and white video, so color of pants, I can't tell. Then he comes back without the bag and returns to the vehicle. Hold on, I think. Yeah, his arms are swinging. He's got his arms are swinging, no bag. He, she, I don't know who that is, but. All right. And now he's got his headlights on. I don't even know if he turned his car off. Crime tip 101 says, can I do not dispose of evidentiary items at a place you frequent? All right, now he's, I mean, did he go into the liquor store? Kristen Pino says that's him. I don't know. I couldn't say with 100% certainty that that's him. No gloves on, says Mark Baumeister. Did they ever check the trash bags for prints? I have that question. But remember, there was also something like 16 nitrile or disposable gloves in his center console. And that's it. Fade
Ms.
to black.
Gilman, can we have, and sir, before we play the next video, on the screen, when you look towards the right-hand side, where does that take you as far as the store?
To the dumpster and the loading dock.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been marked as channel 34 at 2 minutes and 15 seconds into that video?
My brother, could we establish a date on the video, please?
And if you could,
Oh, okay. Now we're going to get the view from the loading dock. It says loading dock. All right, Johnny's backing me up on this. Johnny Mike says it's a female gait. Generally, men walk more like soldiers. Women sized, yeah. I mean, that's what it looked like to me. So yeah, maybe that's what I was noticing was the gait. G-A-I-T. Is he going to put something in the dumpster? Come on, don't leave us hanging. I'll zoom. Yeah, we're all sighing. We're sighing with you, my brother. We have an emoji for that.
Ms. Gilman, I apologize, but could we have where it says on the media player 2 minutes and 15 seconds? Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Focus on the shoes. The shoes tell us everything. Remember, I don't know, Paula, if you watched the Robert Tellis trial with us, he had tiny moccasins. His tiny moccasins were very telling.
Sir, what area
And
is this of your store?
Fake Nikes.
That's a loading dock, dumpster area to the right of the building.
And Ms. Gilman, can we see the file names for these two files?
Did you change the file names? I didn't see him walk near the dumpster. Did anyone? Did I zoom in too much?
So, sir, on these file numbers, what is the significance of the 2003?
That's a year.
And after 0101, what is that?
That would be the date, New Year's Day.
New Year's Day?
Yeah.
And then after
I'm sorry. Oh, you mean over here? Okay, on the left, where it says Channel 34, 2023, 0101. All right.
that, 171244, what's the significance of that?
The time, so yeah, that'd be the time.
And is that military time?
It is.
So would that be 5:12 p.m.?
Correct.
17,
Okay.
12.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Now, sir, on these videos for New Year's Day, your store, is it open on New Year's Day?
No, it's not.
In fact, are any liquor stores in Massachusetts open on New Year's Day?
Oh, holiday.
I don't believe so.
Okay. Did I miss him walking to the dumpster? Because I did not see it. So let me just take this back a minute. I may have zoomed in on it too much. Oh, what? Okay. Keep your eye focused. Can you see my cursor at this dumpster? I mean, it looks like a ghost, but
Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
I'm not. The date says 110. That may have been when they pulled the foot. Oh, here, something. Okay, I see him. There he is, allegedly. All right, let's go back a sec. Person with the same color pants walked through something in there and left. This was on New Year's Day at 5:12 p.m.
Dumpster area.
Files.
Okay, got it. Got it.
Numbers. And after 01,
Day.
what's this? And is that, thank you, for New Year's Day. Your store, is it open on New Year's Day?
No, it's not.
In fact, are any liquor stores in Massachusetts open on New Year's Day?
I don't believe so.
Now, sir, when was your dumpster emptied after New Year's Day, if you know?
Not really sure. Probably the following Monday or Tuesday, so beginning of the week.
Beginning of the week? And did you recognize anyone in that video?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you recognize anyone in those videos?
Yes, Brian.
You
And
could tell that was
sir,
Brian?
you don't have any footage
We couldn't tell that was Brian. You could tell that it was Brian?
of Mr. Walsh inside your store from January. And sir, you don't have any footage of Mr. Walsh inside your store from January 1st. Is that correct?
No, we were closed.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross. The witness may step down. Thank you.
No cross. I don't know. You could tell that was Brian Walsh. Maybe they got a better copy.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Cade Reed.
Who? Somebody named Reed.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your first name and last name for the record?
Yeah, it is Cade Reed, Cadereed.
Where do you work, sir?
I work at Lowe's Home Improvement.
What is your role at Lowe's Home Improvement?
I am the District Asset Protection Manager.
And can you tell us what the responsibilities you have as being the District Asset Protection Manager?
Yeah, overall, I'm in charge of supporting the stores in terms of shrink, as well as mitigating any theft or losses, as well as ensuring that compliance with safety standards are upheld.
And
This video is going to be good, so you definitely want to get in a place where you're available to watch the video when it comes up.
do you have a geographic area that you cover?
Yeah, I cover from as north as Lowell, Massachusetts, all the way down to Abington, Massachusetts.
And how long have you been with Lowe's?
I've been with them for 4 years.
And with that time, have you always been the District Asset Protection Manager?
Yes.
Now, with Lowe's, did you have the opportunity to review surveillance video from their Danvers store on January 1st, 2023?
Yes.
Now, what does the Danvers store have as far as surveillance video cameras?
Yeah, so we have cameras on the outside of the property, inside of the property, as well as different sort of cameras when it comes to the fixed, which is 24 hours, 7 days a week, pointing down. And then we have pan tilt zoom cameras, which have, they're called PTZ cameras, and they can actually, zoom into something, pan it, tilt it, I can move it whenever I want live.
And sir, do these record in film or is it digital?
It's digital.
And so where's that information go to?
It's into an external hard drive, so I can pull from a variety of different days and hours.
And does anyone else have access to the hard drive?
Yes.
Who else would have access?
Any of my peers as well as my associates.
And this information from the Lowe's and these digital information from the Lowe's and Danvers, is it kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And kept in good faith?
Yes.
And you're aware that Lowe's produced videos from January 1st of their Danvers store to law enforcement?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review a composite of those, or a collection of those videos together from the Lowe's and Danvers for January 1st?
Yes.
Have they been altered in any way other than putting different snips together in one seamless video?
No.
And sir, have you had a chance to review a hard drive with these videos this morning?
Yes.
And again, these videos, they do not appear to be altered in any way.
No.
Also, before I enter this into evidence, did you have the opportunity to review a video from the Weymouth Lowe's as well?
Yes.
And Weymouth Lowe's, for entrance to evidence, does it have surveillance video?
Yes.
Same situation, digital that reports to an external?
Yes.
And who else did you have access to it?
Yes.
Besides you, who else has access to it?
My associates as well as my peers.
And again, for Weymouth, that's the normal course of business?
Yes.
And in good faith?
Yes.
And in reviewing the video from Weymouth, is there any alteration of wording?
Yes.
Is it just a child?
Yes.
Other than that, has been altered?
No.
The Commonwealth proceeds to have the two videos from Lowe's, which is the next exhibit, which is on.
Find the mic, sir.
Any objection?
No objection.
The thumb drive of the Lowe's videos from Danvers and Weymouth is now in evidence as Exhibit 195.
According to Kim in the courtroom,
January 1st, the Lowe's and
jurors intently watching these videos, so you're not going to want to miss them either.
Danvers from Exhibit 195.
You may.
Thank you, Your
Two
Honor.
different lows. This is January 1st, New Year's Day. Looks like a guy walking in the parking
And
lot.
Ms. Gilman, I'm going to ask if you can pause. I'm going to ask the witness a few questions. Sir, where is this in relation to the Lowe's in Danvers?
This is in the parking lot, the front parking lot.
And in the bottom, it says Park Lot Cam 1. What's that significant of?
Yep. So there's 4 different cameras around our
Yeah, the problem is that the law and crime chyron is blocking whatever the chyron on the actual surveillance video is.
parking lot. They're each pointed in a different way. So this would just be the first one pointing in that direction.
And I see a date and time there. For these cameras, have you determined if the date and time are accurate?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
I see a person walking through the parking lot. I see some cars pulling in. It's hard to tell what we're looking for at this point. Unless that's actually him walking right now towards what could be the entrance. Looks like the same type of clothing he was wearing in the prior videos because he went to Walgreens. Okay, here he comes. Here he comes. Walking in, getting a cart. He had a mask on.
Pause. Sir, where is this in the store at Lowe's?
Yeah, so this is our main aisle, aisle 1.
Play, Ms. Gilman. Thank you.
Although he didn't tell us the time, did he? I mean, if that's him at the very top of your screen, he's kind of like walking around with a shopping cart. Here he is, like bending over, putting stuff in the cart. It looks like, if you can see him on where my cursor is, don't break your TV. It's not a fly, it's my cursor. Bending down, studying whatever it is that he wants to get next. Got something. Putting it in the cart. Putting some more things in the cart. Yeah, it kind of cut off right before he walked in the front door, right? Right before he walked in the front door. I don't know if we could read what it says here. It says, I think this says laundry care in the front. Maybe this is cleaning products aisle. All-purpose cleaners. Looks like it says air fresheners. Maybe it says paper products at the bottom. It's hard to read. Robin says, I think this goes to non-premeditated. DLM Sarge says, true and accurate because there's not an employee to be seen. Yeah, you know where you can always find an employee? Home Depot. There's always a million guys to help in all the aisles at Home Depot. But you know, it's New Year's Day. Maybe they're short-staffed, picking up some other things to put into that shopping cart, and he's got that black mask back on. And remember, he Google at one point, how long does Lowe's hang on to security footage? And I bet it was after the first. Now he's thinking about it. He's like, he's got his arms crossed, like, what kind of supplies do I think I need according to my Google searches? Does he have a list in his hand? Looks like he's got a list in his hand. As he is reading the label on something. Will he buy it? Yep. He looked hesitant, but he put it in there anyway. Looks like he's got gloves on too. He's got pretty good knees because he's able to squat down for lengthy periods. Probably never played sports in his life. Too busy running a long con. Got something else in there. I mean, at the time, he was like, what, 48? He's got a list. Oh, wait. Hold on. He's out of frame now. Oh, he's at the bottom of the screen. He's looking for the cameras. Up. Wait, I forgot something. He's going to go back down the same aisle he just went down. The video just jumped. He's like, oh, yeah, maybe I need some more of this, whatever this is. Yeah, I don't think he's ever played sports or done any hard work either, says Rhiannon. No, I think he's 50 now. I think he was 48 at the time. Yeah, I'm doing a little play-by-play in case you're driving and you can't really watch him. He's like really putting a lot of thought into this. He's pacing back and forth, back to whatever it is he just picked off the shelf. He's like, should I get more of this? I don't know. Hand on hip, pulled up his jeans. Trying to not look, don't look suspicious. Don't look suspicious. Now he's heading back toward the front entrance. Yeah, Sharma Lily says the complete nonchalantness is creepy. I think, did he have the nanny over on New Year's Day? Who's watching the kids? His mother or the nanny? I need to know. Is his mother going to take the stand? Now he went down to the top of that aisle and now he's at the checkout.
Sir, where is this in the Lowe's in Danvers?
This is at the front end in the self-checkout area.
If you could press play, Ms. Gilman. Thank you.
Self-checkout. Okay, now it looks like I don't know, he's like, I forgot something. So I don't know if he left his, he's coming back with another cart. Okay, why are you going to, he has so much stuff, he needs 2 carts. Oh, here, look at the cart of his items, you guys. Oh boy, he's got like 5 blue buckets, maybe. Looks like Clorox cleanup. Hold on, I'm gonna have to I Spy this cart now. It's like extreme couponing. All right, this looks like Clorox cleanup to me because I know what it looks like. On the bottom, I don't know what that is. That looks like it could be like a box of Huggies to throw off the scent. Like maybe he's buying some Huggies or some pull-ups. But it looks like there's at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blue buckets, something like maybe a mop, Clorox cleanup, and I guess they're going to tell us what's on the receipt. So as they scan the items, maybe we'll get a better beat on what's in there. Oh, so the worker is scanning the items and then putting them in the second cart. That's a mop. That is a mop. One of those ring and twist mops, it looks like. Perhaps. Brian has a little OCD. He's restacking the items in his cart, and he definitely is wearing blue disposable gloves. Same kind that was found apparently in the, now he's crossing his feet. He's got white-soled sneakers on. You can see his sneakers are actually matching. Wait, why did they just put something away like he didn't want it? He was like, no, I don't want that. Wait, hold on. No, it was a hammer. And Brian's like, what do you do with my hammer? Why are you putting it over there? Maybe it wouldn't scan. So there was another tool that he just put in there. And the cashier is sort of just haphazardly throwing things in the cart. And Brian's like, okay, I got to put some of this stuff in bags so I don't look too obvious. So he got a paper bag, putting it in the bags, and he doesn't like the way the guy's just throwing stuff in the cart, I feel like. I feel like he's got a little OCD, right? The way he straightens things out. And remember, this is also, I don't know, what the panty type situation was, but this was right around end of 2022 into 2023. It wasn't so unusual to have people wearing masks and gloves. And now he's like, just hand me the items and I'll put them in the bag. Cashier, you have one job. Not very busy. I don't really see any other customers in the store. But he is helping the cashier. That looked like toilet bowl cleaner. He's got a lot of buckets. Oh, that looks like, I don't know what that is. A tool of some sort. Lowe's, one-stop shopping for all your cleanup needs. There's an empty, I don't know if that was another spray bottle of cleaner. This is so creepy. A couple of boxes of something, hard to tell. Bag of rags, maybe? He's counting the buckets now, the cashier, and Brian's like, just let me get out of here. I gotta go. I got things to do, people to see. Important business to take care of with all my mops, my mop and all my buckets. Right? This poor guy's putting his fingerprints on the weapon. That could be evidence and doesn't even know it. Right? Because the cashier's not wearing gloves, is he? And Brian looks like he's paying cash. I don't know if one of them was a hack. So I think we're going to see the receipt. So we'll be able to tell for sure. Oh, okay.
Ms. Gilman. Thank you. Sir, what angle are we looking at here?
This is the angle from the actual, the self-checkout register itself. So the camera in front of it.
So the self-checkout registers have cameras pointing out towards the customers as well?
Yes.
If you could press play, Ms. Gilman. Thank you.
He's wearing a green jacket. Now we can see the color of his jacket. Looks like a navy blue shirt underneath it. And I don't know if it's jeans. It's hard to, yeah, he's got jeans on that are.
Thank you. Sir, what is this angle we're looking at?
This is our main exit.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If you could press play.
He needs a belt because his jeans are hanging halfway down his ass. I hate that. And now he's leaving with his shopping cart of cleanup items.
And Ms. Gilman, I'm going to ask you to pause one more time. Sir, now where are we looking at when the camera says 6:06:55?
This is the parking lot at 6:06:55.
And is this PM or AM?
This is PM.
Thank you. You can press play, Ms. Gilman.
They don't use military time on their cameras.
Thank you. So, sir, does Lowe's maintain receipts for its sales?
Yes.
And does it do so in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And in good faith?
Yes.
And I assume the customer gets a copy of the receipt, correct?
Just come to your screen for a second and look at Brian Walsh's face when he asks the witness, you keep receipts in your normal course of business, right? Understanding also they have to ask these questions in a very particular order to establish authenticity and to authenticate the evidence that's coming in. You keep these receipts in the normal course of business. Look at Brian Walsh's face and what he does with his hand.
Yes.
And in good faith?
Yes.
And I assume the customer gets a copy of the receipt, correct?
Yes.
But does Lowe's maintain a copy digitally?
Yes.
And do you have access to that?
Yes.
And was one produced as a result of?
Tell me his thought bubble right now. Stupid, 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 stupid.
These videos to law enforcement?
Yes.
You may.
Thank you.
She's like, you may, but he needs to
Sir, do
say
you
that
recognize
table
that
shackle him,
document?
please.
Yes.
Is that a receipt from, upside down, but now that it's right side up, is that a receipt from the Lowe's in Danvers?
Yes.
And it corresponds to the video that you just displayed for us.
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit 196.
Any
I got it.
objection?
Okay.
Close receipt.
You gotta say what's on it.
Is now in evidence from Danvers is now in evidence as 196.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right. He's thinking I shouldn't have used my Lowe's reward card.
Exhibit 196, the receipt from Lowe's.
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, oh, thank you so much. You've already expanded it. So, sir, looking at the top, what does sales number mean?
This is where the actual sale took place, so I guess you could say it's the terminal.
Okay, and what's the significance of SFT lane 413?
Yeah, so that is our fast lane, or just another way that we can say self-checkout.
Okay, and transaction or trans number, what is that significant of?
It's the transaction number, so whatever number that receipt rang through.
And at the top right-hand corner, I take it that's the date?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can you scroll down to the bottom, please?
Oh, no, we got to read the
Now,
items.
at the bottom,
Stop, dude. All right, we're reading the items. Okay. He's got from the top, over the glass safety. I'm sure that means like over the glass safety goggles, latex gloves, 3M sanding fiberglass, RCP NO16 cotton mop combo. Maybe it comes with a mop and a bucket. Framing hammer, a steel framing hammer, slip resistant 912 2mm DR, 5 of those. I'm not sure what that is. RCP and cotton mop refill. So he has so much that he needs to buy another mop, a refill mop. 12-inch tin snips, fixed blade utility knife, Sellers 200 count rags, a box of rags, another pair of snips, a tyvex full coverage suit.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can you scroll down to the bottom, please?
A tyvex full coverage size medium suit, shoe guards, 12 count, heavy duty dish wand, Murphy's oil soap, Wyman quartz trigger. Maybe that's like granite cleaner, Lennox high tension hacksaw. There's the hacksaw, Scotch painter's tape, Clorox cleanup, 2 of those, and then a Clorox cleanup refill, Moxie spray bottle, empty spray bottle, 24 count contractor, like hefty bags, 2 boxes of those, and a 48 count of Moxie terry cloth towels, and a 5-gallon Lowe's, 5-gallon Lowe's buckets. Okay. All right. Now you might have me on the dismemberment part.
Now, at the bottom, what was the total for the sale?
$463.26.
And how was the sale conducted, cash or charge?
It was cash.
How much cash was presented?
$500.
And what is the time on the sale?
It is 6:05:45.
Ms. Gilman, if you could close out of that. Thank you. And now, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek you to play the blurred video from Exhibit 195 of January 4th from Lowe's and Weymouth.
You may.
At least he says it's a blurred video this time instead of just trying to get an inverted.
Thank you. Sir, where is this in the Lowe's in Weymouth?
This is our main vestibule or entrance.
What is VDS SRV1 1618 entry PVM mean?
Yeah. So VidSRV1 is the actual, it stands for video surveillance. So it is where our video was stored from, and it's our first terminal. 1618 is the store number, and then the entry PVM is the camera for the entry PVM, or the entry.
And the date and time at the bottom, sir, what are those?
Yeah, it is January 4th, 2023 at 4:24:57 p.m.
And sir, as far as the date and time for the Lowe's in Weymouth, is that accurate?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, could you press play?
First time he went to Danvers, that was on New Year's Day, and now he's with a child going to Weymouth on the 4th. And the child's face is blurred.
And pause, Ms. Gilman.
Thank goodness.
So, sir, what view are we looking at here?
This is the camera pointing from the self-checkout registers.
And at the bottom, STO term 25, what does that mean?
Self-checkout terminal 25, so it's just the number that self-checkout terminal is at.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
It looks like he's, I don't know what's in that box, but it looks like a trash pail of some kind with his child. Yeah. He uses a Visa to buy the Band-Aids, but cash for the real important stuff. And this time he's not wearing a mask, and he has one of his sons with him. He's wearing like a weird members only jacket or something. I don't know what's going on there. Not a care in the world. His hair's a mess. He's looking at the security camera and fixing his hair. Did you just see that come to the screen? Okay, John Travolta in Greece. Remember, Kim, our courtroom watcher, says that one of the, look at this. Are you kidding? Freeze game on point. I got to screenshot that for later. She says one of the jurors reminds her of Kinnicky from Greece, and this is just such a move. What a he was diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder in the past, and boy, can you tell? Wow, just wow. Checking his hair in the security camera. Is anybody throwing up a little bit in their mouth right now? Take a look. He does look a little bit like John Lovitz. Look at this. Look at this guy. Wow, his eyes are black as coal. But he sure cares about the way his hair looks. Wow, here we go. This is, remember, 3 days later. Same day that the police came to talk to him. Same day he reported her missing. I want to know what time this is. Oh, this is 4:24 p.m. I think the police came to his house. Cohasset PD came to his house before noon. This is after he's already spoken to the police. Yeah, if anybody needs a diet plan today, this is the one. Nobody's going to have any appetite for lunch. This guy looking at himself. Oh, he smiled at himself too. Oh my God. Wow. Right. Where was he keeping her? But he had already thrown some stuff in the garbage. Right? In the dumpsters by then. This is the 4th. I have to go back to my notes to see when he was at Swampscott at his mom's house putting stuff in the dumpster. Is there more than, does he also have a kid in the, I think he might also have a kid. Oh, no, that's the cashier. She's got a pom-pom hat. He looks cool and collected and just, out at Lowe's with my kid, running an errand at 4:24 p.m. on the 4th of January. No big whoop. He can't keep his eyes off himself. Ladies, young women, men, this goes for you. Never date a man who looks in the mirror more than you do, okay? That is a red flag. I'm glad they're blurring the poor child's face. Hey, look at me. Make sure you smile for the security cam. Right, and his wife is missing, but he looks like he doesn't have a care in the world. This is what's going to get him. This is what's going to get him. Right? Because allegedly right now, he told police his wife is missing. But he looks like he doesn't, and he's got that little tiny phone. He's got that other phone. I don't think that's his phone. I think that's the iPhone mini. Not a care in the world. Look at him with his feathered hair. He's got his hairs all feathered. This is when he could afford to go to a real salon and not have the jailhouse barber.
Sir, where is this in the Lowe's in Weymouth?
This is our main exit.
Please press play, please. Mr. Gilman, thanks. No further questions for the witness, Your Honor.
Well, wait, what was on the receipt?
Ross? The witness may step down. Thank you.
Well, I want to know what he bought. It looked like something in a box. It looked like a trash can. Who's he on the phone with at 423?
May call us next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Jamie Flint.
You're done, Walsh. You're done. You're done. That's what's going to get him. Video like that. Not a care in the world. He didn't look worried. He didn't look like his wife had suddenly died and he had to do something.
You solemnly swear.
We have room to move here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Flint.
Could you state your name and spell your last name, actually your first and last name for the record?
My name is Jamie Flint, Jami, Flint, Flint.
Where do you work?
CVS in Danvers, Massachusetts.
And where is the CVS in Danvers located? Like, what's its address?
1 Maple Street.
How long have you been with CVS?
19 years.
And what is your role at CVS?
Operations Manager RX.
How long have you been so operations manager RX, so I take it pharmacy?
Yes.
All right.
Both front end.
Front end.
Yes.
Okay. And so how long have you been the operations manager?
A little over a year.
Okay. And how long have you been with the Danvers store itself?
19 years.
Okay. So now, what does the Danvers store have as far as store surveillance videos?
We have multiple cameras throughout the store and the pharmacy.
And what access as the operations manager do you have to the store surveillance video?
I have full access to the video in the office.
And I take it stores to a server at the office?
Yes.
Okay. And besides you, does anyone else have access to it?
The other shift supervisors and the manager.
All right. And the surveillance video for CVS, I take it it's maintained in good faith?
Somebody said, Melanie, now you see premeditation. No, I'm not seeing premeditation. I'm not saying they prove premeditation. I think they've proved dismemberment, but I still need to see, some, because it looks like he's cleaning up a hell of a mess with all that stuff. Right. But he already pled guilty to that. So they're not going to I don't know. I don't know. I'm a lot more repulsed than I have been so far. All right. We have a CVS worker. Everyone here is a lifer. They're working at CVS and Walgreens for like 25 years.
Yes.
And it's done so in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And did you have the opportunity to review surveillance video that had been produced to law enforcement in January of 2023 from your store?
Yes.
And had it been altered in any way?
No.
And so that video, it fairly and accurately depicts your store in January of 2023.
Yes.
Your Honor, that video is on this drive. I would seek to have it marked as the next exhibit.
No objection. It's in evidence now. The CVS thumb drive 197. What's the date of that? The date of the content.
January 1st, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Another video, if you want to come to your screen.
7.
You may.
Thank you.
This is
So if I could ask
yes.
Ms. Gilman to pause. Ms. Flint, what are we looking at here as far as your store?
That's the rear entrance of the store.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
This must be the first because he's
Thank
got
you.
that
Now,
same
Ms.
outfit
Gilman, I
on
believe there is a second
with the
camera
green
on
jacket,
that video. Could we have that, please?
not the Kinnicky jacket.
And we have that on the media player at 3 minutes and 35 seconds. Ms. Flynn, if I could ask, where is this in your store?
That's the front at the self-checkout.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
No mask, no gloves this time. Oh, he's double bagging for himself. He's double bagging one paper bag inside of another paper bag. I think he's got a touch of OCD. Tell me what you think. Well, he's got to make sure the bag is perfectly straight inside the other bag, like he's futzing with it. Making sure that the handles of the bag are perfectly even. Scanning an item, putting it in the bag. Scanning another item, putting it in the bag. Scanning a third item in the bag. Fourth item. From the size of this bottle, fifth item, looks like it could be hydrogen peroxide to me, but I'm not too sure. And it looks like a couple of the same item. Two more. It looks like peroxide, right? Yeah. That's a lot of peroxide. Remember, he had Googled some queries about peroxide. Just remember, you are always on camera unless you're at 34 Fairview. Thank you, Scott McGinnis. And he's paying with a credit card. Is his credit card rejected? What just happened? Did he put in his phone number to get his CVS card? Uh-oh. Like his worst nightmare right now would be like the red light going off and having to get help at the self-check-in. Oh, he did. He had to get help. The guy had to come over and help him. Self-checkout is not faster. Everyone thinks it is. It's supposed to be, but they always screw you at CVS on the self-checkout. I wonder why. Did he have to be a certain age to buy something there? Or did it not weigh properly? He's scanning a whole bunch of other items. Did he really just scan his loyalty card? Please. Or coupons. Is he using coupons? Yeah, you don't want to spend the extra 30 cents on the peroxide that you're going to use. Make sure you get your coupons in. Yeah, then he has to stick the coupon in the slot, it looks like. Dude, really? Dude. Or is he paying with cash in the machine? I think he's getting a loyalty card and a coupon. I don't even know what's going on right now. Somebody said it happened to me buying a Sharpie. You had to be 18 or older to buy a Sharpie. I know you do it to buy spray paint at Home Depot. Okay. Just checking to make sure that everything's right and his handles are proper and he paid
Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
with cash and left.
Now, does CVS maintain receipts of its transactions?
Please.
Yes,
And is that also done in the
Oh, I don't know
normal
if he's
course of
buying a
business?
Sharpie.
yes,
And in good faith?
yes.
I don't know if he bought a Sharpie. Somebody just said you have to be of age to buy a Sharpie. Sorry, don't get confused with my jokes.
Now, I take it the customer gets a copy of the receipt, correct?
Yes,
Does CVS maintain a copy as well,
we do.
electronically?
Yes,
And have you had the opportunity to review a receipt from your store corresponding to that transaction?
yes.
His extra care card, yeah. Maybe he could go on extreme couponing if he ever gets out of jail.
Ms. Flynn, I'm going to ask if you recognize this document.
Yes,
Is that the receipt that corresponds to that transaction?
He's like,
it is.
Commonwealth will seek to have the receipt from January 1st, 2023 from CVS as the next transaction.
see how
Any
long the
objections?
receipt is.
Okay.
That's now in evidence as 198, the CVS receipt from 1/1/23.
Is it 3 feet long?
Maybe publish.
All right, let's see it.
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we have the receipt from CVS, please? So, Ms. Flint, when it says term number, what does that mean?
That's the terminal
And
number.
17, is that self-checkout?
Yes,
And transaction or trans number what's that significant of?
the transaction number on that terminal.
Okay. And the date and time? What was the date and time for this transaction?
January 1st, 2023 at 6:28 p.m.
And cashier number name, what is that for this transaction?
Self-checkout 17.
And what was the total amount that the transaction cost?
5 bottles of hydrogen peroxide at $3.49 per, and then we have he rounded up to donate to the Feed America Fund because that's the kind of guy he is. That's the kind of guy he is. January 1st, 2023, 6:28 p.m. and he rounded up because you know
Nice.
why? Because you just can't make it up.
$19.
What was purchased that the transaction cost?
$19.
What was purchased in the transaction according to the receipt?
5 bottles of hydrogen peroxide spray and a roundup for Feed America.
And was it cash or charge?
Cash.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
No cross.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
I mean, is it lunch? I think it's lunchtime. We're a little bit behind. Let me see. Everyone smash the like button. Thank you.
They said that we're back a few minutes late on the backside. It's because I just have to handle a quick matter right at 2 o'clock. So that'll be the delay for us getting back, but it shouldn't be very long. All right, thank you.
All right, to the court, please. Books, follow me.
Wow. Let's see what Brian's face looks like walking out. Like I'm sunk. I know. Lucian says, sorry, Mel, this still does not mean he killed her. And that is the whole point of this trial. I agree. It doesn't. It's showing, but it's showing his demeanor afterwards. And I think that his demeanor was so carefree. And when he was looking in the camera and smiling, and he doesn't look like a man who just had to perhaps dismember and dispose of his wife's body so that he wouldn't go to jail while he was just telling the police that she was missing. It shows, in my opinion, like a callous disregard. And I think that the jury's going to pick up on that. And everything here is circumstantial evidence until we get to the DNA, which we haven't seen yet. But the judge is going to instruct them on premeditation. And right now he's only charged with murder 1. I just want to see his demeanor as he gets cuffed and shackled. And like, oh man, not a great day in court. Not a great morning. Let's see, does he look at his mom? A lot more people in court today. All right, let me just fast forward a little bit more. All right, then the jury's at lunch. Whew. That was a morning. See what Kim has to say from inside the courtroom. He said the jurors were intently watching as he was walking down the aisle in the Lowe's video with the murder aisle list, as she calls it. There were multiple jurors that frowned when they saw him walk into Lowe's with his small child. Not sure. Juror 3 had his hands clenched in prayer, had her hands clenched in prayer and resting her chin on her prayer hands while she was watching the videos. And the smile at the Lowe's Weymouth camera, 2 jurors shook their heads. Wow. And then Kim says she asked Brian Walsh's mom if she could inquire about her brooch, and she said, no, thank you. Wow. I don't really have an appetite. Let's go to the chat. There isn't something that I want, a news piece that I do want to show you. I don't remember if the HR woman said she ever called Anna directly. Does anybody remember? Charles wanted to know. Charles is watching from South Africa. He's amazing. Thanks, Charles. Tag him if you know the answer to that question, because I'm not so sure. And he also said, engineers, like a simple locksmith. Yeah. Thank you, Sky Bell, for gifting a membership. Gigi says, my husband, Kevin, wanted to thank you for introducing me to Sonic Dirty Diet Dr. Pepper. He stops every day after work to get me one. Love you. Oh, good for you. That's nice that it's on his way home. Ribbon Hardy became a new member. Welcome. BCS 1226 says, enjoy, just like I do every day. Love being a member here. Been following Mel since the beginning of Free Karen Read and Turtle Boy. Thank you so much. And Gigi said, Sonic should sponsor my YouTube. That's so funny. Whenever I'm watching, I don't know, Paramount Plus, I've been watching a lot lately because Landman, Sonic has a lot of commercials in there. Quinn's Quest for Justice says, maybe mom wrote the list. This couple was shady. You mean the mom and son? Thanks for your deuce. And Gigi says also, never do demand. You have to defend. Well done. Lone Star State says, Lowe's mirror primping. Poor kids. Yeah, that was rough. And Monch says, Melanie, you're wicked awesome. Thank you and your mods. Thank you guys for being here. Dane says, Danvers is an hour and a half away from Cohasset. Why is he in Danvers? Well, his mother lived in Swampscott. Is that close to Danvers? I don't know. That's a good question. Questions that he's going to have to answer if he gets on the stand. And I think he's going to have to. I think he's going to have to testify. What do you think? I think so. All right. Let's, there's an interview from Boston 10 that Laura sent it to me. And I also had watched it a while ago and I forgot, I never finished it. So let's take this is a very interesting peek into Brian Walshe and his lavish dinner parties. So let me just fast forward this a little bit. And this is from Boston 10. And this was published actually like something like 3 months ago. Inside the Secret Life of Brian Walshe. I'm going to refill my coffee, but you guys can talk amongst yourselves while we watch a little bit of this, what I find to be very interesting piece from Boston 10. Let's get it up here.
April of 2023, you wrote a big investigation.
Hold on. Do I have this on fast speed?
Been able to get his side of the story on the Boston Magazine article.
We're having you on today because a couple years ago in April of 2023, you wrote a big investigation for Boston Magazine called...
Hold on. I think this is fast. No, that's normal speed. He talks fast. Okay. There you go.
Called The Secret Life of Brian Walshe. Tell me about writing that story.
Well, it's an interesting story behind the story because, really what had happened, with with Anna's murder was relatively well covered. But what people didn't know was who this guy was. And that became a very interesting, pursuit on. So I got a call on January 3rd or 4th or 5th, I think. It was still a missing persons issue. And I had a friend who does a lot of PR for restaurants around Boston. And that's how I know her. I often write about food and lifestyle and all that other kind of stuff. So I got a call from this friend of mine and she said, do you remember Brian Walshe? And I said, well, this is Boston. Can you be more specific? And she said, Brian Walshe, the guy that used to have all those, expensive dinners and sort of court all the local food writers and editors. And I said, I hadn't really been in town lately, but I'll ask around. And I, started calling friends of mine who had been invited to these dinners and then attended these dinners and sort of, poking around about who this guy was. And it turns out that he was, sort of in quotes, a chef groupie. He he was a guy who really coveted being known to, the top chefs in town, was a real foodie, knew his stuff. But he would go in and ask if he could have a dinner for 10 or 12 people. And then he would insist on developing the chef's tasting menu with the chef, sort of ingratiate himself and get to know them better. And, then he would throw these, dinners that would, probably top out about, sometimes $8,000, $10,000, $12,000, with wine and drinks. And, that was his way of being a sort of big man around town.
So a lot of their network, I mean, Anna and Brian Walshe, you found through your investigation, they had a big network in this Boston restaurant scene, right? So tell me about what people were thinking and talking about when the news was first breaking in early 2023, right after New Year's that year, that Anna's missing. No one's heard from her. No one knows where she is. What were people saying?
People sort of, people were fairly skeptical because, people could, people questioned his character, certainly. Some people thought he was a blowhard, thought he was kind of a, BSer, but, one person actually told me, and this is my favorite quote of the entire magazine article, and I can't remember if it made it into the copy or not, but somebody says, I can't imagine Brian killing somebody. I wouldn't think he'd want to get his nails dirty. And I thought that was kind of telling. People never saw him as violent or threatening. They more found him sort of a dubious character if they didn't like him, or, a world traveler if they did like him.
But people weren't suspecting foul play.
No,
right
nobody
away.
suspected foul play, but it became fairly obvious fairly quickly that, there weren't a whole lot of alternative, ideas. I mean, there's always a chance that she could have, run away, but she has 3 children under 6 at that point. And she is, she's a present mother. I don't, I'm not going to sort of speculate on whether she's a good mother or bad mother, but she was present. She dealt with the kids. He was a stay-at-home father at that point. And they fought, they had friction, but I don't think anybody could see him getting violent. He had no history of that, no tendency toward it.
And similar to that quote that you just said, you spoke to someone who you identified as Brian's former best friend. They
Correct.
Requested privacy, so you don't name them. And I'll just note that we have not talked to these anonymous sources that you spoke with, so we can't verify this ourselves. But that person you quote saying murder is so far out of his character, at worst, he could throw a tantrum, but he wasn't violent.
Correct.
That's what people were saying.
Yeah, and suffice it to say that, the fact checkers over at Boston Magazine are pretty vigilant. So, the sourcing on this was reasonably good. Was good.
Was that challenging to get people to talk to you and open up about him?
Very. A lot of people didn't want to speak on the record. Most people didn't want their names used, and that's tough when you're writing something that has, real legal, consequences. So it was very difficult. There are certain people that were willing to talk. I was able to go back in her history and his. His is a little murkier even. Hers is fairly charitable. She came over from Serbia. She worked at the Inn at Little Washington, which is one of the preeminent restaurants in America. It's a spot down in Virginia that is famous for its hospitality. And, I think she worked her way up. I think she has a hospitality degree from university in Bucharest. But I also think that she, moved over here and was willing to, work she was a hard worker. And she was willing to, start off, maybe even in housekeeping or reception, and worked her way up to, reservations director. And then she moved up to the Wheatley in the Berkshires, where she first met Brian. And, I think she worked for a time in Boston at the Ritz, but then she segued into real estate, where she worked for Jem Mutlu.
He was the last person who saw the two of them, right, on that New Year's Eve?
Correct. He left the house sometime after midnight, and you know, I couldn't get him to speak with me. I mean, I'd contacted him certainly on multiple occasions, but you know, he said, I will reserve, you know, speaking about any of this until after there's a verdict. And so I'm curious to talk to him after the fact. But he left the house, and by all, you know, he has never intimated that there was anything but, you know, a joyful evening. And, you know, the last thing she ever wrote was I think a note to Jem on a champagne bottle, or maybe it was the other way around. He may have written it to them, but it was very positive. And, you know, here's to another great year. Looking forward to, you know, a lifetime of joy or something along those lines. Something upbeat anyway. I'm not paraphrasing it properly, but you know, certainly he left under the impression that they'd all had a great evening. And, you know, a few hours later, she was gone.
One thing that always spooks me too about all that is that the last Instagram she posted, I think was either New Year's Eve or a few days before. And I think it said something like, it was just a graphic and it said, take the risk of optimism, I think. That always kind of spooks me too. That was the last thing she posted.
Posthumous quotes are, you know, once it is read posthumously, they take on a crazy weight and a different, you know, tenor altogether. But I do know that, before that evening, I think it was the day after Christmas, she had called her mother in some level of distress, saying that she wanted her mother to come immediately and help her. She was in trouble, and she didn't specify how, but her mother, because she had, you know, she lived in Serbia, and it's not the easiest flight to book. And also she had several medical appointments that she had, you know, that were coming up. So she was like, well, I think she was basically saying that, you know, can I come a little bit later? But Anna was insistent that she come immediately, and she couldn't.
Yeah. Do you think one thing that Anna and Brian bonded over was this kind of, they both seem to like the finer things in life?
100%. I think, you know, his sort of persona, or the character he portrayed outwardly, was very attractive to her, because a lot of people, I think it's cultural. You know, a lot of people that knew him here kind of were skeptical about whether he was telling the truth all the time. But he put on, you know, I think one of the things that is indicative of that, as we discussed a little bit, was the house he lived in. I mean, he lived in a $6+ million brownstone on Beacon Street. And, you know, he would have people pick him up and drop him off outside that brownstone. He never intimated that it was his mother's house. He always allowed people to speculate that it was his, and that he was, you know, a lot more successful than he was in life. You know, dating back to
Yeah, he sure put on a show, this guy, from what I'm getting. You picking up what he's laying down here? He was a fraud. He was a fraud. But everyone this guy spoke to said he wasn't a violent man. And so we know a lot more than the jury knows at this point. Will they put witnesses on that may reveal some of this stuff? It'll be interesting to see.
You know, he threw around a lot of money. So people will naturally, you know, were like, how the hell does he make all his money? And there was no indication that he worked here, that he worked anywhere. He kind of had his days free. He kind of wandered about. So the speculation, you know, as it does, becomes, you know.
Yeah, this whole cybersecurity company, was that like a facade? Was he a trust fund kid? That $6 million townhouse belonged to his mom, and she sold it recently. So we do know that. And that's likely where he was raised. Maybe.
What people believe. And it was rumored that he and his roommate, Carnegie Mellon, where he went to school for the first, I think, freshman, maybe 1 or 2 years. I can't remember. But he went to Carnegie Mellon, and the rumor was that he and his roommate from CMU had built a online airline ticketing company and sold it for $250 million. And that wasn't true, but he never disabused anybody of that fact.
Everyone thought he sold his company for $250 million, but he never told anybody that's not true. No, she didn't sell it to pay for his defense because he has been considered indigent. And so his public defender is Larry Tipton. Larry Tipton is a public defender because his mother's money is not imputed to him for purposes of indigency.
But he let that rumor float around. He wanted people to think that was the case.
Yeah, like the house was his. I mean, it was one of those things that if it was said, he wasn't going to, correct anybody. And I think he really kind of puffed up when people, called him a millionaire, said he was an internet millionaire, which was a term before internet billionaire. But, people speculated that out loud, and, he just sort of smiled.
You mentioned his dinner parties that he would throw. In your article, you specifically outline one in particular back in 2010 at Sandrine's French Bistro, which, where was that? Was that Harvard Square?
It was
closed
Harvard
now.
Square, yeah. It's
Harvard
not around
Square.
anymore.
They closed in 2015, I think I read. Anyways, and you talked to someone who was there, and they really described his demeanor. I think you characterized it. He was acting like the father of a bride, going to table, just greeting everyone, making sure everyone was having a good time. But what did that person that you interviewed glean from that? Because she had a little bit more of an analysis.
Well, she spoke to me on the record. So that was Amy Traversa, who's now the food editor at Yankee Magazine, formerly the food editor at Boston Magazine. And, she is, for anybody who knows her, she is a very smart and very honest straight shooter.
All right. S Robo 8133. I saw that somebody deleted this. I love how Melanie had Ingolf Turk convicted before he was convicted, but this guy, nope, don't get it. Well, if you remember Ingolf Turk, he confessed. Ingolf Turk confessed. They had a confession on video. They did his I don't remember if his confession, if his statements were on video, but they were definitely audio recorded. They may have been on video, and he confessed to the murder. He just said he snapped. So thanks for coming. And I love how you love what I do.
And as a kind of person who wouldn't be fooled by something so, all these grand gestures. She was kind of like, this guy's full of hot air. And she kind of, she wasn't alone in seeing through it, but, there wasn't a moment where she was taken and then corrected. It was immediate for her. She just saw this guy and was like, no, thank you. There's other people who I talked to who I do remember I asked one person in particular who was another editor at Boston Magazine, who said that she kind of knew who he was from afar, and so she never attended any of the parties.
I think it was described as kind of, there was a neediness about him.
Yeah, I think there was definitely, I think the whole thing.
Oh, hang on. I don't know. Something's weird with this. I got to just get to real time on the other video. I don't know. This weird booster is like, if you have one YouTube tab playing, you can't have the other one playing. So I'll just have to remember when it's 2 o'clock to go look for it. Weird comment about him not wanting to get his fingernails dirty. Weird comment about, did he talk about, because I went to get my coffee. Did he talk about how he would go to pay for these dinners and the credit card wouldn't work, but he would always make up the tab? That might be coming later. Hang on.
Even the person who, described himself as his best friend said there was not, his desire wasn't to be rich. His desire was to be known as rich. Or I'm interpreting, I'm sort of paraphrasing, but it was more the attention that he craved than it was, any of the actual trappings. It was, this guy wanted to be puffed up. He wanted to be made to feel, great.
I mean, who was going to all these parties?
Well,
It sounds like they were pretty big.
A lot of people went to one of them. You know what I mean? And then there was probably a handful of people that went to several of them. But frankly, it was he curated the list. It wasn't this wasn't a open invitation. This was he wanted to know the editors he wanted to know the food writers around town. He wanted to know other chefs around town. He wanted to know the sommeliers around town. Anybody who was in that orbit, who was important, he would invite to this kind of gathering. And they were, by all senses, they were good. They were, he does. He's still with us. Still, he does have a very deep knowledge of food and wine.
And what about cybersecurity? Does he know anything about cybersecurity? Because he lied and told everybody that he had a cybersecurity company. Quinn is calling for Emily C to do a timeline. Thanks, Quinn. And Stella by the Sea says, can you imagine his son as an adult reviewing this and thinking, OMG, my father took me with him to clean up after my mom. These poor kids. I know. That's why it would be nice. People are more cognizant about what they write in the chat and in the comments. But let's do today's badass affirmation. Affirmation for a badass. Let's look at the affirmations for a badass today. And we'll pick one. Hang on. Yeah, Anna wanted her mother to come from Serbia right away, she said, but we don't know why. We don't know why she couldn't come. I think she had health issues, they said, right? I don't know if we're going to hear from anybody about that. Here's the shuffling of the deck. And today's affirmation for a badass is, you are effing amazing. Rock that shit. Don't forget it. That's your badass affirmation of the day. You are effing amazing. Rock that shit. All right. Stephanie. Oh, no, this is Stephen. Stephen before said, until there's a body, I'm not convinced. They are both con artists. This could be a fake death. I don't know. Could it have been some sort of, I don't know. Is this another long con? Interesting. Interesting. And then Jenna said earlier, I think this is why the jury got a blank calendar, because it's so confusing to keep track of all of these things. They did. They gave the jury a blank calendar so that they could keep track of things on their own. Megan said, Anna went to Serbia to see her mother over the Thanksgiving because she had health issues. Well, that's what Anna said, right? I don't think they didn't find a diary of Anna's, no.
Like too, if you listen to some of the statements made, I mean, he was actually a really good cook, or he is a good cook. I think on that New Year's Eve, some people mentioned that he was cooking up a storm on that New Year's Eve.
Yeah, it was important to him, and that was that was part of it. Is if you could put up with the neediness and the desire to be thanked, constantly, and his making the chef come out and sort of do a little show with him, where they said, well, where he takes no credit for the evening, and by taking no credit takes all the credit, you know what I mean? He sort of says, this is the guy you really need to thank, and it's sort of by presenting him, it's sort of a form of like ownership or that you're dictating the the evenings. It's just an odd thing to have to be thanked that much.
You did know in your story that you were told that on some occasions, I don't remember how many, maybe it was one, maybe it was more than one, people said that he had some trouble paying for these big dinners.
Yeah.
What did you hear about in terms of that?
Well, that's how some friendships were started, and that's how some friendships ended. He frequently, I shouldn't say frequently, I should say I definitely heard on multiple stories about him throwing the party and at the end of the night having credit card trouble, or which he always again another way of
there it is,
sort of bolstering his own sort of stature in the world, he would talk about his money handlers and his accountants. And, it sounded like he had a team of, it sounded like he, sort of had all of Morgan Stanley, trying to get his credit card straight. But his credit card would be declined, and he never defaulted on any of it. But I know in one case, he took several months to get it right after, and he was one of those people who frequently, or in this case, he continually sort of kept in touch saying, "Oh, did you get my payment?" And the person would be like, no, I didn't. And he'd be like, "Oh God, I told them to give it to you." So he would buy time by sort of, making excuses and just blaming other people. But ultimately, I don't think he left a lot of bills unpaid in full. I think he made good on almost all of them, but it was always a scramble.
He had to leave a watch as collateral one time.
And I think that was part of, it might almost have been a
He left a watch as collateral at a restaurant. This reporter did a deep dive into him. He's a Boston Magazine reporter. He left a watch as collateral. Listen to this.
That almost sounded planned to me. He left I forget what the guy said. I think a $2,000 watch or a $4,000 watch or $10,000 watch or something as collateral for the bill he couldn't pay. But it almost felt like that was a reason to show off the watch and then come back. And he left. So the tab was $6,000. I think it was a $10,000 watch. He left it as collateral. And then he came back the next day with $6,000 in cash for the bill and an additional $2,000 for the inconvenience. So it almost felt stagey.
Yeah, stagey, showy. Like, oh, here's an extra $2,000 for your trouble. And you gave them your watch, and then you come back with cash. I mean, it sounds like this guy was running cons all the time. Remember, he had just purchased a large amount of sports memorabilia on her credit card.
So you also read
The Goodmans are here, and they say $20,000 watch, according to Jeff Daniels. Do you mean Ted Daniel? Or Jeff Daniels, the actor? Hi, Goodmans.
about this art fraud case that we've covered a lot in this podcast, where he ended up pleading guilty to selling fake Andy Warhol paintings. That case we did profile a lot. One, the interest in it. Two, there's a lot of information to be learned about Brian in all of those court filings, because you have letters written and statements written about him from both people supporting him.
Yes, the federal court filings are fascinating because everyone wrote like letters of recommendation about how great he was, including Anna. Wrote a lot of letters on his behalf. Listen to this.
Him and those who are victims of the art fraud case. And one thing that I wanted to ask you about, Wyndham, is in some of the letters that defend Brian's character in that art fraud case, they blame a lot of his alleged character flaws on his relationship with his dad.
Yeah, well, both his parents really, but his father in particular. But and just to add an extra layer of irony, several of those letters were written by Anna herself, defending his character, saying, and part of it was saying that he was deeply damaged and taught to lie and hide things from an early age. His father was a neurosurgeon, a prominent neurosurgeon in Boston, and
yeah, this guy got all the gossip. He got all the tea, but it also gives us more insight into Brian Walsh, things that I knew nothing about. No, Jeff Daniels did not go to Brian's parties. I think she meant Ted Daniel of Boston 25. So listen to his father was a prominent neurosurgeon in Boston.
He left the family to move in with his partner. He came out in 1983. That was both a turning point for Brian and something he never really seemed to have gotten over. And I say that with some level of confidence, given that later when his father died and Brian liquidated his estate without legal standing to do so, that he cited his father's, coming out as something that entitled him to his estate, that the humiliation that his father had, put him through was something that somehow entitled him to the estate, when in fact.
Right. In 1983. Oh, is that why you Googled HUGH? I don't know. That could have been a suggested search that came up. Yes, Brian's father lived an alternative lifestyle that was taboo in the 80s. This is 1983. And Brian's date of birth, how old would he have been in 1983? See if he's 50 now. He was born at, I mean, he was just a young lad, right? Maybe he was born in 75. Maybe he was 8. Yeah. We're getting a little bit more insight into his psyche. Gays were out in 83. Yeah, but if your father leaves your family because he comes out and then goes to live with a man in 1983, it was not as accepted as it is now. He would have been 8 years old. Not that that's any excuse for anything that he did. We're just getting a little bit more insight into young Brian Walshe. And Brian Walsh's mom and the dad, the neurosurgeon, never got divorced. They were separated for a very long time and until he died. And also, this reporter is telling us that that is why Brian felt that he was entitled to steal something like $1 million from the estate. Yeah, did he ever have therapy? I know. I don't know. I'm interested in finding out more. The media says the dad never liked him even as a kid. Oh, that's so sad. I mean, not, but like, it doesn't excuse anything that he did.
He had defrauded his father of $1 million several years prior, and their relationship never recovered from that.
Obviously, his dad and his mom were separated for a very long time.
Since 1983, yeah.
Since 83. His mom is alive. What do you know about his relationship with his mom, Diana?
Well, he was, she supported his lifestyle. All the bills that were, run up in various restaurants were apparently paid by her. I think she, he had a credit card that she funded. And
she funded his life forever. The guy never got a job. I don't think he ever got a job. I think his mother totally enabled him, and I think that she totally supported him, and he never needed to get a job. Right? That's what it sounds like to me.
Oh, is she so wealthy?
She had a lot of family money. She is Persian. They moved here. Honestly, I don't know when they moved here, so strike that. But she's Persian. They moved here. They were a wealthy Persian family, and I believe they had a rug import business that was successful, a family business. And so she was wealthy independently of the father, who was a successful neurosurgeon. So she, like I said, she funded his lifestyle. When he married Anna, or when he got together with Anna, they moved into the house on Beacon Street, the brownstone on Beacon Street. And I know that, without a whole lot of detail, I know that the mother and Anna had a very friction-filled relationship, and they moved out rather suddenly at one point and rented a house in Lynn.
Well, it sounds like his mother never liked Anna, but also, like, moving in with your mother-in-law, that's not a great idea. Not fun. But listen to what happened. They rented a house in Lynn, and listen to how he lied about that. Listen to this.
Had a very friction-filled relationship, and they moved out rather suddenly at one point and rented a house in Lynn. Again, my source told me that, keeping up appearances, he told everybody that he had an apartment downtown, and when he would say goodbye, he would take the subway out to Lynn, or the train out to Lynn, but he told everybody he was living in a penthouse downtown.
And it seems that Diana, his mom, stood by him through a lot of these legal troubles. Even at his sentencing for the art fraud case at federal court. I mean, I ran into her in the elevator going to the courtroom.
Okay, so
she was at that sentencing. I mean,
Okay.
so it seems like
I didn't see her at any of the hearings for the murder case. But
Yeah,
I reached out and didn't hear back. Not surprisingly. But I know she lives in Swampscott, and after she sold the house on Beacon Street and moved to Swampscott. So I think she downsized certainly her real estate portfolio. And maybe part of that is to pay his legal bills. I don't know.
We talked a lot about.
Well, no, because he has a public defender. Remember, this came out like 3 months ago. NS says the house Anna owned in Cohasset and sold to rent on Chief Justice Highway caught fire around the time Anna went missing. Someone was out to get these people. Well, the house they rented in Cohasset, the Chief Justice Cushing Highway, was actually rented to Diana. Diana paid the rent on that. It was like $5,000 a month. But you're saying Anna owned another house in Cohasset that they were renting out, caught fire. And then somebody else put in here, and I hope you guys, I'm not running with this if you guys can't. And NS also says, sounds like NS is local and knows a lot about the family, says that Brian was sent away for therapy to Western Mass when he was a teenager. Walsh's dad died in India in the early 90s. What gets me is why he named his oldest son after his estranged father. Weird. And then Tisbury MV says he lived in an inpatient treatment facility in Stockbridge, Mass. That's where he met Anna. Anna worked in hospitality in Stockbridge, Mass. I thought they met in DC. Did they move to DC? Okay, Kim's saying the house that burned down on January 8th following her murder was on Jerusalem Road. And she knows because she used to run by there. Crazy. Kelly says, I'm looking at this as juror. Lowe's video shows him buying stuff to dismember and Vinnin disposing of parts. However, Vinnin Liquors is 30 minutes before Lowe's. Reasonable doubt. I don't know. I mean, he's buying cleaning supplies, right? But also, yeah, tools. Yeah, that could anything. Listen, anything a juror considers to be reasonable doubt can be considered reasonable doubt, Kelly. So you're pointing out some good points here. Thanks for tuning in from across the pond. And Gypsy, thank you for your super sticker and for tuning in from Canada. And Brian's barber, David Reese. Oh, David, I loved that show so much. Jeff Daniels did play a news anchor. The name of that show was Newsroom. It was an Aaron Sorkin show. And if you have not watched Newsroom, it's amazing. Tell me if you've watched Newsroom. It's an older series. I don't even know where it is right now that you can find it, but Jeff Daniels, right, was in it. And it was awesome. Olivia Munn was in that too, right? Karen DePasquale, you watched it too. Newsroom, best show ever. One of the best shows ever. So good. So good. Highly recommend. And David Reese also says, I wouldn't trust what this guy says. He thinks Bucharest is in Serbia. Well, I needed something to play for the lunch hour for you. And this is what you're stuck with. Let's finish it up.
No, the appearance that Brian Walshe liked to
HBO Max
portray to people. Do you feel like Anna fell for that?
Yes. I mean, yes, and that is exactly what it is. It's my opinion. But she was very fond of, the finer things. If you look at her Instagram page, it's usually expensive consumer goods, nice cars. I forget off the top of my head what kind of car she drove, but, she would, photograph that, she would photograph herself with nice cars, with Prada bags, with, things that were very name brand and she's very label conscious. And she was an attractive woman who dressed well and successful in her own right in the real estate world. So, but those things were important to her. And I think, and this, again, I'm speculating, but I do think the disconnect culturally, I think her not being American might not have tipped her off as quickly to that he was a imposter. So much as she was sort of new in this country and maybe not as knowledgeable about that he was telling her a fable.
Because it seems like from all accounts, looking into her life, she came here, she was incredibly determined to, educate herself. And well, she came here educated. She, like you said, she got a degree in Serbia. But I mean, she started working in hotels, basically cleaning rooms and working the front desk. And by the time she died, she was a high-powered executive.
Yeah, she was doing well in real estate and moving up. And there's part of the rub is she had basically relocated to Washington D.C. and was going to make that permanent. Probably she bought a house in D.C. before she died, which obviously telling that she was not planning probably to come back to a rental property in Cohasset, which was paid for by his mother.
So you did the story a little over 2 years ago now.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned a lot of people, it was hard to get people to talk, especially when it's a pending case like this. The trial's in October. Do you think you're going to kind of touch base with some of these sources after that? And
that was all the way back when the trial was supposed to be in October until Brian Walshe got sent to Bridgewater State to be evaluated for competency. And after 40 days at Bridgewater State, the doctor there determined that he was competent to stand trial.
Definitely.
See what there is, see what else they'll tell you.
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't think there's a follow-on story necessarily for me, but I'd certainly put enough time and effort into this to remain interested. And I've stayed in touch with some of the sources, sort of exchanged when there's, news, which has been, fairly arcane legal maneuvers of late. But, every once in a while, I'll talk to people from that world again and, update them or they'll update me or whatever. But it's, obviously, if you are very close to somebody and they do something unspeakable or allegedly do something unspeakable and you would never have seen it coming, it resonates, it stays with you. It's not like, these people can unknow him.
I mean, what do people think of it now? Has their thinking changed a little bit since you first talked to them when this was first happening?
And this was also way before his guilty plea. His guilty plea was on the first day of jury selection, the first day.
Happening, and it's kind of a shock factor. And now it's like, okay.
I think he ruptured a lot of his friendships the first time he was arrested for fraud.
In the arts
case. Which is a much
that's why nobody's like
less,
nobody wants to admit to being his friend.
Shocking crime, but it's still when you find out that your friend is a con man and a thief. I think a lot of friendships ended at that point. People were like, wow, he can't be trusted. He's just, those suspicions I had about him not being a good guy are confirmed. And, I think I'm just going to walk away. So that by the time he allegedly killed his wife, you had compounding factors. This guy was on house arrest, COVID, lockdown, and sort of isolated from his friends by virtue of his own misdealings, and he was pretty isolated. And the last touchstone he had really socially was his wife, and she appears to have wanted to leave him. So all was lost. All that hard work that went into to making him a high society guy was
hearsay and rumor, Scott. I agree. I've seen you put that in there a couple of times, but this is out in the mainstream media. This is what people have been watching. It's good backstory for us because he's spoken to a lot of people, but this is the narrative they've been pushing in mainstream media. Is it true or not? Are they going to have witnesses to come in and testify about this stuff? Probably not. But it is just like in many other cases that we follow what the mainstream media is publishing.
All right, Wyndham, the secret life of Brian Walshe. Anything else that you want to talk about?
I'm interested to see what goes goes on next. I'm interested to see how the case is presented and
Yeah.
you know,
Well, it's
really I'm
happening
interested
now.
to see what happens to Brian Walsh.
And I wonder if any of these people will speak to him after the verdict, because that'll be really interesting. If any of his friends will come out and speak. John Fanning is on the witness list, and Yuri Buchanan is on the witness list, and Michael Proctor is on the defense witness list. I saw somebody in the chat saying there's no way they're going to call him. I completely disagree. And I think that Larry Tipton can't wait to get Michael Proctor on the stand. That's what I think. Have I watched The Last Frontier on Apple TV? No, Rhonda, I have not. I'm watching something else on Apple right now. Pluribus. With Rhea Seahorn from what was she on? She was Kim Wexler. It's good so far. I did watch Alec Murdoch on Hulu. You're saying it as the same lead character, you mean same lead actor that played Alec Murdoch on Hulu. The Last Frontier. All right, thanks, Rhonda. Better Call Saul. Thank you. Yes. Beachside 60 says, I think Tipton will call Proctor and it will be glorious. It will be glorious. That's true. Kokomo, Indiana says so many killers have been described as never seen that from them. They were not violent. That's true. Pluribus is so good. I think I'm on episode 3. Boston Babe Forever. It's interesting. It's interesting because there's not, I mean, it reminds me of, I'm trying to think of what show it reminds me of, but it's unlike things in a lot of ways. So it's like something that you don't normally see. But it's Vince Gilligan who did all of the Better Call Sauls and the Breaking Bad. Yes. Yes, actually. 2 people recommended it to me. One was my daughter. The other one was Bettero. And Bettero, and I like his taste in television, so I started watching it. And also because my daughter likes it. There was something else that Bettero recommended. Let me know if you've seen this. Hold on. Let me just go back because I probably searched for it. Jury's still on lunch. We're waiting for everybody to come back to court. The Beast in Me. Has anybody watched that? It's The Beast in Me, and it is on Netflix, I guess. Anybody see that? Claire Danes, Matthew Reese, Brittany Snow. And so let me know. Yes, so good. CJ says, so good. All right, Kim. Kim's in court. If you guys have any questions and you need her to look at anything or observe anything, just tag Yellow Lead Bettero in the chat and hopefully she will see it. The Beast in Me is excellent. So good. So good. So good. Holly, by golly, says, did Brian screw over some bad dudes and Anna was a warning to him? They killed her and he had to get rid of the body. Remember also those really weird emails that came in from Richard Walker at Gmail or something, and they traced him back to a Nigerian Gmail address, and they wanted something like $127,000. There was not really like a lot of follow-up on that, questioning wise, right? And I'm looking at the proposed witness list, and I don't see Diana Walsh on it. But I'm going to look a little closer because it's 4 pages long. I think that the prosecution case is going a little okay, here they come back. It's going in a little bit clunky for me. I prefer when it's a little bit more cohesive and a little bit more chronological, but that's just my own personal thing. And I'm wondering, is the jury confused? Netflix just bought HBO Max. Did it go through? I think it does have to be approved. Good. Does that mean I only have to pay one bill instead of two? Yeah, you guys agree? Clunky. It's just not, I don't know. It's not cohesive to me. And I know a lot about this case coming in. I'm watching the door. The beast in me is dark but riveting. Okay. Amanda put this earlier in the chat, early this morning. Says, I'm still confused. He supposedly went somewhere at night, not his home, while on home confinement to get rid of this black bag, but home confinement wasn't notified that he left. Well, here's the thing about his ankle bracelet. His ankle bracelet was not a GPS monitor, so it didn't say where he went. It just said what time he left and I think what time he came back. He was allowed to go visit his mother. He also was allowed to take the kids to and from school because he was the primary custodial. He was the primary caregiver because Anna got the job in DC. And so a condition of his home confinement was that he had to be the primary caregiver. And so I don't know how strict they were about him coming and going. I think he had to give 48 hours notice, but I don't think he was ever violated. As far as I know, I don't think he was ever violated on his home detention or his home confinement. And Marie said earlier when we were listening to the medical examiner and how they preserved the tissue, or they didn't preserve the tissue because it wasn't tissue, but he preserved a sample from the carpet. This is the exact procedure that they should have used in the John O'Keefe case by saving some tissue samples from John O'Keefe's arm, but they did not do that. But apparently this medical examiner did, and it was just stuff on the rug that turned out not to be tissue as far as we know. And Robin said, why didn't Brian Google sudden death then or some version of that? Because he's stupid. That's why. He wouldn't be Googling to find out how she died. He would be Googling to find out what to do about it, in my opinion. He's just not wicked smart. And then this person, Shan 414515, said, blah, blah, blah. With sudden unexpected death, you got rid of her. No body proves he didn't want it determined. He's guilty AF. Well, he's going to have to take the stand and he's going to have to talk about why he did what he did, because he did plead to disposing of her remains. And his story is, as was set forth in the opening statement, that he was worried about what would happen to his children if they thought he did something to her. Then he would have to go to prison because he still had not yet been sentenced yet on the federal fraud charges. And today is would have been John O'Keefe's 50th birthday. So rest in peace, John O'Keefe. Will there be justice for John O'Keefe? I think there will be. I do. I really do. I don't know. Just a feeling that I have. And Brian's back at the defense table. You think justice is coming, Tisbury? MMK, Mel, when you can, check your email regarding Marcy sitting in Quincy on Friday. Can confirm he's out and about and not MIA. Okay, thank you. Thanks for your 5. I don't know if I'll get to talk about it today, but I will take a look. Paramount's trying to outbid Netflix for Warner Brothers Discovery. Oh, thanks. As you can see, I don't get a chance to, catch up on the news. All I'm on here 8 hours a day with you guys, but that's okay.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Gregory Deneen.
I don't know who that is, but it's not Yuri Buchanan. Happy birthday, CJ. We didn't get to see him walk in. No, they put the camera up because the jury, I guess, was coming in too.
So do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you, sir.
Switch stuff for me. Just slide all the
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Gregory Dineen, Dinneen.
Where do you work, sir?
For Ahold Delhaize USA.
What is Ahold Delhaize?
Ahold Delhaize is the parent company of Stop and Shop supermarket.
And do they have any other supermarket chains underneath their banners?
They do. They have Hannaford Supermarkets, the Giant Company, Food Lion.
And what is your role for Ahold Delhaize?
I'm an investigation specialist assigned to the New England division.
And how long have you been with them?
Approximately 25 years.
And as a result of your role there, do you have access to surveillance videos?
I do.
Now, your area, does it include, you said New England, Swampscott, Mass?
It does.
I'd like to ask some questions about the Stop and Shop in Swampscott. What does it have as far as surveillance video?
It has color cameras inside the building as well as exterior cameras.
And do they record to a server or they film or whatnot?
They record to DVR units within the store.
And do you have access to those?
I do.
Does anyone else get access to the recordings?
There are other individuals that have access there within the asset protection department.
Okay. And sir, are you familiar with videos that was turned over by your company to law enforcement in January of 2023 from the Swampscott Stop and Shop?
I am.
Have you had a chance to review those before today to make sure that they haven't been altered in any way?
I have.
And in doing so, did you sign a tag to a thumb drive to confirm that those were the videos?
I did.
And sir, let me ask you this. Your videos, are they kept in normal course of business?
They are.
In good faith?
They are.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You sure can.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, do you recognize the initials on the tag on that drive?
I do. They're mine.
And on the front of it, is it for Stop and Shop Swampscott?
It is.
Is this the drive with the videos that you reviewed before coming in here today?
Yes, it is.
The Commonwealth would seek to enter the Stop and Shop videos from January 1 of 2023 in Swampscott. That's the next exhibit you're on.
Any objection?
No objection.
The Stop and Shop thumb drive from Swampscott store 1123 is now in evidence as 199. Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, can the Commonwealth publish these videos?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, can we have the first video? I believe it's exterior. And if you could pause. Mr. Dineen, what are we looking at here?
This is the interior entrance vestibule of Stop and Shop in Swampscott.
And at the top, where there's a date and time, is the date and time on the Stop and Shop videos accurate?
They are accurate.
And in the bottom, there is prod entry and SS0015-01. What is that, sir?
So prod entry is referring to the side of the building. The front, there's two entrances to Stop and Shop. This is referring to the produce entry. And SS0015 is the location number. So Stop and Shop store 15 is Swampscott, Massachusetts. And the 01 is unit 1. There are multiple DVR units in this location.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
It says January 1st, 2023 at 7:02 p.m.
Now, Ms. Gilman, can we have the second video?
It looked like him walking through the front door of Stop and Shop.
And Mr. Dineen, where are we looking at right now in the video?
Sure. This is the front of the store looking at self-scan register number 13.
And sir, the SS015-02, I understand that's the store code, but what does the 02 mean?
The 02 is referring to the DVR unit that it's recording on. So again, there's multiple DVR units in this location. The first one that we saw of the entryway was on 01. This one's on 02.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
See if he checks his hair again in the camera. Okay, looks like him at the self-check register. Video's jumping a bit. It's not very smooth. Oh, it looks like, I don't know what he's got in the bleach or something. Handle type bottles of, could be bleach, could be vinegar. But I guess we'll find out. Do you guys have to pay for bags in Massachusetts? We have to pay 5 cents for bags. I wonder if he cheats and says he doesn't have any bags and he's not paying for the bags. Because that would be something a con man would do, right? And then he just, did you see he gives the register one of these, like, oh, like, really? They're going to need to come and help me again? Again, he needs assistance at the self-checkout. This is like the worst. Not only is he the worst criminal in the world, he's the dumbest criminal. And he's got the worst luck out of any criminal, okay? Look, every single time he goes to the self-checkout, somebody's got to come over and check up on him, okay? People say most places 10 cents a bag. Check this out. Watch. Look at him. He's like, oh, he's looking at the register like, really? With his hand motion. Look. Is he going to use his loyalty card at Stop and Shop? Because you need to use your loyalty card if you want to get the discounts on stuff. 5 cents a bag at Stop and Shop. But he rounds up. Exactly. He rounds up because he's a generous guy. He's a generous guy. Agreed. Stop and Shop does have the worst self-checkout because I always get stopped there too. They always have to come over and help me. The things don't weigh properly. I agree. So this is taking him a while, but this is a weird video because it is jumping. It's not fluid. But it's clearly him.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If you could close out of that, please. Thank you. Sir, does Stop and Shop in Swampscott create receipts for its sales?
They do.
And are those also kept in the normal course of business?
They are.
And in good faith?
They are.
And is it created at the point of time when the transaction occurs?
It is.
And did you have the opportunity to review a receipt that was produced for your company that corresponded to that transaction?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Dineen, do you recognize the object I'm handing you?
I do.
Is that the receipt that your store produced that corresponds to the transaction from the Swampscott video?
It is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as an exhibit.
Any objection?
Okay.
The receipt for the transaction reflected in 199 is now in evidence as 200.
Plastic bags are outlawed in New York. We can't get plastic here.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish the receipt?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman?
What it is.
So, directing your attention to Exhibit 199 on the screen, sir, what is the store is 15, so that corresponds to Stop and Shop Swampscott?
That's correct.
Okay. And what does the cashier number mean?
Cashier is listing as 880013, which is a self-scan register cashier number.
And what does POS mean, sir?
POS is the register number. And again, the number 4 refers to self-scan.
And transaction number?
Is 148.
And sir, would this, can we scroll down, Ms. Gilman? Thank you.
Looks like 3 bottles of ammonia. And I'm not sure, but it looks like he might have bought himself a pressed coconut water because that's what it looks like up here.
Excellent. Sir, what is the date and time on the receipt?
The date is January 1st, 2023 at 6:56 p.m.
And what was the total cost of the purchase?
The total cost with tax is $11.56.
And was it a cash or was it a credit card?
It was a cash transaction.
I have no further questions for the witness, Your Honor.
Did he round
Any
up?
cross? Witness may step down.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
sir.
Yeah, you need to stay hydrated when you're sawing things up, says Bay Harbor Beauty Skin. Just saying.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Matthew Sheehan.
I mean, coconut water is good. It's very hydrating. I like it.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Can you see this?
Watch this.
The 50?
Binder clips are loud. No, they didn't
So,
ask what he
Is
purchased.
it
That's why I read
correct
it
that
to
the
you.
parties have pre-agreed to those exhibits? All right, so there's a group of exhibits that are going to come in, jurors, through this witness. The court reporter tells me those are 201 to 250 as they come in, and that they've been agreed to by both parties. As they come in, ADA, you'll identify them for the record.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trying not to drop them all. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Matthew Sheehan, SHEEHAN,
And where do you work, sir?
at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And what is your role there?
I am a forensic scientist 3 in the crime scene response and criminalistics units.
And how long have you been with the crime lab?
Just over 12 years.
And where did you go to school, sir?
The University of New Haven.
And what degree do you have?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in forensic science with a concentration in chemistry.
And can you detail your history at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I was originally hired in September of 2013 as a forensic scientist 1, which is mainly a training position. The following year in 2014, I was promoted to an FS2, which is a full-time case working analyst. For a period of about 6 months in the year of 2022, I was acting crime scene supervisor. And following that, I was promoted to criminalistic supervisor in November of 2024.
And what's the difference between a criminalist and a crime scene, the criminalistics unit and the crime scene response unit?
The crime scene response unit is any work that is done outside of a lab at a particular crime scene, while a criminalist in the criminalistics unit will examine everything inside of a lab in a controlled setting.
And you are familiar with competency testing and proficiency testing, correct?
Yes,
And have you taken both of those types of tests?
I have.
And have you passed those tests?
Yes.
And have you ever testified before giving your opinion concerning evidence collection and forensic analysis of evidence?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
50 to 60 times.
Where did you respond on January 8th of 2023 at approximately 8:52 a.m.?
It was around 8:45 a.m.
8:45 a.m.
It was 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset.
And how many floors are in that home?
There's 3 floors, 2 livable, an attic, as well as a basement.
And what was your role at that home?
Now, I was assigned to the crime scene response unit, so I was dedicated to looking for and testing for biological material.
So let's talk about that. What is biological material? What kinds of things are you looking for?
In this particular case, I was looking for blood.
Are you looking for anything else, any other kinds of material while you're at that home?
It could be physical evidence as well as various types of trace materials if needed.
What is trace material?
Trace materials, it can be considered paint, glass, hairs, and fibers.
So where did you begin your work that day?
I began work in the kitchen area on the first floor.
And just generally, how do you determine what you're looking for?
I will speak with the detectives on scene to get a general guideline of what type of investigation this is. Following that, I will make a general test plan for the scene that I am at before testing.
So what were your observations of the kitchen area?
It was clean overall. When looking through the kitchen, we did find a couple bottles of hydrogen peroxide as well as a knife in a kitchen cabinet above the refrigerator.
Okay. At this point, I would like to place into evidence what's already been marked as Exhibit 201, that being SLD 7597. And I would ask to publish that for the jury.
All right, and what is SLD 7597?
Exhibit 201, that being the area that he's discussing in the kitchen, the hydrogen peroxide.
Just a photo of that?
Yes.
All right.
Is this that area that you're talking about?
Yes, it is.
And I'd next ask to, you also described a knife, correct?
It's a photograph of the refrigerator with two cabinets above the refrigerator open in case you can't come to your screen. That's where he said he found the knife. And there's also some bottles of hydrogen peroxide in the right-hand cabinet above the fridge. See that?
Yes.
I'd next ask to show Exhibit 202, that being SLD 7606, being a knife, Your Honor, previously marked as Exhibit 202, and to publish that for the jury.
You may.
Okay, this is a picture of what purports to be the inside of the cabinet. I don't see a knife there, but maybe she'll point it out to us.
And Mr. Sheehan, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
I mean, it looks like a blood spot there. But if you guys see a knife, am I blind?
And then more specifically, I'd like to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 203,
On the
SLD
box?
7.
It's right there on the right. I don't know. It's just the angle that I'm looking at it. I can't really. Okay, I'll trust me, bro.
7610, which is more specifically a knife. May I publish that for the jury, Your Honor?
You may.
On the box, okay.
Is that the knife you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Mr. Sheehan, what kind of testing did you do?
I performed a screening test for blood on the blade of the knife.
And can you describe what the screening test for blood is?
The screening test is a two-step color test where a small portion of question sample is put onto a test swab. And after that, two chemicals are added to this test swab. If there's a bright pink color change, the test is positive. And if there's no color change or to something other than that pink color, the test is negative.
And what were the results?
The screening test for blood was positive on this blade.
And did you perform the screening test anyplace else?
Yes.
And where else did you perform that?
As on the hydrogen peroxide bottles, as well as on the kitchen sink area.
And what were the results that you found for the kitchen sink and the hydrogen peroxide bottles?
On all of the bottles, as well as the sink knobs, the sink basin, and the sink drain had all screened negative for blood.
And what can cause positive results besides human blood?
Various types of food materials, such as vegetables, as well as various types of legumes.
Vegetables and beans can also test positive for blood. Kim says the jury did not look surprised that there was blood on the knife.
Did you test any other areas in the kitchen?
No,
Did you test inside of the dishwasher?
I did not.
Why did you not test inside the dishwasher?
The nature of a dishwasher is to sanitize anything that is inside with extreme temperature, chemicals, and water. I felt that it wasn't necessary to test on the inside due to those conditions.
Besides the areas that you've already discussed, what other areas did you test on the ground floor of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
There was also a half bathroom that I examined.
And what did you examine in the half bathroom?
There was a washing machine and a dryer, as well as a sink.
Okay. And what were your results?
Screening test for blood was negative on the interior of the dryer and washing machine, as well as on the sink knobs, the sink basin, and drain.
And did you test anything else on that floor?
No.
And then where did you go?
To the second floor bathrooms.
Okay. And did you also go into the bathroom, to the basement area?
I did.
Okay. And did you do testing in the basement area?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So I want to move to the basement for a moment. I'd like to show what's been previously marked as Exhibit 34. May I publish that to the jury?
You may.
Thank you. Can you tell me what this is?
This is the door in the kitchen leading down to the basement.
And then I'd like to show what's been previously marked as Exhibit 35. May I publish that to the jury?
You may.
Thank you. And what is this?
This is the stairwell leading to the basement.
May I publish Exhibit 36, please?
Yes.
And can you tell me what this is?
So if you were standing at the bottom of the stairs looking back up towards the kitchen, this area would be to the left.
It's a mess. Look at all the insulation
And
coming out of the ceiling.
may I publish Exhibit 30?
What a mess.
37, please.
Yes.
And what is this area?
The same if you were to stand at the bottom of the stairs looking towards the kitchen, this area is to the right.
I'd next like to show what's now being marked as Exhibit 204, Exhibit 7, SLD 7476, which is a blank area in the basement. May I publish that, Your Honor?
You may.
Can you please tell me about this, Mr. Sheehan?
This is the area of ceiling directly above that small area in the basement.
So what type of testing did you do on the areas that were A through G, the testing that you had shown us through the markers?
On stains A through E, I did the screening tests that I talked about earlier, and all of those results on A through E were positive for blood.
Okay. It just skipped, so I just want to make sure.
The screening tests that I talked about earlier, and all.
I want to make sure we didn't miss a photo because I don't know, it skipped for some reason.
479.
Oh yeah, we did. So we missed this. I don't know what this is. Hang on. Okay, this is the stairwell to the basement, and this is the basement ceiling with all of the asbestos. I mean, insulation coming down from the ceiling. Is this a mirror right here?
And at the bottom of the stairs looking towards the kitchen, this area is to the right.
I mean, wouldn't
I'd next
shock
like
me.
to Exhibit 204, Exhibit 7, SLD 7476, which is a blank area in the basement. May I publish that, Your Honor?
You may.
A blank area in the basement? All right, take
Can
a
you
look at
please
this.
tell me about this area?
This area was in the back right corner of the basement. If you were to, again, stand at the bottom of the stairs, In this area, there were several stains that I observed for testing.
Yeah, I mean, they look like bloodstains to the untrained eye, which is me right now, but I want to say, let's zoom in on this a little bit. There's some of the buckets that we saw him buying at Lowe's. And I'm not sure what this is over here, black something, but there's an evidence marker, as you can see, that says number 5. And then there are what look to the untrained eye to be blood stains. And it's weird how this whole thing is like cleared out. There's clutter everywhere else in the basement except for this right rear corner of the basement that looks like Dexter's kill room. I don't know, I'm just saying. Oh, sometimes we got to put Dexter up in the corner and now might be one of those times. There he is. Did he watch Dexter? Did he ever search for Dexter? I need to know. Looks like maybe a black jacket on the floor, but I can't wait to hear the results of this.
Do you recognize those white marks on the floor?
Yes, I do.
And why do you recognize those?
That is small pieces of scale tape that I had put down next to the stains that I wanted to test.
And did you label those?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Gilman, can I ask that you focus in on those, please? And can you tell me, Mr. Sheehan, what those are?
These are stains B, C, D, and E. Stain A is upwards and to the right. These are purple stains that I observed for testing.
Purple.
Thank
What about
you.
all the other red stuff that looks like looks like it looks like the floor of a butcher shop, for Christ's sakes. And that's all he tested? What about the rest of it? Oh my gosh.
I'd now like to go to the next exhibit,
That's where he cut up his vegetables,
which
right?
has
Well
been
done, Bruce.
previously marked as Exhibit 205, SLD 7479, which is the ceiling of the basement. May I publish that, Your Honor?
You may.
Can you tell me about this, Mr. Sheehan?
This is the area of ceiling directly above that small area in the basement.
With all the insulation coming out.
So what type of testing did you do on the areas that were A through G? The testing that you had shown us through the markers?
On stains A through E, I did the screening tests that I talked about earlier, and all of those results on A through E were positive for blood.
A through E from the other little tape marks? Okay.
And that was the same kind of screening test that you described previously to us?
Yes.
I'd now like to show what's been marked as Exhibit 206, SLD 2482. This is Exhibit A. May this be published?
Yes.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is stain A.
And this is something you previously explained to us.
Yes.
And was this one of the areas that you tested?
Yes.
And was this positive?
Yes, it was.
And was this done, how did you learn that this was positive?
By doing the screening test.
What is on the floor? Is there, it looks like there's butcher paper on the floor, but I don't think there is. I think that's the floor.
I'd next like to go to Exhibit 207, that being 7487. This being closer up of the purple stains. I'd ask that this be published.
You may.
Thank you. Do you recognize this, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes, I do.
And if I could ask you to zoom in, Ms. Gilman. And can you tell me what you see in B?
Stain B is the purple staining that I observed for testing.
Thank you. Could you go to C, Ms. Gilman? And can you tell me what you see there?
This is stain C for testing.
Thank you. If you could go
Google how to get blood out of concrete, right? So maybe this is the concrete floor, and maybe these other stains that look to me, to the untrained eye, to look a little bit more red, that are not blood, are rust. I don't know. I can't tell.
Go to D, Ms. Gilman. And can you tell me what you see there?
This is stain D.
And could you go to E, Ms. Gilman? And Mr. Sheehan, could you tell me what you see there, please?
And this is stain E.
Thank you. If we could now go to
Moisture drip from the water pipes above, says Detective Mowry.
what's been marked as Exhibit 208.
I mean, I don't know. Did
753.
somebody said they saw footprints. Let me just take this back a second. Yeah, I mean, what's this over here to the right? I don't know if that's, I mean, it looks like it could be like Sasquatch prints, but I don't know what's going on here. Could be water dripping from the pipes. Could be.
I'll go to
I mean, he's a criminalist. He would
what's
know.
been marked as Exhibit
that wasn't blood, and
208.
that's why he didn't test it.
7536. And I'd ask, and this is the stair, I'd ask that this be published for the jury.
May?
Thank you. Can you tell me what this is specifically?
This is the bottom step in the basement. The bottom step was broken.
And specifically, what do you see with your writing on it?
On the right side of the
I spy with my little eye. Did he break the step or was it already broken? Looks like a broken step. Looks like the step is made of wood, but I know there's some contractors in the shot, so you guys can tell me.
broken piece of stairs, there was an additional purple stain. I labeled it as stain F.
And if you could zoom in on that, Ms. Gilman? And is that what you're referring to, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, I'd ask that you now show Exhibit 38. And Mr. Sheehan, what is Exhibit 38?
This is their stairwell leading to the kitchen with a support beam directly below it.
Below it or behind it?
Behind it.
Okay. And that support beam is significant, isn't that right?
Yes.
And why is that support beam significant?
There was an additional stain, as I labeled it as stain G, that was on the base of the support beam.
Your Honor, I'd next ask that we publish Exhibit 209, which has been previously marked, and it's 7556, and that is stain G.
You may publish it.
Thank you. And what is this?
This is a close-up of stain G.
And so I want to be clear. What type of testing did you do for A through G?
The screening test for the presence of blood.
And what results did you get in A through G?
In A through G, all stains had screened positive for blood.
And how did you identify those stains?
Visually.
And when you say visually, what color were they?
All of these stains were purple in color.
And why were they purple?
The crime scene services section during the scene exam was using a chemical called LCV, and this chemical leaves behind a purple residue and is known to turn potential blood stains to the color of purple.
And when had crime scene services used that chemical?
Earlier in the day.
You know what would have been great? If you had him tell us that first, because we're all looking at these purple stains like, okay, it doesn't look like blood to me. Maybe you should have had him say that first. I'm just saying.
During the scene exam.
Was that before you began to go into the basement?
What?
Patients.
That was not us. That was Law and Crime.
And how does LCV impact your testing?
At the scene, LCV does not have an impact. However, in the lab, it is known to hinder the confirmatory test for blood.
Oh, what does that mean?
The confirmatory test is done as a second test on stains in areas that had screened positive for blood. As a result, we can confirm the presence of blood. And this LCV chemical is known to, even on positive samples, give a negative result.
So how do you compensate for that in the lab?
In the lab, even if a stain has tested negative for blood, a sample would still be prepared for DNA testing.
So
wait.
What do you do with a stain once it has screened positive for blood?
The stain itself would be transferred onto a set of swabs for collection and transported to the lab for analysis.
And how is that done? What is a swab?
The swabs are very similar to almost like a Q-tip on a wooden stick, and each sample is packaged in its own manila envelope and then stored in its own container.
So leaving, give me a second, you okay?
Yep.
Leaving the basement, can you please describe the second floor of the home?
In the second floor, I examined the two bathrooms, which included a master bathroom from one side of the house and a secondary bathroom to the left.
Okay. And what areas did you test on the second floor?
Both of the sinks as well as the showers. There was also a pair of black and blue cleaning squeegees.
Okay. So did you test the drains and the basins?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did you do that testing?
The screening test was also the same one that I have been using throughout the day.
And what were your results?
All of these areas had screened negative for blood.
And what time do you think you left the house at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset?
Approximately 4:45 in the afternoon.
And were you done with all of your testing?
I was not.
So what happened to the house?
At the end of the day, the decision was made to secure the house, and we would return the next day to continue our exams.
D says, "I'm sorry. Anna's blood all over the basement in their home. Case closed." Did I miss something? Did they confirm that it was Anna's blood? Because I didn't hear that part yet. What I thought I heard him say was that the confirmatory testing could prevent them from testing for DNA in the lab. So I need to hear more.
And did you return to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes.
And when was that?
The following day on January 9th.
And where did you start on January 9th of 2023?
On the second floor in the front left bedroom.
Okay. And what observations did you make to the front left bedroom?
The bedroom itself was clean overall, aside from a pile of clothing on the floor. I had also noted an area of, it seems like a white residue, and in an area that the varnish on the floor appeared to have been removed.
At this time, I would like to show what's been previously marked as Exhibit 210, which is 7765, that bedroom that Mr. Sheehan just described, and publish it for the jury.
You may.
Thank you.
EC says, imagine if they tested the basement at 34 Fairview. Thank you for your 5.
Mr. Sheehan, can you describe what you were talking about with the white residue and the varnish, please?
On the area on the floor directly above the MSP placard number 10 and to the bottom right of the pile of clothing is the white residue on the floor.
Is the white residue that you're discussing?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the other area that you were discussing?
It was that same area, the white residue, and that same area appeared the varnish on the floor looked like it had been removed.
And how was the varnish flooring for the rest of the room?
It still had a glossy, shiny coat to it.
Were there any other varnish issues?
Not that I recall.
And did you do any testing in this room?
I did.
And where did you do testing?
Testing was on 2 additional red-brown stains that I had observed on one of the window curtains, as well as on the purple stain noted with MSP placard number 8.
And what were what kind of testing did you do?
Okay, so number 8 is right here at the bottom of the screen. That he says they tested for blood. There was some areas where the varnish looked like it was a little bit duller than the rest. And remember, he did Google how to remove blood from wood floors or from wood floors, right? And then there's a white residue somewhere. Is baking powder good for getting rid of smells? Remember, he Googled that too, because he's the dumbest criminal on the planet.
The screening test for blood.
And what were your results?
On these stains, I had labeled them as stains H and I, as well as MSP placard number 8, were all negative.
No
And H
blood.
and I were the windows.
Yes.
Okay. And did you go back to the room later?
Later on, yes.
Okay. And why did you go back to that room?
At that time, the decision was made to the crime scene services section was going to remove a portion of the floor. So I removed myself from that area so they could remove the flooring.
And did you direct them to remove the flooring?
No.
And so did you go back after that was done to look at the room?
Yes.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, I would like to show Exhibit 211, which has been previously marked, and that is 7808. And I would ask to publish that with the flooring removed.
May?
Yes, that is
Thank
the
you.
same room with the hole in the ceiling.
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And is this the area you're talking about that was removed by crime scene services?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do further testing?
I did not.
Why not?
There was no visible staining for testing after the crime scene services section had done their exam.
So while crime scene services worked on the floor, what did you do at that time?
I returned to the basement for a second exam.
Why did you return to the basement?
It's not often where I get to re-examine an area that I had already examined, so I wanted to go back to see if I had missed anything.
And what, if anything, were you looking for?
Potential blood.
It's not often that he gets his chance to re-examine a place that he already examined. Thank you, Gigi. You've never been in a basement before? Or do you live somewhere where there's no basements? Hold on, I gotta take that back a second.
It's not often where I get to re-examine an area that I had already examined, so I wanted to go back to see if I had missed anything.
And what, if anything, were you looking for?
Potential blood stains.
And where did you first go?
At the top of the stairs, looking down, I observed a red-brown stain that I had labeled as stain J on the wall of the stairwell directly into the doorway.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd ask to publish exhibit, which has been previously marked as 212. That would be 7793, that being stain J.
You may.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is the area of stain J.
Ms. Gilman, can you zoom in just a little bit, please? Thank you. And where is stain J?
Stain J is to the right of the scale. It is not visible in this photo.
Okay. And what did you do with the stain?
See, there's a little like a ruler sticker on the wall with a little J on it, but you can't see the stain here. Guess it's on the inside of the door jamb. I don't know. Maybe he'll tell us.
Did the screening test for the presence of blood.
And what were the results of the screening test?
The screening test was negative.
And then where did you go?
I continued down to the basement.
Okay. And where did you go in the basement?
I returned to an area of black trash bags, as well as that back right section that I had examined the day before.
At this time, I would ask to publish Exhibit 213, 7797, the area that Mr. Sheehan just described with the black trash bags.
You may.
Do you recognize this area?
Yes, I do.
And what is this area that you're talking about?
This is an area in the basement that was a little to the left of the area that I examined the day before, towards the back wall.
And
Anybody look in those trash bags?
I would
It looks like there's
also
stuff in
ask
there.
to publish Exhibit 214, 7802, which is a close-up of that area.
You may.
Thank you. What is this area?
This is the stain identified as stain K.
And what testing did you do of stain K?
I did the screening test for the presence of blood.
And what was the results of that?
The result was positive.
And what did you then collect?
A sample using a set of swabs was collected from the stain.
Did you collect anything else from the home that day?
That day, no.
Thank you. So what did you do with the swabs that you collected from the house at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset on January 8th and 9th of 2023?
I had brought these swabs back along with the knife from above the refrigerator back to the lab to be submitted.
For what?
For DNA analysis.
And what did you do with the swabs at the lab once you got there?
The swabs were submitted into our computer system called LIMS.
And were they given a number?
Yes.
And what's the lab number that they were given?
The lab number for the case was 23-00596.
And is that a unique lab number for this case?
Yes.
And how is the lab number kept?
The lab number is kept identified for each individual case in our computer system.
So aside from the collection of evidence at the house, did you then do further work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab on this case?
Yes, I did.
And what procedure do you follow to ensure that you prevent contamination?
In the lab, I work on one item at a time. And in between items of evidence, I will use bleach to clean my work area and any tools that I'm using, and as well as wearing PPE, which would include gloves, a mask, and a lab coat.
How do you keep your actual station clean, and what do you use on your actual station?
Bleach.
And why do you use bleach?
Bleach is known to destroy DNA.
Do you use any kind of paper on your station?
We use a large piece of paper, which we call butcher paper.
Did you do lab work on the items you brought back from 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway alone, or did you do lab work on other items as well?
Other items as well.
So what was the first item that you examined in this case?
Item number 1-1.
And what was item -1-1?
This was a set of swabs from red brown stain A in the basement.
And what testing was done?
I did a confirmatory test to confirm the presence of blood.
And how does that confirmatory test work?
The test itself is very similar to a pregnancy test, where a small amount of sample is put into a test solution, and then that test solution is put onto a test card. After a period of 10 minutes, if there's one line, the test is negative. If there's two lines, the test is positive.
And what was the result?
Confirming the presence of blood was negative.
So what was done with this item?
In this particular case, because the LCV chemical was used at the crime scene and the stains were purple, I preserved the sample for DNA testing as item number 1-1.1.
So that was the number that it was given for DNA?
Yes.
Okay. And did you assign any of that sample for DNA testing?
Yes, I did.
And was that the one that you assigned?
Yes, 1-1.1.
And did you examine item 1-8, the knife from the kitchen?
Yes, I did.
And what testing was done?
I did not do any further testing. I did a collection for potential DNA analysis.
Okay, why didn't you do any testing?
In order for a complete lab exam to be done on an item, there needs to be a visible stain in order to have enough testing for the confirmatory test as well as DNA testing. In this particular case, because there was no visible staining on the blade, the sample needs to be treated as something called quantity limited or QLIM, where the entire sample needs to be used for DNA testing.
So what was done with this item?
A sample was collected from the knife blade as well as from the handle.
And was it preserved for DNA testing?
Yes.
Okay. And why was that preserved?
Thank you, Mrs. Bouquet. Hello to you and Harrison. I hope you guys are doing well.
To answer any type of forensic questions.
I want to ask you about item 5-1, which was swab K from the basement floor.
Correct.
What testing did you do on swab K from the basement floor?
I did a confirmatory test for the presence of blood.
And what was the result of the confirmatory test?
The confirmatory test was positive, confirming the presence of blood.
And I'm sorry, I should have shown you Exhibit 215, Exhibit Image 1205, which is the knife.
Yeah, was Proctor there in between
May I
the 2
publish
days?
that?
I have questions. Good point, upside down.
So this was the knife that you just told us about, that
Yeah.
you was QLIM.
Yes.
Thank you. And now I'd ask to show Exhibit 216, Image 1066, which is the swab K.
You may.
Thank
QLIM,
you.
quantity limited.
This is the swab that you described?
Yes.
Thank you. And then you said that it was positive, and I'd ask next to show Exhibit 217, Image 1067, which is the positive test.
You may.
Thank you. This is that, for lack of a better term, like pregnancy test that you described to us earlier.
Yeah,
Correct.
or like COVID test.
And this is how you know if the test results are positive. Is that right?
Yes.
When you're saying that this is indicating positive for human blood, why are you saying that it's indicating positive for human blood?
The test itself, while it does confirm the presence of blood, there are other types of animal blood that will give a positive result, which include ferret blood as well as various types of primates.
Did they have a ferret?
So why did you not do
Primate?
the screening test for the swab?
The screening test was done at the crime scene at the house during the original collection of the sample.
And so what did you do with this sample?
The sample was preserved for DNA testing and given item number 5-1.1.
And was this assigned for DNA testing?
Yes.
And what was item 7-9?
7-9 was a pair of tin snips.
Tin snips.
7-9 was a pair of tin snips.
At this time, I would ask to publish Exhibit 218, Image 1081, from the lab, the tin snips.
You may.
I think the judge is getting frustrated too. She's like, you may. All right,
And
there's
Mr.
the tin
Sheehan,
snips.
do you recognize these photos, correct?
Yes.
And why do you recognize these photos?
These are the photos that I took in the lab of the items. They have the case number, my initials, the item number, and the date I worked on them.
And what testing did you do?
There was no visible staining on the blades, so I did the screening tests for blood, and the on the blades was positive.
Oh.
And why didn't you do the confirmatory testing?
There were no visible stains to do further testing.
So it's the same reason that you gave us before?
Yes, as a QLIM sample.
Thank you. And you said that this was positive for blood?
Somebody explain this to me like I'm 5. I know we have forensics experts in the chat. Only if you're a forensics expert, tell me that because this was QLIM, quantity limited, and they did it, it tested positive for blood originally, they could not do a confirmatory test because there wasn't enough of a sample. Explain it to me like I'm 3. Not even 5, like I'm 3.
It's the blades had screened positive.
And what was done with this item?
A sample was preserved from the blades as well as from the handle.
And what was 7-10?
7-10 was a hacksaw.
Where's Ed Wallace?
I would ask to publish Exhibit 219, image 1085.
That's the image of the hacksaw?
I'm sorry. Yes, Your Honor. It's the image of the hacksaw.
You may publish it.
And what test did you do on the hacksaw?
There were 3 areas that identified for potential testing on seemed like a tannish brown debris. The first one was on area A, which is on the blade at the end, on the opposite side from the handle. Area B was on the frame next to the handle, and area C was on the blade where it attaches to the frame adjacent to the handle.
And what testing for all of those areas?
I did the screening test for the presence of blood, followed by the confirmatory test for blood.
And what were the results on those 3 areas?
On all 3 areas, A, B, and C, the tests were positive, confirming the presence of blood.
What did you then do?
Samples were preserved from each individual area, A, B, and C, as well as from the handle.
What numbers were the samples given?
The sample that I had assigned for DNA testing was from stain C, which was 7-10.3.1, as well as a sample from the handle, which was 7-10.4.1.
I'd next like to talk about 7-
Look at Brian Walsh. It's looking straight ahead. No emotion at all. I mean, they just confirmed blood on the hacksaw, right? Listen, the media has been running with a piece of bone attached to the hacksaw for years. And let's see if they talk about any piece of bone being found on the hacksaw, because if you were following the pretrial with me, you already know the answer to this, but a lot of people I see putting in the chat that there was bone found on the hacksaw. You might be surprised. Hold on.
11, the hammer. I'd like to show you Exhibit 2020 and publish it, that being image 1092. That being the hammer.
You may show that.
Mr. Sheehan, what test did you do on the hammer?
I did the screening test for blood on the hammerhead and face area.
What were the results?
Screening test for blood was positive on the hammer face.
And what did you do?
Samples were preserved from the hammer face as well as from the handle.
And why did you only do the screening test here?
There was no visible staining on the hammerhead.
So am I correct in assuming that when you only do the screening test and not the confirmatory test, it is always going to be for that same reason?
Yes.
Meaning I don't need to keep asking you the same question?
Correct.
7-13, the blades and frame from the hatchet, that being Exhibit 221, image 1099. Could we please publish that for the jury, Your Honor?
Okay.
What observations did you make of this hatchet?
There was no visible staining. However, on the hatchet head, I did note some sort of greasy and oil-like substance.
Why is that significant to you?
In my experience, whenever a cutting instrument is used on an individual, it can leave behind this greasy and oily substance, which is indicative of fatty tissues.
Yeah, objection.
What testing did you do?
Wait, I didn't hear the ruling on the objection. Hold on a second. Yeah, anytime a hatchet is used on a human, it could leave a greasy substance for fatty tissues. That was a little prejudicial. I didn't hear what she ruled. Hold on.
An oil-like substance. However, on the hatchet head, I did note some sort of greasy and oil-like substance.
Why is that significant to you?
In my experience, whenever a cutting instrument is used on an individual, it can leave behind this greasy and oily substance, which is indicative of fatty tissues.
Overruled.
Overruled.
What testing did you do?
I did the screening test for the presence of blood on the hatchet head.
What were the results?
Now, the screening test was positive.
And then what did you do?
Sample was preserved from the hatchet head as well as from the handle. The hatchet head was given sample number 7-13.1, and from the handle was 7-13.2.1.
And were any of these assigned for DNA testing?
Yes.
Both of those?
Yes.
I'd next like to discuss 7-14, the Craftsman shears, and I'd be referring and asked to publish Exhibit 222, that being image 1103.
May.
What testing was done, Mr. Sheehan?
The screening test for blood on the blades and frame of the shears.
And what were the results?
The screening test was positive in this area.
And what was done?
The sample was preserved for potential DNA testing as well as a sample from the handle.
I'd next like to ask you about 7-18, the tyvex booties. I'd like to refer and publish Exhibit 223, image 1223.
There was no bone evidence allowed in because it wasn't confirmed to be human bone or animal bone. I don't think we're going to hear about bone at all. That was just something the media ran with.
And publish for the jury the tyvex booties.
You may.
Can you tell me what's in this picture?
This is a picture of one of the booties, a part of item number 7-18.
How many booties were there?
There were 4 in total.
Okay. And what else is in this
We changed them
picture?
at one point.
It appears to be some sort of insulation as well as painter's tape.
All right, hold up. This on the left I thought was something totally different than what it is. Okay, that's the insulation, the pink thing. And then we see the painter's tape over here on the right. This stuff wasn't tested until October of 2023. Really? Really? Why did they wait so long to test it? I don't know. What's the pink insulation? 9 months they waited to test this stuff? All this was together in one bag? Okay. Okay. Transfer DNA? I don't know.
And what does this picture show? Is it everything or just an example or something else?
Since this item was submitted as 4 booties, I took an individual picture of how they were packaged separately so that I could keep track of each individual one.
And is that why there's a number 2 at the bottom of that photo?
Yes.
And what did you do to this?
I performed the screening test for blood.
And what were the results?
All of the testing was negative.
Moving on to 7-20, the sample from the plastic painter's sheet. How many painter sheets were there?
If I recall correctly, there was 5.
Okay. And was each painter sheet given its own number?
They were originally submitted to the lab all as item number 7-20. And during the fingerprint process, the analyst had removed and given each sheet its own sub number under 720. The one I examined was 7-20.5.
So I'm going to ask to show you and publish Exhibit 224, image 1, 2.
I know I've been paying attention. I don't remember ever hearing about any painters' sheets, like tarps, right? I don't remember hearing about any of that. I don't remember seeing him buy any of those tarps. I don't remember anything about the tarps. She's calling them painter sheets. This is the first I'm hearing of them. Am I right? Did I miss it?
6-1, the bag of plastic sheeting. Number 5. Ma'am, thank you. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
He bought a pack?
And is this what you were describing to us?
Yes, it is. This is the packaging for the plastic sheeting.
Okay, it was the 3M purchase at
And then
Lowe's?
I'd
I thought that was
ask to publish and show you Exhibit 225, image 1, 2, 6, 4, and have you explain the content of the bag?
You may publish that.
Nothing gets by you guys. First trip to Lowe's, 9
Yes,
by
Your
12
Honor.
sheets. Look at you guys.
Can you describe that?
This is one side of the plastic sheeting. In size, it's estimated to be around 8 feet by 11 feet.
And what observations did you make?
There were 2 areas of light red-brown staining that I observed. One that I gave as area A was on the bottom right corner, and area B was on the top left corner.
And what testing did you do?
On area A, I did the screening tests and confirmatory test, as well as from stain B.
And what were your results?
From stain A, it had screened positive. However, the confirming test was negative. On stain B, the confirming test was positive.
Is there a reason that A is negative and B is positive?
It is possible that stain A was not blood, or there was not enough sample on the swabs I had collected for testing to be detected by the test.
So what did you do?
A sample was preserved from the area B, which was 7-20.5.2.1.
And was this assigned for DNA testing?
Yes, it was.
So what were items 9-1 through 9-6?
9-1 through 9-6 were swabs that had been collected from a gray Volvo.
And did you examine those swabs?
Yes.
And what did you do to preserve those swabs?
All of these swabs were treated as a quantity limited sample, so no testing was done. They were all cut up and put into tubes for potential DNA testing.
And were any of those assigned for DNA testing?
Yes.
And which one?
Item number 9-4, which was a swab from trunk mat number 1.
And 9-12, I'd like to talk about now, the jacket, the black jacket, and I refer you and ask to publish Exhibit 226, image 1119.
You may.
Thank you. What observations did you make of this?
There were various like tannish brown stains on the exterior of the jacket.
And were there stains?
Not red-brown. They were tannish brown in color.
And did you do any testing?
Yes, I did.
What kind of testing?
I did the screening test for blood on all of these stains, as well as from all the unstained areas of the jacket.
And what were your results?
Screening on all of the stains, as well as the unstained areas, was negative.
Blood on the jacket. Well, I don't think she was
I'd now
wearing the
like
jacket.
to move on to,
I don't think she was wearing the jacket. I think he dumped the jacket to make it sound like, because he told the cops that she left and got into an Uber or taxi to go to the airport. Ashley says, unless the prosecutor's office requests rush testing on evidence, it sits in the queue. Hold on, I lost my cursor. Oh, there we go.
Item 9-20, the tape with gauze and red brown stain. And I'd like to refer to and publish Exhibit 227, image 0899. May I publish that, Your Honor?
May.
Thank you. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And can you explain what this image is of?
This is a picture of the, it actually turned out to be some sort of like tissue paper or paper towels. But I had,
Oh, and look when this was tested. February 13th of 2025. 2 years later. 2 years later.
rolled them out for a picture of the overall item.
And did you make any observations?
Yes, I did.
And what were your observations?
There was red brown staining on a lot of the item. So I identified two areas as area A, which is on the center bottom, and area B, which is on the top right.
And what testing did you do?
The screening test and confirming test for blood.
2 years later?
And what were the results?
On both of these areas, A and B had confirmed positive for blood.
And what did you do?
Samples were preserved from both A and B. Sample A was given item number 9-20.1.
Yeah, longer than that.
And was that assigned for DNA testing?
Yes.
I want to move on to 9-22, the white towel, and refer to Exhibit 228, image 1128, and ask you to identify that and ask to publish that to the jury.
You may.
What observations did you make of this towel?
I noted the red-brown stains on the majority of the towel.
And what testing did you do on this towel?
Identified one of the areas of red-brown staining in the center of the towel for testing.
And what kind of testing?
It's a white towel if you're not looking. He bought a pack of like 12 white rags or white towels. Hard to tell the size of this towel from the picture, but because there's no ruler.
Did you do?
The screening and confirming test for blood.
And what were your results?
This area A in the center had confirmed positive for blood.
And then what did you do?
A sample was preserved from this area A and given item number 9-22.1.1.
And was that assigned for DNA testing?
Yes.
We can't see the date on this because it's covered
Moving
by the
on to
on Crime Chiron.
9-23, I'd like to ask you about and also ask to publish Exhibit 229, image 1132. May I do that, Your Honor?
Yes, and what's it an image of?
It's an image of the towel, the next towel number 2.
Towel number 2. You may publish it.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Jomar.
Could you tell me about this towel, what your observations are?
I noted the large area of red-brown staining in the center and identified it as red-brown stain A.
And what testing did you do?
The screening and confirming test for blood.
And what were the results?
The sample A had confirmed positive for blood.
And what then did you do after sample A confirmed positive for blood?
Sample was preserved for potential DNA testing.
Moving on to item 9-27, the gray slippers. I would ask at this time to publish Exhibit 230, image 8398.
8398.
Yes, Your Honor.
And is that the light gray polka dot slippers or the dark gray slippers?
The dark gray slippers.
Okay.
The
Dark
judge
gray
kn-
slippers may be.
The judge knows the evidence. I love that.
What observations did you make?
I noted red-brown stains on both sets of slippers, as well as identifying one as stain A, which was on the top of the left slipper, and stain B.
These look like men's slippers. they're calling them gray. They look more black to me, like a heather gray, maybe a dark heather gray with a blue insole. And they do look like there's some blood stains there, but I'm an untrained eye.
Which was on the bottom of the left slipper. Top of the lefters, as well as identifying one as stain A, which was on the top of the left slipper, and stain B, which was on the bottom of the left slipper.
I'd also ask to show Exhibit 231, image 8399. It's also the same dark gray slippers, just the back of the dark gray slippers.
You may.
Mr. Sheehan, can you tell me about this photograph?
This is the bottom of, or the soles of the dark gray slippers.
So what testing did you do?
The areas A and B, A being on the top of the left slipper and area B on the bottom of the left slipper. I did the screening test and confirming test for blood.
And what were your results?
And both of these areas had confirmed positive for blood.
And then what did you do?
A sample was collected from both of these areas, as well as from the unstained areas on the interior of the slippers.
If we could go back to the previous Exhibit 230, please. Can you explain where you're talking about the unstained interior?
On the light blue section, I tried to do a collection from the areas that were not stained.
Meaning not red-brown?
Correct.
And why did you take a sample from the interior unstained area?
This is to collect any potential amount of skin cells in this area to help identify a person who may have been wearing the slippers.
And where exactly are you trying to swab at that point?
In this case, for the slippers, it would be anywhere it would be high contact with the feet. So all the light blue areas on the sole, as well as underneath where the toes would be.
And why were you trying to avoid the red-brown stains?
To at least limit any type of cross-contamination between the stains and for skin cell collection.
So did you give numbers to any of the areas that you collected?
Yes.
And what numbers did you give?
From the interior unstained areas was given item number 9-27.2.1, and from stain A was 9-27.3.1.
And were those two that you just described, those two numbers that you gave us, were those assigned for further DNA testing?
Yes.
I'd like to talk to you now about 9-28, the apparent hairs. And I'd ask to publish Exhibit 232, image 1200. IMG underscore 1200, that being apparent hairs.
You may do so.
What observations did you make?
On this item, there was a section of red-brown staining in the center of the apparent hairs, which I had done the screening and confirming test for blood.
And what were the results?
The red-brown stain identified as stain A was confirmed positive to be blood.
And what did you do as a result of that?
A sample was preserved from this and given item number 9-28.1.1.
And was this assigned for DNA testing?
Yes, it was.
Did you do anything else with
all of these items that are being tested were all found in the same dumpster, but in different trash bags in the Swampscott apartment complex parking lot where his mother lives?
This item after the blood testing?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do?
I examined 2 of the hairs for classification.
And how do you classify a hair?
The structure of a hair is very similar to the structure of a number 2 pencil, where the eraser is the root, the outer yellow portion is the cuticle, the wooden portion is the cortex, with the inner graphite section being the medulla. All 4 of these areas under a microscope demonstrate various types of characteristics, and it's these characteristics that are used to classify a hair as a human or animal.
And where do you make those observations?
In the lab using a microscope.
No, the mother didn't take the trash out. There's video of what looks like Brian dumping trash bags into the mother's dumpster.
Were you able to classify the hairs here?
Yes, I classified 2 of them.
And how did you classify them?
Again, I pulled randomly 2 of them out of the clump of apparent hairs and to examine in the lab.
And did you classify them as human or animal?
One of them I had classified as being consistent with a human hair, and the second hair was consistent with an animal hair.
I'd ask now to publish.
They did have a German Shepherd named Hans, and somebody wrote me an email and said that everyone should be very happy that Hans is now in the possession of this woman's friend who wrote to me to tell me that. So Hans is safe and in a very good home. But they did have a German Shepherd. Remember, we saw some photos in the beginning of the trial.
Exhibit 233, image 0018. That being a hair number 1.
You may.
Mr. Sheehan, can you tell me about this image?
This is the root of the hair that I identified as being consistent with a human hair.
And you said this was the root?
Yes.
And can you tell me why you characterize it as human hair?
Due to the nature and the shape of the root itself, as well as other characteristics from the shaft and the medulla.
I'd ask to publish the next exhibit, 234, image 0022, that being hair number 2.
You may.
Mother, may I?
Mr. Sheehan, what is this hair?
This is the root area of the second hair that I identified as being consistent with an animal hair.
And can you explain why you believe this was, you were able to characterize this as an animal hair?
Along with the shape of the root and the characteristics of the scales and the medulla on this item, identified as being consistent with an animal hair.
I'd like to now move on to 9-30, the sample from the stain on the wipe from bag 4 and the sponge. And I'd ask to publish exhibit 235, image 1195.
And generally, what is 1195 of?
The sample from the stain on the wipe from bag 4 and the sponge.
You may publish it.
Do you recognize this, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes, I do.
And what observations did you make?
There were red-brown stains on the wipe, as well as there being these yellow.
Scrub Daddy has entered the chat. That's a Scrub Daddy sponge. We can't see the date of the testing because, again, the Chiron is covering the bottom of this slide. Well, here it is, 10/19/23. On his date of death was 1/1/23. I guess they were backed up at the lab.
There were red-brown stains on the wipe, as well as there being these yellow-brown debris on the sponge.
What test did you do?
I did the screening test and confirming tests for blood on the wipe portion, and the screening test on the yellow-brown debris on the sponge.
And what were the results?
Like a baby wipe?
On the area A from the wipe had confirmed positive for blood, and the yellow-brown debris on the sponge was positive as well, and that was preserved as a Q-limb sample.
And then what did you do?
Samples were preserved for potential DNA testing.
I now would like to move on to 9-31, the cutting of the piece of rug from bag 5, that being image 1110. And that's Exhibit 236. And I'd ask to publish that, Your Honor.
You may do so.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what observations did you make?
This is the underside of the piece of carpet that had red-brown stains on it.
And what testing did you do?
I did the screening test and confirming test for blood.
And what were the results?
The stained area had confirmed positive for blood.
And as a result, what did you do?
A sample was preserved from this item as item number 9-31.1.
And was this assigned for DNA testing?
Yes.
October 2023 is when that
Looking
was
next
tested.
at 9-32, the TYVEX suit.
A lot of comments in the
I'd
chat,
ask-
like these. Hang on. Let's say, if he had, Tara said, if he had proof of her DNA, they would have already said it. And then somebody else said something similar. But thing is, he did the confirmatory testing and the screen testing, but I think there's going to be a different witness who's going to testify about who, if anyone's DNA it is. That is my understanding. His job was just to do the prelim testing. And like Chewy's mom says, why aren't they saying if the blood was a match for Anna? I think they need a different expert. They need a DNA expert. So we're going to have to hear this kind of like twice, but hopefully they'll speed it up. Thanks you guys for your super chats because you're awesome.
To publish Exhibit 237, image 8388.
You may publish that. 8388.
I know it's tedious, but it's the way that evidence
Mr.
has to
Sheehan,
come in.
what observations did you make of the TYVEX suit?
There were several areas of red-brown staining, both on the exterior and the interior.
I'd also like to publish Exhibit 238, image 8390, which is another angle, another side of the TYVEX suit.
You may.
Oh, he did throw
Do you
the tools
recognize
away,
this,
Bob
Mr.
Weir.
Sheehan?
He threw them away. They found him in
Yes,
the
I do.
dumpster.
And can you tell us what you see here?
There was 2 areas of red-brown staining on the leg portions.
And I'd also like to show Exhibit 239, image 8391, another image of the TYVEX suit.
You may.
And can you tell us what you see here?
This is the exterior front of the TYVEX suit.
And finally, Exhibit 240, image 8392.
I mean, wouldn't you
a
expect,
bag of the
not
TYVEX
for
suit.
nothing, but wouldn't you expect that if he did a dismemberment, that TYVEX suit would have been covered in it? I don't know. I did watch Dexter a lot. And yeah, sometimes he did the deed while people were alive and stuff, but like, I just feel like it would be so much more, especially since he was throwing it away. He was putting it in the dumpster. I don't know, but there's a lot of split opinions in the chat, and that's the way the jury's thinking too. I can pretty much guarantee it. And they're not allowed to talk about the case yet. They're not allowed to talk about the case until the very end when they go back to deliberate. So maybe
Image 8392, a bag of the TYVEX suit.
You may.
Ms. Gilman, 8392.
We don't know how long she was passed for, though.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Right? He bought all of this stuff on the first.
And do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the tag on the TYVEX suit.
Thank you. So what observations You told me about your observations. I apologize. What test did you do?
I identified 4 areas of red brown stains for further testing, A through D. A and B were on the exterior front pant legs. Area C was on the back right ankle, and area D was on the interior right sleeve.
And so what testing did you do?
The screening test and confirming test for blood.
And what were your results?
On all 4 areas, A through D had confirmed positive for blood.
And I'd ask to show exhibit 241, image 8393, that showing those results.
You may show the results.
As a result, what did you do?
Samples were preserved from each one of these areas, as well as from the interior sleeve cuffs of the tyvex suit.
And why did you take a sample from the interior sleeve cup?
This is very similar to the reason why collecting from the unstained areas of the slippers. This is an area of high contact with the skin. So this was done for the collection of skin cells to identify a person who may have been wearing it.
Good explanation.
And were any of these assigned for DNA testing?
Yes.
And can you tell me which ones were assigned for DNA testing?
Samples number 9-32.1.1 was the sample from the interior sleeve cuffs. 9-32.2.1 was the sample from stain A, and 9-32.5.1 was the sample from stain D on the interior sleeve.
Okay, hang on. Susan says the size of the suit was extra large. Didn't we read on the receipt that it was a medium? I'm gonna have to go back and check. But they just showed the tag and you say it's an extra large. I thought on the receipt it said medium, right? Okay. Okay.
Moving on to 16 -1, the rug. I'd ask to show you exhibit 242, image 1143.
You guys are paying
and publish that to the jury.
You guys are all saying he
Publish
bought a
that
medium.
image to the jury.
What observations did you make of this rug?
I noted an area of red-brown staining on the left portion of this piece of carpet.
And what testing did you do?
The screening test and confirming test.
And what were the results?
The stain area A had confirmed positive for blood.
What did you do?
A sample was collected for potential DNA testing.
Moving on to 16.2, I'd ask to publish exhibit 243, image 1148, different 16.2, that being a sample from portion of rug 2.
All right, you can publish that 1148.
What did you note on this? What observations did you make?
There were several areas that identified for testing stains A through F.
And what testing did you do?
The screening tests and confirming tests.
And what were your results?
On stains B through F, the screening test was negative, and on stain A, it had confirmed positive for blood.
Wait a second. Because now I think he bought 2 Tyvek suits. Did he have to buy a medium for someone who was helping him? I don't know. This is the way jurors think, I'm telling you. And you get nothing gets by you guys.
I'd like to talk about 16-3, a sample, that being rug number 3. I'd like to show you and publish to the jury exhibit 244, image 1153.
You may do so.
What observations do you make, Mr. Sheehan?
I observed a large amount of red-brown stains. On the left portion of the carpet is where I identified as stain A.
And what testing did you do?
The screening and confirming test for blood.
And what were your results?
The area of stain A had confirmed positive for blood.
And as a result, what did you do?
A sample was collected for potential DNA analysis.
And he cut the carpet up into little tiny pieces too. And I bet you he thought he was smart and he put them into separate garbage bags and separate dumpsters. But 2 of the dumpsters that he dumped in, they weren't able to recover because they had already gone to the incinerator.
Moving to 16-4, a sample of rug number 4. I'd ask to publish to Exhibit 245, image 1158.
You may publish 1158.
Thank you. What observations did you make, Mr. Sheehan?
There was an area of red-brown staining on the bottom of this piece that identified for testing as stain A.
So your testing, you did do testing?
Yes.
Okay. And what were the results of your testing?
On this area, stain A had confirmed positive for blood.
And did you preserve it for DNA?
Yes.
Moving to 16-5, rug number 5. I'd ask to publish Exhibit 246, image 1163, Your Honor.
You may do so.
Thank you. Mr. Sheehan, what observations did you make?
There was an area of red-brown staining on the left portion of the carpet.
And what testing did you do?
I did the screening and confirming test for blood.
And what were the results?
This stained area A had confirmed positive for blood.
And as a result of that, what did you do?
A sample was preserved for potential DNA testing.
Moving to 16-6, rug number 6. I'd ask at this time to publish Exhibit 247, image 1176 from rug number 6.
You may publish that image 1176.
Thank you. What observations did you make?
I noted the red-brown stains on the bottom left corner of this piece of carpet.
And what testing did you do?
The screening and confirming test.
What were the results of your testing?
This area had confirmed positive for blood.
And what did you do?
I preserved a sample from this area for potential DNA testing.
Moving on to 16-7, rug number 7. I'd ask to publish Exhibit 248, image 1180.
You may publish image 1180, rug 7.
Do you guys get,
and Your Honor, in that same vein,
you guys without YouTube Premium, do you get ads during my lives? A lot of people don't. Some people do. KBD says, I swear YouTube's telling me I'm a little fluffy and showing me weight loss meds for ads. A lot of people don't get ads during my lives because I don't think I have them set up. Let me know if you get them or you don't.
From rug number 7, the other side is 1181, Exhibit 249, if I could also use that one as well.
You may. The reverse side is in evidence now. 249, 1181.
Starting with this image, can you please tell me what you see?
I noted an area of red-brown stains as stain A on the bottom left corner, as well as an area of stain B that is in the center of the white powdery residue that you see.
And if we could just look at the back as well.
Tried to clean the carpet with baking soda, probably.
What observations did you make here?
On the top left corner is the backside of that stained area A, and in the center with the white powdery residue, with the opposite side was stain B.
And what testing did you do?
On both stains A and B, I did the screening and confirming test for blood.
And what were the results of your testing?
Both stains A and B confirmed positive for blood.
And were numbers assigned to these samples?
Yes.
And what were those?
For stain B, which I had sent to DNA for testing, was 16-7.2.1. Yes.
Was anything else with this item?
Yes, I collected a small amount of the white powdery substance to send to another unit for identification.
We're not going to get crossed
Looking
today.
at,
no way. Weird. Some people do get ads and some people don't
16
without premium.
point 12. 16-12, I apologize. And I'd ask to publish Exhibit 250, image 1187, that being hair. May I do that, Your Honor?
You may do so.
What did you do to examine this?
I examined 5 random hairs from this clump for identification.
And what tool did you use?
I used a set of tweezers to remove it from the sample and then visualize the items underneath a microscope.
And what classification did you make?
On all 5 pieces of hair that I removed, all 5 had classified as being consistent with a human hair.
And you used the same technique that you described to us earlier?
Yes.
So after you finished with the testing for blood and looking at the hairs, what did you do next?
I would write my report for all my findings, as well as assign DNA items for analysis.
And what is the next round of testing at your laboratory?
The next section for DNA samples would be the DNA unit.
And what does go on for testing?
Any samples that are assigned by the criminalist working on the case.
And how is the determination made as to which items to send for DNA testing?
When the criminalist is examining the case, they try to select the samples that have the most amount of forensic relevance and answer as many forensic questions as possible.
And are there limits as to the number of items that can be sent forward for DNA testing?
Yes.
Why is that?
It would, for every single case, there are tons of samples that are collected for DNA. It would create a huge backlog in the lab system, which is why we try to select the most forensically relevant samples to answer as many questions as possible on the first round of testing.
So were items in this case sent for DNA testing?
Yes.
And so you've identified those items as we went along. You gave the number and you said which items you sent along for DNA testing. Is that right?
Yes.
In addition to those items, was there one other item that was also sent for DNA testing?
Yes.
And do you know what that was?
This was item number 16-13, which was an unknown tissue.
And
I'm sorry,
was
unknown
all
tissue?
the DNA testing done in one round?
Okay. Unknown tissue like human tissue or Kleenex?
No, it was not.
Were there multiple rounds of DNA testing that were done here?
Yes.
And who does that next round of testing?
No, that would be the analysts in the DNA unit.
And where do the original physical items get stored after you finish your work on them, Mr. Sheehan?
The original physical items are returned to the investigating agencies, while all of the DNA samples are preserved in our long-term storage area.
If I might just have one moment.
Sorry. If you're going to buy premium, don't do it on your phone. Do it on your computer. It's cheaper. And also they have a student plan. If you're a student, you can get it for like $7.99 a month. It is worth every penny if you watch YouTube all day long. I think you can also get a family plan.
What is luminol?
Luminol.
That's her question. What is luminol?
What is luminol?
Luminol is a type of test that is used by various agencies. It's very similar to that of LCV.
And does fingerprint testing affect DNA testing?
No, it does not.
Does fingerprint testing affect your testing?
There's various chemicals that are used for testing, but again, those are known by the unit and the lab. So measures are taken in order to still do DNA testing in case of negative results.
And what effect of applying cleaning products to blood stains would impact your testing?
If the concentration of bleach or cleaning agent was high enough and was used on a sample long enough, it could degrade and destroy any type of DNA that would be on a sample or area.
On live streams, Carolyn? Because it's weird. A lot of people don't.
Cross-examination.
Oh, we're going to get some cross? Woo, woo.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I changed the banner.
So you appear at the home on January 8th, correct?
Yes,
And that was the first time you went there.
correct.
And before you got there were other people from the Mass State Police. They'd already been there.
In previous days, when I had responded to the house, we had all arrived at the same time.
Okay, but you understand, don't you, Mr. Sheehan, that there had been multiple officers in and out of that house over a period of multiple days?
Yes,
And you understand, don't you, Mr. Sheehan, that those officers had gone in and out of that house, not wearing any protective garments, not wearing any protective booties. They went and they inspected certain rooms of that house, correct?
yes,
And you understand, don't you, that when you go to collect samples from a scene like this from the home, it was very important to maintain the integrity of the home before you collected samples, correct?
correct.
Now, believe me, I'm not questioning your expertise, your training, your experience. Let's be clear about that. But when you try to make conclusions about a sample that you collected in a certain part of this home, and then another sample that you collected in another part of the home, knowing that other people had been in and out of that home in the days leading up to you getting there, you can't tell this jury how certain samples or biological samples were first deposited in certain areas of that home.
No, I cannot.
So let's talk a little bit about that bedroom area that you told us about. Do you recall testifying that there was something that looked like white residue or something like that on the flooring of one of the bedrooms upstairs?
Yes,
And you noticed that on January 9th of 2023, didn't you?
yes,
And in fact, in your report and your notes you wrote, you specifically stated that when you were there on January 8th, you didn't see that, correct?
I don't recall if that was in my report or not.
Okay, was it in your notes?
No.
He took notes.
All right, let's come back to that in a minute. On January 8th, were you up in that bedroom where that area was? Now you told us about the white residue?
No.
So you understand, though, that other Mass State Police have been up in that room?
Yes,
And you understand that when you went up on the 9th, that's when you first saw what you have described to this jury, correct?
yes,
Now, as a result of the observations that you made in that room, it's our understanding then that you caused, well, that's not entirely accurate, but in any event, there was flooring dug up in or around that area that you saw the white residue, correct?
correct.
And that area covered that area that looks like from the exhibits, that area that was between the clothing, the pile of clothing, and placard tin, correct?
Yes,
And then I keep saying that. Did you ask that the flooring be removed?
no,
Okay, someone else did that.
correct.
But then after that flooring was removed, you went up and examined that area where the flooring had been.
Correct.
Now, there is a reason, isn't there, why someone decided to remove that flooring? There's a reason for that, right?
Yes,
And the reason would be because they were looking to see if there was biological evidence that had deposited itself between the spaces between the wood flooring planks, correct?
yes,
And that is a common thing that you have seen in your examination of flooring, that something like fluid blood or fluid biological, some other substance, flows between the crevices or where the flooring butts up against each other, correct?
yes,
And when the flooring is then pulled up, now what you're looking for is to see if any of the biological fluid had deposited itself not only in the joints between the flooring planks, but then back on the subfloor where the flooring planks lay, correct?
Yes.
And after a thorough examination, after all of those flooring planks were dug up on that floor, you didn't find any evidence whatsoever of any biological substance that tested positive for blood.
Correct.
And you didn't find any evidence of biological substance that tested for anything else up there after they ripped out that floor, correct?
Correct.
There is nothing in the examination of that bedroom that indicates that any biological substance whatsoever had been deposited on the floor, is it?
Yes, that is correct.
They found nothing on the floor in the bedroom.
Now, is that the same room that had a hole in the ceiling?
Yes.
And what did you do to test any of that area surrounding that hole in the ceiling in that same bedroom?
I did not test it.
Did you go up into the attic and examine the attic that surrounded that area where that hole was?
No, I did not. From what I recall, that it looked like it was undisturbed.
What do you mean by that?
The insulation area.
The insulation area in the ceiling.
Yes, directly above the hole.
So to you, when you say undisturbed, it looked like maybe someone hadn't even been up in the ceiling because the insulation had been undisturbed, correct?
Correct.
And so if someone had been up in the attic, and based on your experience and training, you would have expected maybe to see that insulation having been disturbed. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
And then did anybody point out to you, Mr. Sheehan, that the parts of the ceiling from the hole had been maintained in a drawer in that same bedroom?
Yes, they did.
And did you ever examine those pieces of ceiling?
I recall visualizing them, but they had no staining on them, so I did not go any further with those.
So just focusing now on the hole in the ceiling, you didn't see anything of any forensic significance. Can I put it that way?
Yes.
And when you notice the insulation in or around that hole, you didn't see that it had been disturbed as if somebody had been up in that attic, right?
Correct.
And then you examine the bits and pieces that had been maintained in the drawer of the cabinet, the nightstand, whatever we want to call it, in that room, and you didn't see anything forensically significant about those pieces either, did you?
Correct.
And then as we talk now about the flooring that was pulled up and examined in that same room, you didn't find anything forensically significant about that flooring, did you?
Correct.
You have, and is that the same room that you saw what you thought were red-brown stains in or around the curtain areas?
Yes, stains H and I.
Okay, and what did those stains turn out to be?
I'm not sure. They had screened negative for blood.
Okay, so it's fair to say isn't it, that sometimes you see red-brown stains when you're examining a scene, and since they look and are characterized as red-brown stains, or in your report you use RBS, am I right about that?
Yes.
You see something and you call it RBS, and then you go to test it, and it turns out that it's negative, correct?
Yes, that's fairly common.
Right. And so was there anything else in that bedroom that was forensically significant to you when you examined that bedroom?
No.
Mr. Sheehan, you are aware of the fact that the baseboard, some of the baseboard in that same bedroom was removed, pulled away from the wall, right?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Was baseboard removed in any of the rooms in that home to check to see if there was biological evidence behind the baseboard?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You're not saying it didn't happen. You're just saying, to the best of your knowledge, you didn't do it, correct?
Correct.
So as you sit here today in front of these jurors, it's fair to say that forensic, there is nothing in that bedroom that indicates that anything forensic was found in that bedroom, correct?
Correct.
And you have no idea when you talk about that white residue on the floor that you saw on January 9th, you have no idea what caused it, correct?
Don't.
And you don't know if that was caused by what? let me back up a little bit. Did you describe that on direct examination as if the varnish on the floor had been removed?
Yes, that's what it appeared to be.
And when you did you use the word removed?
Yes.
But it's true, isn't it, that you could characterize the absence of the sheen of the varnish, that it could have just been the result of wear and tear, correct?
Yes.
And in a bedroom like that, where you have a lot of people coming in and out, and it's in the open area of the room, that could just be a result of wear and tear from kids playing, adults walking back and forth over periods of time, correct?
Yes.
Did that bedroom have a closet to it?
From what I recall, it was like it was a closet, but there was no doors on it, if I recall correctly.
Okay. And did you examine the interior of the closet?
Yes.
Did you find anything of forensic significance in the interior of the closet?
No.
Did you find anything of forensic significance on the door trim or anything of the sort?
I did not.
When you examined that room, Mr. Sheehan, was there a bed in there?
Yes, there was.
And did you examine the bed?
Visually, yes.
And did you do any testing on any parts of the bed?
No.
Did you notice that on the bed in that bedroom, there was in fact sheets and bedding still intact there, correct?
Yes.
And did you cause to test any of the bedding on that bed in that room?
No, there were no visible stains for testing.
Okay. And it's fair to say, isn't it, when you're examining a scene like this, even though you don't see visible stains, you may, based on your training and experience, think, well, maybe I should just check that to see if there's anything there that I can't see with my eyes, correct?
Correct.
Now, you have tools, don't you? You have chemicals. You have processes that you've been trained on, so you can see, and if you can detect the presence of a biological substance that you cannot visually see, correct?
Yes.
And why don't you just tell the jury a little bit about that?
It's called a general screen. This general screen process could be done on any area of surface as long as it's hard or even in fabric of nature. It's called a general screen because there's no visible staining on it.
Are you familiar with the word occult?
Yes.
Occult blood?
Yes. Means non-visible.
And so it's fair to say that you have been trained and you have experience where you can try to find or detect the presence of occult blood, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, in this home, in this room, you didn't even see any cause or any reason for you to check if there was occult blood or anywhere in this room.
Correct.
Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about some other rooms in this house on the second floor. Did you examine other rooms in this house that were up on the second floor?
Only the bathrooms.
And there were two bathrooms, correct?
Yes.
And was one, can you just tell the jury where the bathrooms were on the second floor?
On the second floor, there was one directly in front of the stairs as you reach the second floor. And then the second one was in one of the other bedrooms.
Now, I thought I heard you say, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that with regards to both bathrooms, you examined and tested the handle faucets, correct?
Yes.
How did you do that?
Generally to see if there was any type of biological material on a person's hands if they had used the sink to try to wash off.
And in your experience and training, and in examining these scenes, you often find evidence of biological sample, including blood, on the handles of the sinks, correct?
Yes.
And that's true, isn't it? Especially where someone has tried to clean up a scene where something bad has happened, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, in both bathrooms, on the second floor, on the same floor where that room was that had the hole in the ceiling, you found no evidence of any biological or forensically significant biological sample in either one of these bedrooms, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say, isn't it, that based on your training and experience, when you're not just looking at those handles, you also looked at the drains.
Yes.
And why'd you look at the drains?
If you were washing your hands, that's where all of the water would go.
And in fact, what happens is, isn't it, that if someone has a biological substance on their hands and they're trying to hide it or get rid of it, and they wash their hands, that biological substance can flow down the drain, but it also can remain in the seams or where the drain connects to the sink, correct?
Yes.
And that is a source, often, based on your experience, where that's where you find examples of biological substances that rest between the seams, I'm going to call them, and that's not a good word, but a seams of where a drain fits into the sink one, right?
Yes.
Because people can try to clean that up. If they want to hide where something happened, they can try to clean that up, but they don't think well, when they try to clean it up, they might not be able to clean up what went in between the seams of the sink drain and the sink, correct?
Yes, I would say that's accurate.
Okay, and that's why you look at it, right?
Yes.
Because even though someone might try to clean up, they don't know that that's where the biological substance may rest, correct?
Correct.
And that same thinking, that same process of investigation that you've been trained and you have experience doing it, that was kind of the same thinking you used when you went up and looked at the pulled up floor that someone had pulled up, and you looked at the flooring and the subfloor to see if anything had been deposited there. Someone might not have known could have gotten there, even though they tried to clean the floor, right?
Correct.
And when we talk about the drains and the faucets of those bathrooms upstairs, are you including the drains and the faucets that would be associated with a shower or bathtub that was in those bathrooms?
Yes.
And once again, after all the testing, we found nothing in the bathrooms, correct?
Correct.
That was forensically significant, correct?
Yes.
So now I want to ask you, as you move down from the second floor of this home, and you move down the stairway, was there in fact a main stairway that came down from that second area you just told these jurors about?
Yes.
And did you examine the stairway that led down?
Yes.
If you know, Mr. Sheehan, were the stairs that traveled from the second floor down to the first floor, were they wood or covered with carpet or anything of the sort?
If I recall correctly, they were hardwood.
Okay. And you examined those stairs to see if there was any evidence of blood?
Yes, visually.
And you saw nothing?
Correct.
And you saw nothing on the walls that bordered those stairs?
Correct.
And you saw nothing on the railings that would border the stairs, correct?
Correct.
So now we've moved from the second floor, the bedroom with the hole in the ceiling, to two bathrooms upstairs, all the way down the stairs, and if we think about that now, so far you haven't found anything whatsoever forensically in that home for those areas.
Correct.
He's trying to prove that it's possible that she died in the bedroom and she just died in her sleep because there was no blood, nothing forensically found in the bedroom at all. And there was nothing found on the stairs from the second floor to the first floor. And there was nothing found in any of the drains. As if someone took a shower to wash off all the blood, it would be in the drains. Even washing your hands would be in the drains. Let me know if you think he's doing a good job poking some holes.
Is that a good place to stop for today?
It's the best place, yes.
Nothing in the laundry room either.
So jurors, I'll send you on your way for the night. I hope you're bundled. for today. It's going to be cold. I think it's getting colder tonight. So make sure you're bundled for the morning. We'll see you back here ready to
All right,
work
so
at
where did he
9.
do it if he did it?
Before I leave you, I remind you, jurors, go on any social media or any news media. Don't speak to anyone about this case. Don't do any research about the case. Continue to have open minds as you evaluate the evidence. Have a good night.
All right, there's no way to clean up blood that gets in between floorboards. And they say they cut out that entire piece of the floor. There was nothing on it. Somebody said, Janice says, how do we know she actually made it up to the bedroom that night? That's true. We don't know. Some people are saying it looks more and more like she actually did die in her bed. I don't know.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
And they're doing a sidebar. I think we're done for the day. Why would there be blood in the bedroom? Well, if he killed her in the bedroom, right, with a knife, perhaps there would be blood in the bedroom. Because they found a knife with blood on it, right? And they found the shears and they found the snips. So what you're saying is then that you agree that the evidence that we've seen so far only speaks to what happened after perhaps she was already dead? They have to prove a murder, and that's hard to do without a body. It's not impossible, but it's hard to do. Right, just because he said she was in bed doesn't mean she was in bed, right? And then Rosie says the rug is my guess, so that means in the living room. Right, where did he take apart her body, if he did? I mean, understand that he pled guilty to a statute.
Good night, everyone.
Hold on.
No, Your Honor.
Final, anything from the defense? Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The statute that he pled guilty to is, and you can Google this, MGL Chapter 272, Section 71, that says that he did, while not being lawfully authorized by the proper authorities, willfully convey away a human body or the remains thereof in violation of this statute. So he did not plead guilty to an actual dismemberment. There's a lot of misinformation out there. Okay, conveying away of a human body could mean after someone is deceased and you don't bring them to a funeral home and you don't legally dispose of the body like through cremation or something else, that you take away the body and do something with it. He did not talk about the location. He pled guilty. There was no deal. All right, let's go back to the chat. And that, my friends, is a wrap on day 6 in Dedham. It's a wrap. Back to the chat. Thank you, Gigi. Gigi hates self-checkout. Thanks for your super chat. Many of your super chats today. And Crystal, thank you for thanking me. And I appreciate you so much. Tara is here from Canada. And she says, if I was a juror and we went through all this positive or negative blood and came up with nothing, I would be livid with the Commonwealth. I said opening day, first thought, after the Vax card test, after the testimony that they found the Vax card in the dumpster, Tara said that could be the cause. And listen, all it takes is one juror to believe that, right? All it takes is one juror to believe that, and that can hang a jury. Thank you, Tara, for tuning in from Canada. Shuda says, is there questioning deliberately all over the place in order to confuse the jury? Maybe. Maybe. She appears to have no idea how to ask coordinated questions, in my opinion. Well, I think she was doing her best. Thanks, Shuda, for tuning in from the UK. Tara also says Zach Anderson was convicted on a blood sample the size of a head of a pin and couldn't rule out victims' confirmed blood. That is gross injustice. Thanks, Tara. And she also says, Haas, many red Solo cups were nearby. Bruce West, thanks for your 5, says, he chopped up her body, but no blood samples in the drains and only spots around the house. Where did it all go? Well, we don't know that for sure. Maybe he bought all the tools. Maybe he did the Google searches. Maybe he bought all the tools. I mean, just work with me for a second here. Maybe he bought all the tools and maybe he did the Google searches and then maybe he got the tools home and he's like, yeah, you know what? I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Maybe I'm just going to roll her up in a rug and dump her in the ocean. I mean, I don't know. There's a body of water near there where they live, right? It is a crazy day, Bruce. It's a crazy day. He admits to disposing of it. He does not admit to the chopping up. Tara says, fixing the damn hole in the ceiling. White powder is drywall dust. Booties don't track the crap all over. And security guy, not good enough for fake Secret Service. Thank you, Tara. Who also says, cleaned up so well at home, but recklessly dumped stuff to identify her and implicate him. This smells as bad as taillight pieces and Proctor glass. Well, that's interesting too, because I saw, a lot of people saying in the chat, well, this is ridiculous. Here it is. Wait, here it is. Okay, here's one. Michelle Lee says, if Anna was found by Brian already dead in bed, she would have pajamas on, yet the items found in the trash can were her dress boots, etc. Therefore, she was not found dead in her bed. He killed her. Well, I think his story is going to be that he lied because he admits that he lied to the police about her getting dressed and getting her Louis Vuitton duffel bag. And he described the clothes that she was wearing when she left. So therefore, he knew, because this was on the 4th when he was first interviewed by police, he knew what he dumped in the trash because that was going to be his story, to say that she just was missing. But it doesn't show to me premeditation of killing her. It shows post-meditation, if there was such a thing, his planning after the fact. But I still am not seeing any evidence that he actually did kill her just because she wasn't found with her pajamas on. Because do we believe that she really went to bed anyway? No. Deborah Walters, thank you so much for your 20. I get so many thoughts in my head about this case that they're just swirling all over the place. Exactly. That's what Tara said, right? And Ms. Holmes says, not to be gross, extra gross, but when a person passes, no matter the cause, sometimes other bodily fluids or solids are released. All of the red, brown, tan stains makes me wonder if they ever showed on the results. And he also just admitted they did not test the sheets. Is Larry Tipton, is Attorney Tipton going to point to that and say, listen, you didn't test the sheets? When someone dies in their sleep, do their bowels and bladder release? We have a lot of nurses in the chat and doctors. Melissa says, I have a legal background. In my opinion, some jurors don't follow the process. Proof, reasonable doubt, premeditation. They often decide by feelings, not facts. Right. All right. All it takes is one to hang a jury, though. All it takes is one. But you're right. It's true. They're not supposed to decide on feelings. They're supposed to decide on facts. And they will be instructed. But anything can happen with a jury. I would never bet on what a jury is going to do, ever. Not a House defendant says, sorry, hairs mean nothing to me. My hair is everywhere. And this is what Summer Coffee Trials and Cupcakes says. This is not going to go well with chat. You'd be surprised. I think there's a lot of people who think this. But I think he might have been the cleaner, just my opinion so far. They got to show the murder. Right. And Somnus Bavarum says, enter Proctor. He literally is the reason why Walsh could and should feel paranoid. He's done it before with Karen Reed. I can't wait to see what's in his phone, because whatever's in his phone extraction has relevance here. They've already said it in open court. Thank you, Gigi, for thanking me. Thank you for watching and for being interested. Quinn's Quest for Justice says she could have been poisoned for all we know. Many things could be true because there's no body for an autopsy. Anna says, dismembered is an assumption. I wish folks could accept the idea of proof being needed. We don't convict on assumption. Thank you for being open-minded. I know. I've been screaming this every time someone comes in here in the chat and says, but he dismembered it. He pled guilty to dismembering her. I said, no, he didn't. He pled guilty to the illegal conveyance of a corpse or human remains. He did not plead guilty to any dismemberment. I don't know about the HIV search. I don't know if that was really a search or if that was a suggested search, because you're right. They didn't really tie that to anything either. We saw a lot of surveillance video today. That was wild. From Lowe's, from Walgreens, from CVS, from Stop and Shop. Thanks, Ashley, for your Venmo. Says, thanks for all your time. I love these days with everyone. Thank you. Tiffany looked up the receipt of the from, which one was this? Lowe's. And it looks like it clearly says that it was a medium-sized tyvex suit. Wait, let me see. tyvex full coverage medium. I don't know if that's size medium, but it does say tyvex full coverage medium. Kim's observations from inside the courtroom. She says, one thing is for sure, nothing happened upstairs in the bedroom, and the jury is not shocked at all about the blood. Tipton warned them in opening he got rid of her body, but never said he chopped her up. They now need to piece it together as a jury. And then Kim says she thinks Brian Walshe needs to testify. That's crazy. The jury is very engaged with the Mass State Police forensic scientist. Lots of affirmative head nods from the jury throughout his testimony. Juror number 6 did not like the squeegee comment from the bathroom. Your voice to texting, so I think there's a typo in here. Oh, but then looking back, it's probably for the shower. Yeah, I have a squeegee in my shower as well with glass doors. All of the jurors sat up much taller when Larry Tipton went to do cross. And yes, we just looked up the receipt, and it does say a medium tyvex suit. And then a lot of eagle eyes in the chat did notice that the tag on the suit says extra large. We didn't see the receipt for the second trip to Lowe's with the son and checking the hair, did we not? I'm going to have to go back and watch, because when I'm running the chat and I'm talking to you guys and I'm fast forwarding all over the place, it's hard for me to pay complete and total attention. And Lynn Ann says, what if she's still alive somewhere and it was someone else? Didn't he plead guilty to disposing of a body? Whose body? Just my 2 cents. No, he did say it was the body of Anna Walshe, because we did watch the guilty plea. But some people pointed out that, she might have been involved with some dangerous people, and they might have threatened him. Who knows what the real story is? I don't know if we'll ever know what the real story is. Tiffany. All right, this has to do with this case. This has to do with something else that Ted Daniel's going to be reporting on tonight, which I don't have time to get into right now. Robin, thank you very much for buying me a matcha latte. I love my time with you also. Jonas, thank you for your Venmo. I appreciate you. You guys have sent me a lot of articles and a lot of things, but I can't vet them until later. So I will do that. And we will have more to talk about tomorrow. Tell me what you think the most damning part of the day was for the defense. Tell me what you think. If anything. Something's going on with the chat. It's like wonky right now. You lady in the back says, I use peroxide for everyday cleaning and many other things. I have 3 bottles right now. Also, I used to put my big knives in the upper cabinets when my kids were younger. That's a great point too. Maybe he put that big knife up there so that they could not find it. So the kids couldn't find it. Yeah, the video buying the stuff, I think, is damning, but all of it leads to cleanup, right? Still not premeditation. But only 1 knife? We still don't know whose blood it is. We still don't know whose DNA it is. So we'll see what they can prove. I mean, it sounds damning. Oh, yeah, we found blood on this. We found blood on that. We found blood on the rug. We found blood everywhere. We found DNA on the inside of the tyvex. We still don't know whose it is. I mean, the fact that he had a list of things to buy in his hand when he was walking around the murder aisle was a little... Anna Long says, so far, they haven't proven death, much less murder, right? And the jury may not know about his guilty plea. There's a motion out there. I can't get a copy of the motion. If anybody can get a copy of that motion, It hasn't been scanned yet, as far as I know. But I think it was the Commonwealth's motion to allow the jury to hear about his guilty plea to both charges, the lying to the police and to the disposing of the body. Modeling underdogs as the purchases are kind of a thing. Still no murder one. We still got to wait for the DNA. And I think, we got to keep an open mind. Being that he did admit to disposing of her body in particular. And Crystal Pond says they could have gotten her DNA from items in her house. What about the fact that SHEEHAN said he didn't find anything on the 8th, and then he goes back on the 9th, and all of a sudden he's finding things. And the MSP was tromping around in there since at least the 4th, because remember, they searched the house on the 4th, and he didn't get in there until the 8th. So there's like 4 days of what happened in between. Deborah says it would be so prejudicial to allow those pleas in. And Midnight Mike is here. Hi, Midnight Mike. Is he really that smart? No, he's dumb. He's a con man. But we watched an interview at lunchtime where, the reporter seems to have done some due diligence, talking to all kinds of people that knew Brian Walshe. And they were like, he's an idiot, but he was never violent. And he said, I can't even imagine him doing something this gruesome because he wouldn't want to get his fingernails dirty. Like, that's a legit quote from someone who knew him. Who is testifying tomorrow? Well, this forensic scientist is still going to be on for cross, and we don't know. We don't know who else, but we know that Fanning is on the witness list. Buchanan is on the witness list. Who was watching the kids when he was out shopping? Yeah, a lot of this stuff was done on the 1st, right? A lot of these trips. I'm going to have to make a chart. A lot of these trips to the stores were done on New Year's Day, and I think the nanny came over that day, or the grandma came over that day. I'm not really sure. Scott McGinnis said he failed at selling fake Warhols, but yet he's somehow pulling this off. So far, anyways. They still haven't proven to me that he knew about the affair. And I think if if they could prove to me that he knew about the affair, that might show some sort of planning or premeditation, or that he snapped. Because he did tell the police, remember, in his first recorded interview, that he knew that she had texted a picture on New Year's Eve of the kid and her and Jem Mutlu to William Fastow. How did he know that? Did Fastow tell him that? Or did he see on his phone in a fit of rage and then went nuts? I mean, that could be too. I have a lot of questions still that are unanswered, and I don't like the way they're telling the story because I find it to be disjointed. Why didn't we hear from Jem Mutlu, the guy who had dinner with them on New Year's Eve? Why didn't we hear from her girlfriend who had drinks with her in Washington, D.C., like 2 days before her death? Like, I want to hear all this stuff first, and then bring me to the forensics, and then bring me chronologically through this story so that it is making more sense. And I've seen more than once or twice today that people think she still might be alive somewhere. Did she leave with Jem? Was it part of an escape? They're bringing witnesses in from Israel and from all over the world to testify here. I don't know if the mom's testifying. And so I think there's still so many unanswered questions, but right now they're not showing me that he actually did a murder. And we still don't know if he did a dismemberment. Without her kids, well, she left her kids on holidays. Anybody ever watch The Americans? Yeah, I don't know if there's any lesser includeds that are going to be included here. Robin, the nanny, was there. Thank you, Deborah. WCVB covered it. She was asked to watch the kids on New Year's Day, so A and B could go out to eat. Anna and Brian, wait, on New Year's Day? Brian told her even she got there Anna had, oh, Brian told her when she got there, Anna had to go back to DC and he asked her to stay so he could do some errands. Okay. Got it. So the nanny was there on New Year's Day. I can't wait to hear from the nanny. Why didn't we hear from the nanny yet? You know what I'm saying? So many questions. Thank you, my darling. Thank you, my darling, for your super sticker. I appreciate you. Thank you, Gigi, for telling me to go and enjoy my evening. Tomorrow, I'm going to have a great evening. You know why? Tomorrow, I'm going to a private show. It's like a private promotional concert it's a Christmas concert for, wait for it, Lisa Lowe, the Goo Goo Dolls, and Rob Thomas. Could you die? Yeah, if you're like me, you could. Gen X, unite. I love my 90s alternative. So tomorrow we might cut it a little bit early. Anna said, so far they haven't proven death, much less murder. We covered that. Thank you, my darling. And thank you, Midnight Mike, who says, yes, DA is all over the place. Button it up. What the hell? Anna says, if we're honest, they've proven she's right here in this chat as much as they've proven a murder. The jury doesn't know what we know about pleading guilty. Yes. Yes, I love Rob Thomas too. We do too. Not the whole Matchbox 20, but it's okay. I'll allow it. And also he's got some cool Christmas songs that he will probably sing. And that is going to be awesome. Yeah. And I just realized I know every Goo Goo Dolls song ever. And you probably do too. Go listen to it on Spotify. Put Goo Goo Dolls on Spotify because you probably know them all as well. All right. I think that's enough for today. We have been here for, I don't know. Somebody is telling me that Becky Hill pled guilty and she's not going to jail. I don't know. I got to look into that. Yeah, we've been here for almost 8 hours, 7 hours and 45 minutes. Thank you to the moderators because without them, I would never be able to do this all day long because they are the best and they are so on top of it. Okay. So I'll see you tomorrow. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. You're the best. Love you guys. And I will see you in the morning. Please leave some comments after the show. Share the stream out. Let people know we're here. It helps the algorithm. Appreciate you. I didn't hear anything about testing the buckets too. I want to know that because the buckets, we saw the buckets in the basement. We saw the buckets in the basement. Why didn't they test the buckets? I have so many questions. All right, guys, I love you with all my heart. I'm going to see you tomorrow. Peace. Bye. Tomorrow, same time, 8:50. See you then.